Chapter 12:23. The Chaos Divine Beast sucked in all the energy. It was like a level 12 tornado, and it was the eye of the tornado that sucked in all the energy. Its body only surged for a while before it shrunk again. At the same time it began to move. Several black holes appeared in front of the Ice Blade Alliance's divine kings, sucking them in and turning them into powder. Bing Wuji was filled with hatred. If Imo could shoot a few more arrows, this Chaos Divine Beast would definitely be captured by them. At this crucial moment, it actually said that it had no more arrows, causing them to suffer heavy losses. However, the situation did not allow him to retreat. He had to capture this Chaos Divine Beast. At this thought, he gritted his teeth and threw many divine lightning balls in the direction of the Chaos Divine Beast. The Chaos Divine Beast sucked them in without hesitation. This was a tragedy. Many divine lightning balls began to explode. Its huge body began to fall. The people from the Ice Blade Alliance were overjoyed. A few of them dashed towards the Chaos Divine Beast, wanting to capture it. However, the Chaos Divine Beast was extremely cunning. It was only pretending to be dead. Although it was severely injured, it was not dead yet. The few divine kings who were near it were immediately sucked in by it, and all of them were swallowed into its stomach. The people from the Ice Blade Alliance were shocked. They ran as fast as they could to get away from the Chaos Divine Beast. The Chaos Divine Beast didn't chase after it. It rolled its eyes and dashed towards a direction. It happened to be the direction where Ling Xiao and the others were rushing over. The True Dragon Clan and the Chaos Clan were old enemies. When they saw each other, they were naturally extremely jealous. The 13th prince roared angrily. He immediately transformed into his original form and charged towards the Chaos Divine Beast. The people from the Ice Blade Alliance and Imo were stunned when they saw the sudden appearance of the True Dragon. This is a True Dragon Divine Beast? It's too powerful, too perfect. How did it get here? Could this evil Horizon Valley be the territory of the dragons? But there are no records of this. I don't think so. Look, there are people coming over. I wonder if they are humans or divine beasts. It's a great honor to see 2 divine beasts in a row. If I can take them all under my command, that would be great. Stop daydreaming. It's already very lucky to be able to capture one of them. Don't you see that the aura of this true dragon is not inferior to that divine beast of chaos? With our strength, I'm afraid it's extremely difficult to capture it. So, should we retreat or stay? Bing Wuji and Imo were extremely shocked as well. They did not expect to attract such a big fellow. Bing Wuji did not think that they would be able to take on this high-tier true dragon, so he immediately yelled at his people, "Everyone retreat!" Regardless of whether this true dragon was a friend or foe, it was not something they could get involved in. The only thing he could do was to get away from this place and see if he could reap the benefits. The people of the Ice Blade Alliance had left, so how could Imo dare to stay? However, Imo had become Bing Wuji's prey. He had coveted Imo's divine Bodhi Bao for a long time. They had lost so many people and could not take down the divine beast of chaos, so they could only ask for some compensation from Imo. In another direction, the true dragon of chaos dashed towards the divine beast of chaos, wanting to tear it apart and devour it. However, the divine beast of chaos was extremely cunning. It was already heavily injured and could not fight against the true dragon of chaos. It spat out many miscellaneous items from its mouth and formed a powerful attack towards the 13th prince. The 13th prince roared, and all the miscellaneous items were turned into powder. The divine beast of chaos took this opportunity to escape. The 13th prince roared, and his dragon body shook as he charged towards the divine beast of chaos. However, the divine beast of chaos was determined to escape at full speed. It was like a huge ball that kept rolling, and its speed was extremely fast. At the same time, it left behind many devouring black holes to stop the 13th prince, so that he could not catch up to it immediately. The 13th prince was furious. He could not ignore these black holes. Although he forcefully turned them into nothingness, this hindered his speed. Just as the divine beast of chaos was about to escape from the void, a ray of fire shot out from another direction. Swish! This ray of fire was very powerful, and the intensity of the fire was extremely ferocious. Before the divine beast of chaos could escape, it was hit by the fire that came out of nowhere. The divine beast of chaos was injured by the origin source flame, and it let out a blood-curdling shriek. Its skin and flesh were immediately charred. Originally, this kind of high-grade origin flame could incinerate anything that came into contact with it into nothingness. However, this divine beast of chaos was also very powerful. It was a divine beast of the 5 elements, so it was immune to the origin source power of the 5 elements. The origin source flame did not burn it into ashes. In fact, it only injured a small part of its skin and flesh before it was expelled from its body. It could no longer cause any harm to it. However, it was already heavily injured after being continuously chased by Bing Wuji and the Moinox. Now that it was being attacked by the origin source flame, it was even worse and its speed had decreased significantly. At this moment, the 13th prince had already arrived behind it, and his dragon head pounced towards it without any hesitation. The divine beast of chaos was shocked. It rolled away and barely managed to avoid the 13th prince's bite. However, it could not avoid the next one. The 13th prince's dragon tail swept across and smashed into its body. Bang! Bang! The divine beast of chaos fell from the sky, and a dozen mountains collapsed as it crashed into them, causing a huge dust storm. The 13th prince's dragon body swayed, and he pounced towards the divine beast of chaos again. Just as he went down, an extremely powerful sucking force was produced, and many ancient trees and rocks in the vicinity were swept away. The 13th prince's body also trembled as he was sucked in by the divine beast of chaos. However, the 13th prince spat out a terrifying golden light at the divine beast of chaos. Its power was extremely terrifying, and it was enough to destroy the entire mountain range. If the divine beast of chaos was not injured, it might be able to swallow the 13th prince. However, given its current situation, how could it withstand the attack? It would probably be smashed into pieces if it continued to swallow. The 13th prince's huge body shrunk and it rolled to the side. Although it managed to avoid most of the attack, its body was still blasted into the air. It seemed that the 13th prince was seriously injured. Ling Xiao, who was watching the battle from afar, was overjoyed. He shouted at the 13th prince, "13th, don't eat it yet. Leave it for me." The 13th prince had already arrived in front of the divine beast of chaos. He wanted to swallow it in one bite, but after hearing Ling Xiao's words, he obeyed Ling Xiao's will. He used his dragon claws to scratch the divine beast of chaos's body. The divine beast of chaos was badly mutilated, and a strange liquid flowed out continuously. The divine beast of chaos howled in pain. It wanted to put up a last-ditch struggle, but the 13th prince shook it a few more times before it became obedient. Ling Xiao immediately brought Yun Mingqi and the prodigal boy over to the divine beast of chaos. Looking at this meaty thing, Ling Xiao really couldn't tell that it was a divine beast of chaos. Its appearance was extremely ugly compared to the divine beasts of True Dragon and Qilin. Forget it. It's a mythological beast after all. Let's just take it. Ling Xiao was very unhappy in his heart. If these words were heard by other divine kings, they would probably all wish to hack him to death. Damn it, the other godly kings all wanted to capture this divine beast of chaos and make it submit to them, but they also lost their lives because of it. Yet Ling Xiao was so unwilling to catch it. Was there any justice in this world? This couldn't be blamed on Ling Xiao. After all, the two mythological beasts that followed him were so perfect and mighty. Ling Xiao walked in front of the divine beast of chaos and said, "Submit to me. As long as you're willing to follow me, I'll spare your life." After pausing for a moment, he added, "Don't worry, I will definitely not restrict your freedom." Ling Xiao knew that divine beasts had their own dignity and pride. They would definitely not sign a contract with any human. It was already good enough that they could be on equal footing. The divine beast of chaos revealed a sinister look and said with difficulty, "Human, I'll eat you." As soon as it finished speaking, a suction force burst forth from its mouth and sucked Ling Xiao in. It seemed like it still didn't understand the situation and wanted to cause more trouble. Ling Xiao wasn't sucked in by it, but the 13th prince threw it towards another mountain. Bang! The mountain was smashed into powder by its body. "Boss, don't waste your time. The divine beast of chaos not only hates dragons but also humans. They think that they are the rulers of the world and the most outstanding and great race. They won't submit to any other race," the prodigal boy said from the side. He knew a little about the secrets between divine beasts. Ling Xiao was depressed. It seemed like it was impossible to subdue the divine beast of chaos. However, Ling Xiao didn't want the 13th prince to eat it. It was the body of a divine beast after all. Its body was full of magical materials, so it couldn't be wasted. In the end, the divine beast of chaos was tortured to death by the 13th prince. Ling Xiao immediately picked out its beast core. This beast core was very different from the beast cores of other spiritual beasts. It was diamond-shaped and had 5 different colors, representing 5 different elemental powers. This beast core was definitely the best item for a divine beast of chaos like Wu Bufan. He could refine it and directly obtain the divine beast of chaos's ability to devour heaven's might 10 bin, as well as some other magical effects. Unfortunately, although Ling Xiao cultivated all 5 elemental powers, he lacked earth and wind, so he couldn't enjoy the power of this beast core. Of course, other than the beast core, the divine beast of chaos also possessed an origin treasure, which was its gall of chaos, also known as the gall of devouring. That was the source of its ability to devour everything. As long as one could refine the chaotic blood essence and devour it, one would be able to obtain its devouring ability. It didn't require a body of chaos. This was definitely its most valuable divine item. Chapter 1224. Ling Xiao also did not have the fortune to enjoy such a good source divine item. After all, his body contained a large amount of dragon blood, and the primal chaos was the archenemy of the dragons. If he really wanted to refine its blood essence, it would probably be futile. He could only keep all these good things with a downcast face. Sigh, it's also a sin to have such good luck. Ling Xiao struggled in his heart and sighed. If others were to hear these words, they would probably fight to the death with Ling Xiao even if they had to risk their lives. If you don't want these good things, you can give them all to us. Not far away, a portion of the Ice Blade Alliance's divine kings who had been paying attention to Ling Xiao and the others, saw that the Chaos Divine Beast had been taken down, and all of them were extremely envious. However, they did not dare to go up and rob it, and could only watch as the others kept it. Elder Lan, what should we do? A member of the Ice Blade Alliance looked at Lan Wen and asked. Lan Wen reprimanded lightly, "What can we do? Elder Wuji is not here with just the few of us. Can we deal with that true dragon? Let's go. I hope that Elder Wuji can take down the Moin Ox, at least we can get some good luck. Otherwise the others would have died for nothing." After saying that, he did not dare to stay any longer, and brought the others in a direction. Ling Xiao and Yun Mingqi had long sensed their presence. Yun Mingqi recognized their origins and said, they should be from the Ice Blade Alliance. Ice Blade Alliance? They don't look like good people. They actually want to pick up Ping Yi, but they seem to be quite tactful. They don't dare to hit us. Ling Xiao sneered. He was actually hoping that these people would dare to touch them. He was still thinking about when to create a group of followers of the Divine King. After Ling Xiao accepted the Chaos Divine Beast, he did not plan to leave the Evil Horizon Valley for the time being. The Evil Horizon Valley was a forbidden area that many Divine Kings felt was dangerous, but to Ling Xiao it was nothing. In the future, as long as there were no divine beasts in the mountain range, as long as he brought along the prodigal son or the 13th prince, he could casually plunder the holy grass and divine grass in those territories. After all, those holy beasts were all under the pressure of the divine beasts, unless they were abnormally powerful transformed holy beasts. Ling Xiao wandered around the Evil Cliff Valley, searching for all sorts of divine and holy grasses. At the same time, he didn't forget to flirt with Yun Mingqi, leaving behind traces of their love. The two of them were like newlyweds, having so much fun that they forgot about their duties. Ling Xiao also made use of these few days to understand why the prodigal would appear in the heavenly region. It turned out that the reason the prodigal had left him was to complete a mission given by their race. That was to find the other Qilin clan's territory and challenge their new prince. Only after it defeated the princes of the other clans would it have the qualifications to become the newest generation of Qilin emperor. Then it would unite the scattered Qilin clans and restore the glory of the flourishing era. It was just that the Qilin clan had long already completely dispersed. It was hard to find where the other branch clans were. Perhaps they had gone extinct a long time ago. At that time, the prodigal brought the earth-flaming tiger deep into the dangerous lands of the Xianling continent, but he didn't find their branch Qilin. However, they accidentally entered a forbidden land. In order to save it, the earth-flaming tiger was shredded into pieces by the power of the forbidden land, while the prodigal was sent to an array eye and directly teleported to the heavenly region. It could be considered lucky to be able to escape from that terrifying forbidden land. After coming to the heavenly region, it naturally didn't dare to go to the humans' territory, because it knew that the Divine Beast clan would all become the target of the humans' capture. Hence, it continued to complete its mission. It began to shuttle through the various mountain ranges and forbidden lands in search of their branch Qilin. At the same time, it continuously hunted other spirit beasts and swallowed their beast cores, allowing it to continuously grow. If it only relied on swallowing beast cores, it wouldn't be able to advance from the middle stage of the 8th level to the middle stage of the 10th level in just a few decades. In the heavenly region, it had unique resources and conditions. It had also swallowed many fire attribute treasures, which naturally allowed it to increase its speed of advancement. And in this period of time, it finally found the territory of a branch Qilin clan. That branch was the Wood Qilin clan. The prodigal originally had the ambition to challenge the other clan's prince. However, it realized that its strength was too far away from the other clan. They weren't on the same level at all. The other clan didn't accept its challenge at all. They only treated it as a child of another clan. The Wood Qilin king even specially conversed with the prodigal. The prodigal knew that its so-called mission could no longer be fulfilled, because it wasn't known how many of the 7 main clans of the Qilin clan had already gone extinct. Even if there were still survivors, it was unknown where they were living. Wanting to find them one by one and reunite them was undoubtedly a dream. The prodigal suffered a huge blow and left the Wood Qilin's territory. However, even if it couldn't complete anything, it still wanted to continue searching for the whereabouts of the other clans. It hoped that all of the Qilin clan could unite once again. This was the inscription that its grandfather had told it. After many years of trekking over mountains and rivers, venturing into many dangerous places, the prodigal finally found the Black Qilin clan's territory within this evil valley. It immediately went deep into the hinterland to search. However, it found out that the Black Qilin clan had long moved away. Only the Qilin Dark Lion clan with the Black Qilin's bloodline was left there. The prodigal was extremely disappointed. It almost wanted to give up on its belief and decided to stay here for a period of time. However, the Qilin Dark Lion clan told it a place that was beneficial to the prodigal's cultivation, because that was the only place in the evil valley that had a large amount of original source fire. It was also there that the prodigal discovered the existence of an original source fire seed based on its senses. With its gluttonous personality, it naturally wouldn't let it go. After a series of twists and turns, it directly swallowed the original source fire seed. This time it was a tragedy. The original source fire seed's level wasn't low. If it directly swallowed it, it wouldn't be able to digest it. Although its strength increased explosively because of this, it also couldn't control the excess energy, causing it to almost enter a state of madness. It continued to toss and turn within the evil Horizon Valley, hoping to dissipate the excess energy. But because of this, it was mistaken for the original source fire by others. Later on, there were people who came to capture it, but they were all burned to death by it. Later on, Yun Mingqi and the others appeared. Many godly kings joined forces to attack it. The god power of the hail and waves bombarded it again and again. Finally, the excess energy was used up and it returned to its normal state. There was no need to say more about what happened after that. Prodigal, what plans do you have in the future? Are you still going to continue your so-called mission? Ling Xiao asked. The prodigal shook his head and said, "It's useless. I can't find the whereabouts of the other clans. Even if I find them, they won't think the same way as us. If I didn't meet you again, I might have stayed here or thought of a way to return to my clan. Now I'll just follow you. My second grandpa said that you're my lucky star. In the future you can bring me back to my clan. Otherwise, I don't know how to go back." That's good. In the future, if you follow me, no one can bully you," Ling Xiao said happily. His relationship with the prodigal was something no one could understand. One had to know that the prodigal was his first divine beast, and he had gone through thick and thin with him before. There were many experts in the heaven domain. With the prodigal as a strong helper and the 13th prince's help, where couldn't he go? "Alright boss, where's Xiao Jin and Dragon Lady who used to be by your side? Why did they become this big guy again?" The prodigal glanced at the 13th prince and looked at Ling Xiao with some fear. "Dragon Lady is in our ancestral land, the East Ocean Dragon Palace. I've settled Xiao Jin down. He's too weak, so he won't be of much help," Ling Xiao replied. "That's true. When we get back, I'll give him something good to eat. I believe he'll become even stronger." The prodigal was very excited when he thought of his little brother, the Golden Wolf King. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao and Yun Mingqi had brought the prodigal and the 13th prince around the evil Horizon Valley for nearly a month. They had also obtained many holy items and materials. This was a huge fortune to anyone. Just as they were about to leave the evil Horizon Valley, the 13th prince's sharp senses detected a human hiding in an extremely hidden pool not far away. "Come out, we already know of your existence," Ling Xiao said faintly. However, that person didn't move and didn't reply. Ling Xiao could only frown slightly and punch in the direction the 13th prince pointed. The dirty pool was blasted into the air and a figure was blasted out. Ling Xiao realized that the figure was actually sealed in ice. Only a weak aura could be felt. Ling Xiao had seen this person before. He seemed to be one of the people who had come with the Ice Blade Alliance to kill the Divine Beast of Chaos. He was Mo Inyo. He was in this state because he was being chased by the Ice Blade Alliance and was almost killed by Bing Wuji. He was in a terrible state. There was not a single part of his body that was intact. One of his hands had been chopped off and his entire body was sealed in ice. He had no energy to break the ice and heal his injuries. No wonder he couldn't shout just now. He was about to die. Ling Xiao murmured to himself as he looked at the dying Mo Inyo. Then he looked at Yun Mingqi and asked, "Should we save this person? Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Let's save him." Yun Mingqi said kindly. All right. I also think we should save him." Ling Xiao smiled with a complicated expression. He didn't think he was a good person. He wouldn't save Mo Inyo for nothing. After all, the martial world was dangerous. Who knew if the person he saved would take revenge on him? No one knew for sure. Therefore, Ling Xiao might as well use him as the first test subject under the soul lock. He wanted to see if he could control him. At that time he could save him again. Chapter 12:25. Ling Xiao found a cave abode and left Yun Qiming, the prodigal, and the 13th prince outside. He was not in a hurry to dissolve Mo Inyo's ice seal. Otherwise, with the other party's abilities, he might be able to recover from his injuries. Ling Xiao adjusted himself to his best condition and used his spiritual power to cast the soul lock incantation. The soul lock incantation penetrated the layer of ice like invisible chains and barged into Mo Inyo's sea of consciousness. Mo Inyo was originally sealed in ice, and even his soul was numb from the cold. He was injured by Bing Wuji's ice-sealing divine blade. Although he was lucky enough to escape with a secret skill, he was unable to dispel the absolute cold force. It invaded his body and destroyed it, which was why he was in such a situation. It was also a good time for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had thought that he would have to spend some effort to lock on Mo Inyo's soul. However, it was surprisingly easy now. He did not need to spend much effort to lock on Mo Inyo's soul. In the future, Mo Inyo would be under his control. After doing all this, Ling Xiao used his flames to slowly melt the ice on Mo Inyo's body. With the supply of heat, Mo Inyo also had the ability to heal himself. After all, after reaching the Divine King realm, his body had become extraordinary and became a divine body, which had the magical ability to heal himself. Moreover, Mo Inyo was already a peak Divine King. It was normal for him to be able to heal himself when he was seriously injured. However, with his speed, he would not be able to recover without at least a month's time. Ling Xiao took out a healing divine pill and fed it to Mo Inyo, as well as some healing divine spring water. He believed that Mo Inyo would recover very quickly. Taking advantage of this boring time, Ling Xiao decided to seal himself here for a few days to completely merge with the 9th Yang Meridian. As for the 9th Yang fire, Ling Xiao had already found it. He just had to ask for it from the prodigal. The Qilin Holy Fire was an origin flame that was on par with the Heavenly Fire. Now that the prodigal had swallowed another origin flame, its power had increased greatly. At the same time, its holy fire would naturally be of a higher level. It would definitely surpass the level of the Heavenly Fire in Ling Xiao's Sea of Consciousness. Therefore, he only needed to use the origin flame provided by the prodigal to refine it, and he would naturally be able to fill the 9th Yang Meridian, allowing him to perfect the 9 Yang fire. At that time he would be able to unleash the power of the 9 suns. His combat strength would definitely increase by another level. By then he would be able to use the power of the 9 suns. And his combat power would definitely increase. After Ling Xiao refined this origin flame, the 9th layer of the Ashen Flame Sacred Sun was finally cultivated. The 9 sun burning heaven art had also reached its most perfect state. He circulated the power of the 9 yang and felt that all the acupoints in his body were filled with endless yang energy. Every punch of his felt like it could destroy the sun, moon, and stars. Along with the success of Ling Xiao's divine technique, Mo Inyo had already recovered his divine power. His broken arm had also grown back. With the completion of Ling Xiao's divine art, Mo Inyo had recovered his divine power. His broken arm grew back. It didn't look like he was injured at all. The soul lock curse had already completely controlled him, making him treat Ling Xiao as his master. He would never betray him. When he saw Ling Xiao, he immediately knelt down respectfully and said, "Greetings, master." Mo Inyo didn't dare to betray Ling Xiao, so he told him about his situation. Ling Xiao also had a better understanding of him. Mo Inyo didn't dare to betray Ling Xiao, so he roughly explained his situation. Ling Xiao also had a better understanding of him. Ling Xiao did this so that he could be more careful in the future so that he wouldn't get into any trouble. "Take out your divine bow and let me see." Ling Xiao ordered. He learned from Mo that the reason he was chased by the Ice Blade Union was because he had the ancient divine tool, the Bodhi Divine Bow. Mo took out the Bodhi Divine Bow and handed it to Ling Xiao and said, "Although the Bodhi Divine Bow is an ancient divine tool, without the Bodhi Divine Arrow, it is impossible to display its true power. So that's how it is. Then give it to me, you have no use for it," Ling Xiao said directly. Mo of course wouldn't go against Ling Xiao's wishes. He immediately erased the blood essence, making it ownerless, and offered it to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate to accept it. This was an ancient divine tool, it could save his life at a critical moment. He naturally wouldn't leave it for Mo to use. "I wonder if I can use Old Man Green's branch to make the arrow?" Ling Xiao thought to himself as he lightly pulled the bowstring. The Bodhi Divine Tree was ranked first among the 9 great divine trees. It was not something that just anyone would have the opportunity to find. Using its branch as an arrow was undoubtedly a dream. The Tree of Immortality in Ling Xiao's knowledge sea was one of the 9 great divine trees. Therefore he wanted to see if he could use its branch as an arrow. Of course this idea only flashed by for a moment. If he really wanted to use the Tree of Immortality with that guy's stingy personality, he would probably have to haggle over the price. Therefore he was thinking if he should think of another way to get the divine arrow feathers. In any case, Mo still had many arrows made from other divine materials. Although they couldn't display the power of an ancient divine tool, they could reach the power of a top-grade divine tool. After doing all this, Ling Xiao brought Mo out of the cave and prepared to bring Yun Mingqi, the prodigal, and the 13th prince out of Evil Horizon Valley. At this moment, a gust of wind came from afar. The terrifying aura seemed to ignore the distance between them, and in a flash, it was right in front of Ling Xiao and the others. The newcomers were 20 or so divine kings from the Ice Blade Alliance, led by Bing Wuji. From the looks of it they were here for Mo. However, they didn't attack immediately. Instead they looked at Ling Xiao and the others with fear. Bing Wuji first glanced at Mo coldly, then his gaze landed on Ling Xiao. He cupped his hands together and said, "Little brother, I am Bing Wuji, an elder of the Ice Blade Alliance. The person behind you is someone our Ice Blade Alliance wants to capture. Please hand him over to us." The Ice Blade Alliance was as powerful as the Lotus Cult, second only to the Black Tortoise School. Bing Wuji introduced himself in hopes that the people in front of him would fear them and not clash with them. After all, there was a true dragon divine beast among them. If they angered the other party and were annihilated by the other party, they would have died in vain. They had already suffered a double loss by not being able to capture the Chaos Divine Beast. If they couldn't even get their hands on Mo's Divine Bodhi Bow, they would suffer a great loss. Ice Blade Alliance? What small sect is that? I've never heard of it. Also, he's my servant now. I don't care what happened between you two. It's all in the past. Do you understand what I mean? Ling Xiao looked at Bing Wuji with a proud expression. Back in the Xiao family, Ling Xiao had killed the people of the Ice Blade Alliance. He didn't have a good impression of them. If it weren't for the fact that they had more people, he would have killed them all. In this world there was no right or wrong. The only thing that mattered was whose fist was bigger and harder. If they weren't afraid that he had a true dragon divine beast, they wouldn't have been so nice to him. How is this possible? Little brother, you must be joking. Bing Wuji said in surprise. What? Don't you understand what I'm saying? I don't even care about the Black Tortoise sect, let alone your tiny Ice Blade Alliance. Get lost. Ling Xiao shouted domineeringly. Others like to use their power to oppress others. He wanted to know how it felt to oppress others. After being shouted at by Ling Xiao, the faces of the people of the Ice Blade Alliance turned red. They had never been yelled at like this in the Black Tortoise sect. Even the Black Tortoise sect had to give them some face. What? Do you want to fight us? Where's 13th? Ling Xiao laughed coldly and asked the 13th prince to step forward. The 13th prince took a step forward. Without saying anything, he roared at the people of the Ice Blade Alliance. Roar. The terrifying sound wave of the dragon's roar shook the people of the Ice Blade Alliance. One by one they were sent flying by the sound waves. Only 3 or 4 high-level god kings were forced to take a few steps back. However, their eardrums were ruptured, causing them to bleed. Many of the mountains on their bodies crumbled. It was clear how terrifying the 13th prince's dragon roar was. Bing Wuji had already guessed that the 13th prince was the true dragon divine beast in human form. However, after hearing the impact of the sound wave, he was finally sure. While his ears were bleeding, his mood was terrible and he was afraid. Retreat. Bing Wuji didn't have the courage to challenge Ling Xiao and the others anymore. He shouted at the people behind him and immediately fled. He didn't dare to challenge a true dragon divine beast that was stronger than Hun Dun just because he had more people. Otherwise he wouldn't even know what was going on when he died. The 13th prince wanted to give chase, but Ling Xiao stopped him. He didn't have time to waste with them. It was better to return to the Lotus sect first. He still had to settle the matter between him and Yun Mingqi. He definitely wanted Yun Mingqi to follow him back to the Heavenly Dragon domain. He didn't want to be separated from her again. However, Yun Mingqi's identity was a bit complicated. It wasn't that easy to get the Lotus sect to let her go. On the way back to the Lotus sect, Ling Xiao let Yuro Fei come out and introduce her to Yun Mingqi. Yuro Fei already knew of Yun Mingqi's existence. She felt that a woman that could make Ling Xiao unable to forget must be very beautiful and outstanding. However, after seeing Yun Mingqi for the first time, she still felt that Yun Mingqi was even more perfect than Ling Xiao had described. Any man who saw her couldn't help but fall in love with her, and any woman who saw her would feel inferior. Ling Xiao had also mentioned to Yun Mingqi that he already had many women by his side. Yuro Fei was one of them. When Yun Mingqi saw Yuro Fei, she was also attracted by her mature charm and enchanting figure. She praised in her heart, "What a sexy and flirtatious big sister. No wonder she can charm people with her smile." Both women were deeply in love with Ling Xiao. Naturally, they wouldn't make things difficult for Ling Xiao when they met for the first time. They chatted naturally and eventually called each other sisters. Chapter 12:26. At first, Ling Xiao was afraid that Yun Mingqi wouldn't be able to get along with the woman by his side. After all, Ling Xiao understood this girl. She seemed to be easy to talk to, but deep down she was a very proud person. Now, it seemed that after being separated for dozens of years, all the affection between them was enough to wipe out any obstacles. The only thing Ling Xiao was considering now was how to convince the Lotus cult. With the effect of refining divine pellets in the Lotus cult for a month, the current Bailua would be easy to deal with. The key was still the old master of the Lotus cult, who was also Yun Mingqi's so-called master. According to Yun Mingqi, she was a true incipient God realm existence. Convincing her would be the hardest. However, Yun Mingqi revealed that her master wanted her to get in touch with Xian Shui because she wanted her to have a good relationship with the Black Turtle sect. After all, now that her master Bailua was in charge of the Lotus cult, everything was well managed. There were already signs of improvement, so Yun Mingqi didn't need to inherit the position of master. As long as she could establish a good relationship with Xian Shui, when Xian Shui took over, he would definitely form an alliance with the Lotus cult. This would naturally strengthen the Lotus cult's position in the Profound Sky region. However, her master was also conflicted. Yun Mingqi's future was immeasurable. Marrying her to the Black Turtle sect would only strengthen their force. Therefore, her master told her to first get on good terms with Xian Shui, but also to keep a distance from him. Everything would be decided after seeing clearly. The reason why Yun Mingqi said all this was to discuss how to persuade her master. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's conditions weren't any worse than Xian Shui's. It was even better. The only pity was that Dragon Gate wasn't in the Profound Sky region, so he lost this biggest advantage. However, Ling Xiao decided that no matter whether she agreed or not, she couldn't stop him from being with Yun Mingqi. He also wouldn't stay in the Profound Sky region. After all, he already considered the Kim people as his own family. How could he choose to stay here? Moreover, he still planned to return to the Profound Spirit continent to bring his people to the Heaven region. Although they had slowed down on their journey, they still returned to the Lotus Order in the end. Ling Xiao really couldn't think of a better way, so he could only lay his cards on the table. No matter what, Yun Mingqi was his wife. If the other party really wanted to make things difficult for them, he would have to ask the people of his clan to help him. As soon as they returned to the Lotus Order, Bai Yilua personally led people out to welcome them. This put a lot of pressure on Ling Xiao. I didn't expect Divine Teacher Ling to know my junior sister. This is really fate. Bai Yilua's charming face was filled with a radiant smile as she called out to Ling Xiao and Yun Mingqi. From her expression, there was not the slightest bit of dissatisfaction on her face. Ling Xiao thought to himself, maybe the situation isn't that bad. Sect leader Bai, this is indeed fate. Back then I came to find Mingqi, but I didn't dare to confirm if she was the person I was looking for. Fortunately, the heavens took pity on me and she was my former wife. I really have to thank your cult for nurturing her. Ling Xiao went straight to the point. His words undoubtedly indicated that the matter of him refining the divine pill in the Lotus Order was because of Yun Mingqi. Bai Yilua smiled without batting an eyelid. I was wondering why Divine Teacher Ling treated our Lotus Order so well. I thought it was because of Elder Lu, but it seems like I guessed randomly. Yun Mingqi stepped forward and said, Sect leader, I will personally report this matter to Master. Junior sister, don't worry. Master already knows about your matter. She probably won't blame you. Bai Yilua smiled and said to Yun Mingqi. Yun Mingqi was pleasantly surprised. Really? Master didn't blame me? Of course it's true. The person Master loves the most is you. Bai Yilua said with certainty. Ling Xiao seemed to have sensed from Bai Yilua's passionate expression that things might not be so simple. Yun Mingqi had obtained the inheritance of their first-generation sect leader. This was a great opportunity, and it was also because of this that the Lotus Order brought everyone from the Heavenly Region stronghold back to the Heavenly Region. It could be seen how much importance the Lotus Order placed on Yun Mingqi. How could they easily send her back to his side without the slightest bit of objection? Forget it, we'll deal with it when the soldiers come and the water comes. Let's see what tricks they have up their sleeves. Ling Xiao thought to himself. He followed Bai Yilua and the others into the Lotus Order. He was once again arranged to temporarily rest on Lu Fangyi's mountain peak, while Yun Mingqi first returned to find her master to explain everything. Lu Fangyi impatiently asked Ling Xiao, Is my junior martial uncle really the person you're looking for? Ling Xiao nodded and said, That's right, she's my long-lost wife. What? She's your wife? Lu Fangyi said in shock. That's right, it's the real deal. Otherwise, why would she be with me? Ling Xiao nodded his head, then said, Thank you, Sister Lu. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to find her. If you need any help from Ling Xiao in the future, just say the word, I will definitely not refuse. Ling Xiao was very sincere. He was very grateful to Lu Fangyi from the bottom of his heart. If not for her telling Yun Mingqi that he had gone to the Evil Horizon Valley, he really wouldn't have been able to find her so quickly. Lu Fangyi was both happy and worried. She was happy about the relationship between Ling Xiao and Yun Mingqi. She felt that Ling Xiao was qualified to be her junior martial uncle, but she was worried that their old sect leader wouldn't be able to pass. You don't need to be so polite to Sister Lu. Since you call me big sister, I will recognize you as my little brother. After all, Jin Kai and I have been good sisters for many years. Lu Fangyi laughed. No matter what, she had to build a good relationship with Ling Xiao first. Such a young godly apothecary, his future was limitless. Just as Ling Xiao was thinking about how Yun Mingqi would be scolded by her master, someone came to pass on a message, telling Ling Xiao to go see Bai Yilua. Ling Xiao did not hesitate, and immediately followed the deacon of the Lotus sect to the main hall of the Lotus sect. Bai Yilua smiled and said to Ling Xiao, Divine Teacher Ling, please take a seat. Ling Xiao did not sit but asked Bai Yilua, Sect Leader Bai, I wonder why you summoned me? He was thinking that the other party was probably going to discuss the matter of Yun Mingqi with him. Sure enough, Bai Yilua asked, I wonder how Divine Teacher Ling plans to live with my junior sister in the future? Why don't you stay in our Lotus sect and become an elder of our sect? This way you and my junior sister can live together, and it won't affect your cultivation. What do you think? Ling Xiao did not even think about it and immediately said in a powerful voice, Mingqi will definitely follow me back to the Heavenly Dragon region to live. We can't stay in your sect. But if there is anything your sect needs us husband and wife to help, we will not shirk our duty. Bai Yilua did not expect that Ling Xiao would not tactfully discuss with her, and instead directly expressed his position. This caused her expression to sink. Divine Teacher Ling, you have to think it through. This is the territory of our Lotus sect. My junior sister is my master's favorite, the future supreme protector of our sect. It is absolutely impossible for her to follow you back to the Heavenly Dragon region. Bai Yilua also replied very straightforwardly, her tone even containing a bit of threat. She was a dignified sect leader, so it was naturally impossible for her to be so easily intimidated by Ling Xiao. Instead, she counterattacked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao knew that taking away Yun Mingqi naturally would not be so easy, so he immediately replied, Sect Leader Bai, you have to understand that Mingqi is my wife, and she was already my wife before she came to the Lotus sect. Could it be that you want to force her to stay? Is she your wife? But she is my sect's goddess, Meng Ran. She obtained the inheritance of our first-generation sect leader, so she is a member of our Lotus sect. If you want to be with her, then you have to stay. Besides, our Lotus sect is not some small sect. Wouldn't it be unfair to you? Bai Yilua replied. Sect Leader Bai, your Lotus sect is indeed not some small sect, but our Dragon sect, Kim people, am also not some small sect. If you really want to force my wife to stay, then I have nothing else to say. In the future, I will definitely have my sect's elders come to seek justice for me. I don't believe that your profound sky region can do anything to my sect's elders, not to mention that my side is in the right. Ling Xiao laughed wildly with some anger. If the Lotus sect really wanted to use force, then Ling Xiao would definitely not be able to obtain any benefits here, so he could only bring up the clan behind him. He did not believe that the Lotus sect did not have any misgivings. Bai Yilua's beautiful eyes looked straight at Ling Xiao. She really did not think that Ling Xiao would not leave any leeway and spoke so confidently. She had already heard the report of what had happened in the Evil Horizon Valley from the other elders who had returned. Ling Xiao had 2 divine beasts, a 10th level high-level true dragon and a 10th level middle-level fire qilin. Just these 2 divine beasts were following him. It could be seen that he was the kind of person favored by the heavens. If they could make him stay, their Lotus sect would naturally benefit endlessly. In addition, Ling Xiao had relied on his own strength to defeat the young sect leader of the Black Turtle sect, Xian Shui. It was enough to show how boundless his battle strength and future was. Moreover, he also had the identity of a divine medicine master. Every condition was absolutely enough to make people go crazy with jealousy. When she knew that her junior sister was Ling Xiao's woman, Bai Yilua wanted to take the opportunity to make Ling Xiao stay, but she never thought that Ling Xiao would be so arrogant, not leaving any leeway for discussion. It really gave her a headache. It seems like there's no room for discussion? What I mean is for you and junior sister to be together. As long as you spend most of your time in the sect, you can occasionally go to the Sky Dragon domain to visit relatives. This is the best of both worlds. Bai Yilua softened her tone. It's not that there's no room for discussion. Just like you said, Mingqi will definitely go back with me, but I will definitely allow her to visit the Lotus sect often. After all, this is also her maiden home. In the future, if there's anything in the sect, we won't delay it. Isn't this also the best of both worlds? Ling Xiao replied. Bai Yilua knew that there was no point in continuing. She sighed lightly. I can't make the decision on this matter. If you can get my master to agree, then I have no problem. If she doesn't, then you can't take junior sister away. Chapter 12:27. Ling Xiao didn't back off from Bai Yilua's negotiation. He knew that Bai Yilua was just the vanguard. The real show was still with Yun Mingqi's teacher. Ling Xiao was taken to the Forbidden Land in the deepest part of the Lotus cult. This snow mountain was the place where Mu Lian, the master of the Lotus cult, cultivated in seclusion. As soon as Ling Xiao stepped into this place, he could feel the vague energy around him. He was afraid that there were many King God Realm experts guarding this Forbidden Land. Without the token or an order, no one could step into this place. This was also the place where Yun Mingqi usually cultivated. The concentration of origin energy here was the densest. Ling Xiao was taken to a spacious cave. Yun Mingqi was standing obediently by a middle-aged woman. This middle-aged woman was beautiful with a mature and charming body. Her aura was ethereal like a fairy. She seemed to blend into every corner of the cave. People felt that she was sitting there naturally and harmoniously. When she looked at Ling Xiao, an invisible aura flashed in her beautiful eyes. Ling Xiao felt as if dozens of mountains were pressing on him with a cold aura. It made his chest feel heavy and uncomfortable. He almost knelt down on the spot. It was a show of strength. It was also a small test for Ling Xiao. Of course, Ling Xiao wasn't someone who would yield easily. His aura surged instantly. His power was dozens of times stronger than before. He stormed forward like a tsunami. A peerless true dragon appeared behind him. He ignored Mu Lian's pressure and bowed to her. Junior Ling Xiao of the Kim people greets you, precursor. The Kim people were one of the top ancient clans in the Heaven territory. As a member of the Kim people, Ling Xiao wasn't modest anymore. Facing the master of the Lotus cult, who was also an incipient God Realm expert, he showed his arrogance. Mu Lian was a little surprised. Then she said, "It seems that you have some ability. No wonder the young sect master of the Black Turtle sect suffered a loss." After a pause, she continued, "But if you want to take my disciple away just like that, I'm afraid you're not qualified enough." "Master." Yun Mingqi anxiously called out. "This has nothing to do with you," Mu Lian said coldly. Yun Mingqi didn't dare to resist and could only helplessly look at Ling Xiao. "Ah, what a joke. Mingqi is my wife. Even if you are her master, you have no right to stop us," sneered Ling Xiao. "As long as I want to, I can erase her memories at any time. She will no longer be your wife." Mu Lian said faintly. "You." Ling Xiao was so angry that he was speechless. The other party's strength was there for all to see. Even if he summoned the 2 great divine beasts, he still wouldn't be able to take advantage of Ping Yi. If what the other party said was true, then Yun Mingqi really wouldn't be the original her. Tell me, what do I have to do to make Mingqi leave with me? Ling Xiao lightly breathed in, calming himself down. Since the other party had called him over to negotiate, there was definitely room for discussion. Mu Lian didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to calm down under such pressure. She couldn't help but look up to him in her heart. She indifferently said, "You stay with Mingqi. You can squander all the resources of the Lotus sect. You can definitely become a supreme existence within 5,000 years." Her tone was very certain. She knew Yun Mingqi's potential, and she also knew that Ling Xiao wasn't ordinary. Therefore, in her heart, she hoped that they would stay together. That way, the Lotus sect would definitely become even more powerful in the future. "No, this condition is not negotiable." Ling Xiao immediately refused. "Could it be that you really think that I can't do anything to you?" Mu Lian said in a deep voice. "I know you have the ability, but as a member of the Kim people, how can I be below you? Even if I'm willing, my clansmen absolutely won't allow it." Ling Xiao resolutely said, then he continued, "If you can let Mingqi leave with me in the future, we will definitely regard your sect as our family. Naturally, we will do our best to help you with anything. Also, you should know that I also have the identity of a divine alchemist. With my current potential, becoming a supreme alchemist god in the future is absolutely not a problem. Don't you want your sect to have a good relationship with me? At that time, as long as there are divine materials, I can refine a supreme god pill. I think there wouldn't be anyone who wouldn't like it. What do you think?" Ling Xiao had no choice but to reveal all the cards he could rely on. If the other party still didn't allow Mingqi to leave with him, then he could only shed all pretense of cordiality. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Mu Lian indeed hesitated. She was now suspecting whether Ling Xiao was the reincarnation of a supreme alchemist god or if he had received the inheritance of a supreme alchemist god. Otherwise, how could he reach the God King realm at such a young age and be a divine alchemist at that? If she hadn't understood everything about Ling Xiao, she definitely wouldn't have believed Ling Xiao's words. Divine alchemists were already extremely noble existences. To become a supreme alchemist god, they were definitely the noblest people in the heaven territory. Even her incipient god realm identity couldn't be compared to them. In the heaven territory, the number of supreme alchemists who had become a supreme alchemist god could be counted on one hand. And in the Xin Sky region, there wasn't a single supreme alchemist god. They were all concentrated in the Tianyuan continent, the divine land of alchemists. Ling Xiao's words were also to make Mu Lian hesitate. Other than worrying about his identity, she also had to consider his future prospects. Whether it was for Mingqi's potential or for the long-term development of the sect, it all depended on her choice. If she still forced Mingqi to stay, then the Lotus sect would offend the Kim people. At the same time, they would also offend an existence who had the chance to become a supreme alchemist god in the future. At that time, even if the Lotus sect was as strong as the Black Turtle sect, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Yun Mingqi's expression was rather nervous. She really hoped that her master would really agree. Of course, she also had feelings for the Lotus sect that she couldn't part with. "Master, please help us. When I have time, I will come back to see you. The Lotus sect will forever be my home. In the future, even if Mingqi becomes a supreme, I will still be a member of the Lotus sect," Yun Mingqi pleaded from the side. Mu Lian looked at Yun Mingqi with a complicated gaze and sighed heavily. If she was just a relatively outstanding disciple, she definitely wouldn't have said anything and let her be with Ling Xiao. However, Yun Mingqi had inherited everything from the first-generation leader, including the ancient divine item, the Divine Lotus Throne. This was the reason why Mu Lian wasn't willing to let go. Originally, although she had the intention of having Yun Mingqi and Shen Shui be on good terms, it was only to have them be on good terms. She didn't actually plan on having Yun Mingqi marry him. "Fine, I agree to let Mingqi leave with you. However, aside from taking good care of her, you also have to do what you said just now. Otherwise, even if you have the protection of the Kim people, I won't let you off," Mu Lian said very seriously. After some deliberation, she knew that this was the only way for the Lotus sect to flourish for a long time. If she really did stop them from being together and truly erased Yun Mingqi's memories, then that was equivalent to offending an existence who could become a supreme alchemist god in the future as well as the Kim people of the Sky Dragon region. This truly wasn't worth it. "Thank you for your help." Ling Xiao thanked her very politely and bowed slightly towards Mu Lian. Yun Mingqi, on the other hand, was so excited that she started crying. "Master, don't worry. No matter where I am in the future, I will come and see you when I have time." Mu Lian pulled Yun Mingqi and said with a kind expression, Your man was able to go through so many dangers to find you from the Shenling continent. This kind of man is indeed worth trusting, and I believe that he will not mistreat you. The key is that you have a man, so you must think more about the sect and supervise him so that he can grow up as soon as possible. I hope to see the moment he becomes a supreme alchemist god, and our Lotus sect will once again soar because of you. Yun Mingqi nodded her head repeatedly and said, "And I will. If he really becomes a supreme alchemist god, I will definitely let him refine more supreme god pills for the sect to repay Master. It's good that you have this kind of heart. Master did not treat you sincerely in vain. However, you must remember that your inheritance belongs to the first-generation leader of our Lotus sect. In the future, no matter where you are, you will always be a member of the Lotus sect, understand?" Mu Lian said. Yun Mingqi naturally agreed with incomparable joy. Just like this, Ling Xiao and Yun Mingqi being together was already a matter that was settled, and it was also a matter that everyone was happy about. Originally, Ling Xiao wanted to bring Yun Mingqi back to the Xiao family to take a look and understand the situation between the Xiao family and the River Diagram sect. However, the Lotus sect had already received the news that the Xiao family had the support of the Dragon Gate, so the River Diagram sect did not dare to provoke them anymore. In addition, the Lotus sect had announced to the world that they had formed an alliance with the Xiao family, so the River Diagram sect was even more restrained. They did not dare to do anything excessive to the Xiao family, and they were even more afraid that the Lotus sect would form an alliance with the Xiao family to deal with them. After hearing this news, Ling Xiao was relieved. He was still hesitating whether or not he should go and see Xiao Ling again. In the end, he decided not to disturb her anymore and let her grow up in peace. Ling Xiao also did not leave with Yun Mingqi immediately, because Yun Mingqi wanted to spend more time with her master. She was afraid that after this separation she did not know when they would meet again. After all, the distance between the two great territories was too far. Ling Xiao naturally fulfilled this little wish of hers. But who knew that he would stay in the Lotus sect for a full half a year? In this half a year, he had already lost count of how many divine pills he had refined for the Lotus sect. Only then did he realize that he had really been ruthlessly squeezed by the Lotus sect once. If he had not strongly urged Yun Mingqi to hurry back to the Heavenly Dragon territory with him, he probably would have stayed for a few more days. Before leaving, Ling Xiao still received a gift from Mu Lian. It was impressively 3 Snow Lotus Kings, a rare high-level divine material that was hard to find anywhere else. In addition, Bai Yilua also gave Ling Xiao a lot of benefits. Although Ling Xiao could be counted as half a person of their Lotus sect, they could not let Ling Xiao work for free. Otherwise, if they wanted Ling Xiao to refine pills in the future, they would not put in so much effort. Chapter 1228. Sky Dragon Area, Dragon Gate. This was the Heavenly Dragon Domain's largest overlord faction, and it was a faction that everyone wanted to join. However, this powerful force wasn't as glorious as it looked. The factions didn't get along well with each other. Today, the competition in the Dragon Gate was on the table. 2 years ago, Ling Qin, the master of the Dragon Gate, had mobilized the Dragon team to help the Xiao family in the mysterious sky area. People of the Divine Bodies faction had accused him of not considering the big picture and damaging the reputation of the Dragon Gate. Anyway, when people from different areas crossed the border, the incipient God Realm experts guarding the territory gates would stop them. Thus, the Divine Bodies faction had seized the chance to criticize Ling Chen's improper way of handling things. Later on, after the Dragon team had returned, someone had fanned the flames and wanted to dismiss Ling Fei from his position as the 5th commander. Of course, the members of the Kim people wouldn't give up their power. However, the Divine Bodies faction had started to spread rumors in the sect. They said that the Kim people were xenophobic and that people who weren't from their clan couldn't be put in important positions. Thus, the atmosphere in the Dragon Gate was foul. Although Ling Qin had used some forceful methods to warn some people, the effect was the opposite of what he wanted. Not only couldn't he quell the rumors, but he also made them more real. Because of this, some people had started to discuss whether they should replace Ling Qin as the master of the Dragon Gate and replace him with someone else. Of course, these people were the founding elders of the Dragon Gate. The founding elders of the Kim people hadn't joined the discussion yet. No matter what they said, as long as the founding elders of the Kim people didn't show up, Ling Qin would never be the master of the Dragon Gate. Unless they thought that they were qualified to go against all the members of the Kim people, it wasn't the time for them to tear off their faces. The reason they were pressuring Ling Fei like this was to get rid of Ling Fei so that they could replace him. As long as they could support the Dragon team, their voice in the Dragon Gate would be more important, and they would be closer to their goal. Coincidentally, something else happened to Ling Fei. he had actually punished an elder in the sect without permission, severely injuring him. When this matter reached the hall, Ling Chen had no choice but to remove Ling Fei. Then, under the suggestion of many elders, he replaced him with a peak divine king from the divine physique faction. Ling Chen's actions showed that his authority and prestige had been seriously challenged. Because of this, Ling Fei was disappointed with what Ling Chen had done. At the same time, he hated the divine physique faction that dared to provoke the Kim people. He was so angry that he returned to the Kim people to cultivate for a long time. He swore that he would never return to the Dragon Gate. When he reached Incipient God Realm, he would go back and teach those people a lesson. Inside the Heavenly Dragon sect, after Ling Fei was captured, the Jin clan's younger generation were all very indignant. They frequently used all kinds of reasons to challenge the Divine Body faction's people. They wanted to let them know who the true ruler of the Heavenly Dragon sect is. Among them, Ling Muxin, Ling Murin, and Ling Yuelu of the new generation stood up to challenge their peers of the Divine Physique faction. With the ancient emperor's divine technique, they could subdue the king god at the same realm. However, when they encountered a low-level godly king by the name of Nie Dao, all three of them were defeated. And because of Nie Dao's appearance, the Divine Physique faction's momentum became incomparably fierce. Eventually, Ling Muxin and the others used their connections to investigate Nie Dao's identity. It turned out that he was the personal disciple of the founding elder of the faction. He was a low-level king god who was only 88 years old. He cultivated the fire element and had a powerful fighting competence. In the Dragon Gate he was invincible at the same realm. Many juniors of the Kim people challenged Nie Dao. He defeated all of them within 10 moves. The momentum of the new generation of the Kim people was in a disadvantageous position. At this moment, two people were preparing to fight in the arena. The surroundings were already crowded with many people. They all wanted to see who was stronger and who was weaker in this battle. And this time, the one who challenged Nie Dao wasn't a junior of the Kim people. It was Chang Haoyou of the middle faction. Chang Haoyou, Ling Murin, Ling Muxin, and the others had all become low-level king gods not long ago. However, Chang Haoyou was a dual elemental cultivator, so his fighting competence was definitely one of the best among the new generation. Back then, Chang Haoyou followed Ling Xiao to the Xiao clan. However, when Ling Xiao went to the Lotus sect, he didn't bring Chang Haoyou along. Instead, Chang Haoyou stayed behind to help them. After the Xiao clan's crisis was resolved, he returned to the Dragon Gate with the people of the faction. However, as soon as he returned to the Dragon Gate, he heard all sorts of things that were unfavorable to the faction master and Ling Fei. In the following months, the new generation of God Kings kept clashing. Although the people of the Kim people had the upper hand in the beginning, the situation took a turn for the worse after Nie Dao appeared. He had already chosen to follow Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao hadn't returned, he could only challenge Nie Dao on behalf of Ling Xiao and destroy the prestige of the Divine Physique faction. However, he had seen Nie Dao in action. He didn't have much confidence in this battle. He only hoped that he could fight Nie Dao to a draw. Nie Dao had an ordinary face. He definitely wouldn't attract any attention in the crowd. However, he had an aura that could easily subdue others. It was as if he was born to be a ruler. When Nie Dao accepted Chang Haoyou's challenge, he already understood all of Chang Haoyou's resources. He knew that Chang Haoyou didn't represent the middle faction, but Kim people's faction. He couldn't help but hate Chang Haoyou a little more. Nie Dao clasped his hands behind his back and said to Chang Haoyou, "You're an outstanding figure, but you're willing to be someone else's subordinate. Don't you feel ashamed?" Chang Haoyou replied, "There will always be people who are born to be leaders, and there will always be people who can only be the leader's shadow. I'm that shadow and I'm not qualified to be a true leader." "That does make sense. Haven't you noticed that I have the temperament of a leader? Come and follow me. I won't mistreat you," Nie Dao said calmly. His tone was filled with an indescribable majesty. There will always be one leader and there will always be one shadow. Chang Haoyou's words made his position clear. "You're so stubborn." Nie Dao snorted. "I'll let you have 10 moves. If you can force me to make a move within 10 moves, I'll consider it your victory." "Arrogant!" Chang Haoyou shouted in shock. A pair of divine swords appeared in his hands. 2 divine lights, one yellow and one green, swept towards Nie Dao. The moment this move was unleashed, the surrounding spectators were all in an uproar. This was the first time they had seen Chang Haoyou make a move after reaching the Divine King realm. The power he unleashed was indeed much stronger than that of an ordinary low-level Divine King. He was truly worthy of being a genius who could be compared to Ling Muxin and the others. However, they were not optimistic about Chang Haoyou's chances. After all, Nie Dao had already won 8 consecutive victories against Kim people's men, and Chang Haoyou's strength should be about the same as Ling Muxin's. If even Ling Muxin couldn't defeat Nie Dao, how could Chang Haoyou possibly win? Sure enough, Nie Dao seemed to have practiced some kind of footwork technique. He relied on his extreme speed to dodge Chang Haoyou's attack. Even though his attack had missed, it did not mean that Chang Haoyou had admitted defeat. He crossed his 2 swords and cut towards Nie Dao at the same time. Several double-colored scissors filled the entire stage, wanting to cut Nie Dao's waist. Nie Dao's expression did not show the slightest hint of panic. His footsteps followed a strange trajectory as he weaved through the scissors. At this moment, Chang Haoyou let out a loud shout and caught up to Nie Dao's figure. His 2 swords were like shooting stars as they slashed towards Nie Dao. He attacked continuously, one move after another. His power was extraordinary. Chang Haoyou took advantage of Nie Dao's underestimation to take him down in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, Nie Dao was like a slippery mudfish. He could always find a flaw in his attacks and avoid them without being able to injure his opponent at all. Earth Prison would spike. Chang Haoyou let out a cry. His yellow divine sword created many earth wall-like attacks that surrounded Nie Dao. His green sword transformed into sharp wooden spikes that pierced towards Nie Dao's head. This was an ultimate move that combined capture and attack. It was breathtaking. Even Nie Dao revealed an expression of admiration for this move. However, it was not enough to injure him. Before the earth wall could envelop him, he had already dodged out of its range. None of the sword lights that came crashing down missed. Chang Haoyou was extremely unwilling to accept this outcome. He had used all of his trump cards, which were absolutely capable of withstanding a peak-level godly king. However, he could not do anything to Nie Dao at all. He suspected that Nie Dao had another wind attribute. Otherwise, how could his speed be so extraordinary? 10 moves have passed. You're going to lose. After Nie Dao dodged Chang Haoyou's most powerful attack, his clothes were finally torn. He let out a cry and used his palm as a saber to attack Chang Haoyou. This saber strike was ferocious. It was like a torrential wave of fire descending from the sky. It was also like the roar of a peerless ferocious beast. Layers of earth radiance appeared on Chang Haoyou's body to defend himself. At the same time, he sent out many more sword lights in an attempt to disperse the fire saber. Unfortunately, when he came into contact with the fire saber lights, he discovered that it was merely a feint. It actually did not contain much power. Oh no! Chang Haoyou knew he had been tricked. He shouted in his heart and increased his defensive power again. However, at this moment, a fire palm ruthlessly smashed towards his chest. Bang! This fire palm was extremely powerful and terrifying. Chang Haoyou's earth attribute defense was directly cracked. His chest took the full brunt of the palm strike and he was sent flying. A mouthful of blood spurted out. When his body landed heavily on the ground, his chest had already caved in. There were still traces of flames burning and dancing. The scorching wound caused Chang Haoyou to scream repeatedly. He had no choice but to use his divine power to forcefully expel the flames from his body. However, this flame seemed to be a type of fire source. He spent a great deal of effort to extinguish it. Many of his ribs were broken. Although his divine power had extinguished the flames, many of his muscles were charred. Blood continuously flowed from his mouth. He looked extremely pathetic. The surrounding people could not bear to see him like this. This Nie Dao was too good at torturing people. What a waste! Nie Dao said disdainfully. After a pause he said, I believe that Ling Zhao's strength is about the same as yours. You're both trash. It seems that I will not be able to find a worthy opponent in the same level as me in the sect. Is that so? Then let this trash fight you. Who knows, maybe you're even worse than a trash. Just as Nie Dao finished speaking, a cold laugh came from not too far away. Chapter 1229. With that, a figure landed beside Chang Haoyou like a gust of wind. He directly grabbed at the flame on Chang Haoyou's body. Whoosh! The inextinguishable flame on Chang Haoyou's body was directly sucked into his palm. No matter how much it burned, it could not harm him at all. Then he made a shocking move and stuffed the ball of flames into his mouth. This was a ball of heavenly fire. Just now, Chang Haoyou had used his divine power to immediately expel it, but this person had grabbed it with his bare hands and even swallowed it. This was indeed rather shocking, but when they thought about the person's identity, they understood. However, after the man appeared, a fairy-like woman floated down. An enchanting fragrance instantly filled the area, causing everyone to look in her direction involuntarily. All the men stared at her, their eyes filled with deep infatuation, while the women all showed looks of envy and jealousy. At the same time they also felt a little inferior. They all secretly praised, "What a beautiful fairy." In the arena, Nie Dao's eyes flashed when he saw the woman. However, this expression only flashed for a moment, and he quickly recovered his composure. It was clear that his temperament was definitely not something that ordinary god kings could compare to. This couple was Ling Xiao and Yun Mingqi, who had rushed back to Dragon Gate from the Profound Sky region. As soon as they returned to Dragon Gate, they heard a lot of news. They even knew that Chang Haoyou was fighting someone, so they immediately rushed over to take a look. They never thought that Chang Haoyou would already be defeated by his opponent. "Haoyou, are you all right?" Ling Xiao asked Chang Haoyou. Chang Haoyou struggled to stand and shook his head. "I won't die yet." "Take it." A healing pill appeared in Ling Xiao's hand and he handed it to him. God-tier pills were not something that regular god kings could easily possess, but Ling Xiao did not lack them. Chang Haoyou didn't hesitate and immediately swallowed it. Then he said to Ling Xiao, "I'm sorry, junior brother. I've embarrassed you." Ling Xiao patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, don't you still have me?" He then glanced at Yun Mingqi and said, "You can leave first, you've stolen my limelight." Yun Mingqi glared at Ling Xiao. "There shouldn't be any problems, right? And this is my territory, what could possibly happen? This is senior brother Chang Haoyou, and this is my wife Yun Mingqi. Alright, you can all leave now." Ling Xiao nodded, then gave a simple introduction to the two of them before letting them leave. However, right at this moment, the surrounding people immediately started jeering. "What are you doing? You're actually interfering with the competition? Has Chang Haoyou admitted defeat yet? If you admit defeat, then hurry up and scram. Junior brother Nie Dao is invincible." "That's right, before Chang Haoyou admits defeat, how can he leave? This is a great disrespect to the rules of the competition. Elder must punish him. Do you even understand the rules of the competition? Hurry up and scram, junior brother Nie Dao still wants to kill Chang Haoyou. He seems to be the new divine alchemist Elder Ling Xiao from 3 years ago. It's best if we don't talk about it. It won't be good if we offend him in the future." Originally, when they saw that Ling Xiao had suddenly broken the rules of the competition, they had been clamoring to punish him. However, when they suddenly recognized Ling Xiao's identity, they immediately covered up their mouths. There was no helping it, as there were only a few divine alchemists in the Dragon Gate. If they offended them now, then they would naturally not give them any face in the future if they ever needed to ask them to concoct pills for them. Before Chang Haoyou left the stage, he finally said to Nie Dao, "You win this battle." He had engraved the feeling of Nie Dao using the origin flame to burn him in his heart. One day he would get back at Nie Dao. However, before that, he was sure that Ling Xiao would definitely help him collect some interest. "You're leaving just like that?" Nie Dao asked indifferently. Chang Haoyou frowned and looked at him. "What else do you want? You guys said that you want to challenge me, so I'll let you challenge me as you wish. But now that you've lost, you want to leave without any sincerity? This is too much of a joke," Nie Dao said. He paused for a moment before continuing, "My request is very simple. Whoever challenges me and loses must loudly announce to the surrounding disciples that they're not strong enough and admit defeat. In the future, whenever I'm around, avoid me." "That's right, if all of you challenge junior brother Nie, then wouldn't that make him exhausted? There's no benefit to defeating any of you, so let's do as junior brother Nie says and admit defeat. That way, junior brother Nie wouldn't have accepted your challenges in vain." Someone immediately followed up on Nie Dao's words. The other disciples from the god system also agreed. "That's right, this request isn't too excessive. Let's see who dares to challenge junior brother Nie so easily in the future. That's right, we should have done this a long time ago. Let's see if some people are shameless enough to challenge us again. In my opinion, junior brother Nie is still too kind. If it were me, I would definitely make him kowtow and admit defeat to vent my anger." "You're right, we should make him kowtow and admit defeat." One by one they began to clamor for Chang Haoyou to kneel down. As for the Kim people, they were all furious, but they couldn't say anything. After all, Nie Dao's request wasn't too excessive. However, for the person who lost, these 3 declarations of defeat were indeed adding insult to injury. He had already lost face, and now he had to admit defeat to his fellow disciples. Wasn't this forcing him to slap his own face? Chang Haoyou's expression became unsightly. If he did this, he would probably be mocked and ridiculed in the future within the Dragon Gate. This would be a huge blow to his confidence and would shake his faith. At this time, Ling Xiao patted Chang Haoyou's shoulder and said, Victory and defeat are common in military affairs. A win is a win, a loss is a loss, there's nothing to be afraid of. Even if you lose this time, as long as you know how to be brave after being humiliated, you can just get back at them next time. No one dares to say that they're invincible, right? Haoyou, go and say a few words to them. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he secretly transmitted his voice. Junior brother will help you get back at them. Ling Xiao's words undoubtedly allowed Chang Haoyou to see his own heart. The words, know how to be brave after being humiliated, gave him a great deal of encouragement and confidence. His expression became comfortable, and then he followed Nie Dao's words and admitted defeat 3 times in a row, as well as avoiding Nie Dao in the future. Chang Haoyou and Yun Mingqi walked down the stage, leaving only Ling Xiao and Nie Dao on the stage. The surrounding people did not disperse, because they all felt that the next battle was about to begin. Grandmaster Ling Xiao, you must help us get back at them. You absolutely cannot let them succeed. Ling Yuelu had seen Ling Xiao's strength before, so she immediately shouted at Ling Xiao. The other Kim people's people also opened their mouths to ask Ling Xiao to defeat Nie Dao and restore the momentum of the younger generation of Kim people. Ling Xiao smiled at Nie Dao and said, I am Ling Xiao. May I ask who this senior brother is? He was very interested in Nie Dao. He could feel that Nie Dao seemed to have a sense of age that did not match his actual age. It was as if the person standing in front of him was not a person who had not even reached 100 years of age, but rather an old fellow who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Nie Dao was also very interested in Ling Xiao. He had long since heard everything about Ling Xiao. A god king who was younger than him and a godly alchemist at that, was definitely the most dazzling new star of his generation. And just now he had heard how he helped Chang Haoyou resolve his inner demons, allowing Chang Haoyou to recover his original heart, so he could not underestimate him. Nie Dao only glanced at Ling Xiao once before ignoring Ling Xiao. He turned around and was about to leave the stage. The surrounding people were stunned. They did not expect Nie Dao to not give Ling Xiao any face at all. The people from the Divine Physique faction were all smiling wantonly, while the people from Kim people's side were all extremely ugly. Nie Dao was too arrogant. No matter what, Ling Xiao was the 6th godly alchemist in Dragon Gate. His status was only inferior to the Gate Master and a few elders. However, Ling Xiao had taken the initiative to greet Nie Dao, and Nie Dao did not even bother to ignore him. This was a direct slap to Ling Xiao's face. The smile on Ling Xiao's face did not change. It was still as amiable and handsome as ever, and he did not feel the slightest bit angry at Nie Dao's actions. Before Nie Dao left the stage, Ling Xiao looked around at the people around him and said, Recently, my fellow brothers and sisters have been actively challenging others to learn from each other so that they can improve their own strength. This is indeed the tradition of the number 1 sect in Dragon Gate. Ling Xiao's words were strange to everyone present. It was supposed to be a fight between the 2 factions, but in his words, it was a friendly competition to improve one's strength. No one understood what Ling Xiao was trying to do. Could it be that he just wanted to prove his existence? Was he just saying these ostentatious words to prove his existence? Ling Xiao then changed the topic. I'm not very talented, but I barely managed to become a limited godly alchemist in the sect 3 years ago and was given the title of a senior inner elder. Perhaps everyone thinks that I, Ling Xiao, only know how to refine pills and that my strength is limited. In fact, everyone might not know this, but I, Ling Xiao, have been given the title, Unrivaled Smiling Gentleman, since I was young. This doesn't mean that I, Ling Xiao, am unrivaled under the heavens, but within the same realm, I, Ling Xiao, am unrivaled. He paused for a moment before continuing, Actually, I don't like this title at all. Not only am I unrivaled among those of the same realm, but I, Ling Xiao, can also defeat those of a higher realm than me. Now, I welcome any fellow disciples of the same realm to challenge me. I'll give a God King pill to whoever defeats me. Arrogant. Who was more arrogant than the other? This was definitely something that could be seen with a single glance. When everyone looked at Ling Xiao's smile, they no longer felt that he was handsome. Instead, they all wanted to beat him into a pig's head. Damn, he actually dared to say such big words. Wasn't he afraid of spraining his tongue? At the same time, they all heard that Ling Xiao was actually so generous as to use a God King pill as a wager. This was simply unprecedented good news. The people of the Divine Physique faction all rubbed their fists and palms together. From the looks of it, all of them wanted to compete with Ling Xiao and win a God King pill. Chapter 1230. A Divine King pill was refined from over a dozen types of origin divine herbs, over 100 types of holy herbs, and many high-rank spiritual herbs. It was also condensed together with an Origin Divine item and a Rank 10 Beast Core. A Divine King pill could allow any Divine King to instantly break through the level barrier and reach another level of strength. A Divine King pill could offset 1,000 years or even 10,000 years of cultivation time for any Divine King. Which Divine King wouldn't be envious? Even the younger generation of Kim people who stood on Ling Xiao's side revealed an extremely eager look. A God King pill. This was definitely a huge bet. They really didn't expect that after Ling Xiao said such arrogant words, he put out such an alluring divine pill. Wasn't this forcing people to go up and challenge him? Nie Dao couldn't help but stop in his tracks and look at Ling Xiao meaningfully. He also didn't expect Ling Xiao to counterattack his rude and arrogant behavior earlier with such an arrogant attitude. At the same time, Ling Xiao's words even mentioned his titles as a divine alchemist and a high-rank elder. This was undoubtedly saying that Nie Dao didn't know how to respect a high-rank elder like him. However, Ling Xiao's words couldn't force Nie Dao to fight him. In the end, Nie Dao still slowly walked down the stage. This was because he already didn't give Ling Xiao any face. If he stayed and competed with Ling Xiao again, it would undoubtedly be slapping his own face. It was better to let others go up and test Ling Xiao's strength first. Arrogance is fine, but I hope he has some actual knowledge and doesn't disappoint me. Nie Dao secretly thought in his heart. Indeed, under the huge temptation, there was finally someone who couldn't resist and jumped up to challenge Ling Xiao. He was an elder of the Divine Physique faction who had already been a low-ranked Divine King for over a decade. His name was Zheng Yimou, and he was proficient in the Dark Attribute. He was also in existence with some fame among those in the same rank. Divine Alchemist Ling, I am Zheng Yimou. May I know what price I have to pay if I lose? Zheng Yimou asked politely with cupped hands towards Ling Xiao. Since the other party had taken out a God King pill as a wager, the wager he was asking for from his opponent would probably not be low either. Therefore, he had to clarify the matter before the competition. Otherwise, if he couldn't take out something comparable to the God King pill, it wouldn't look good on him. My request isn't high. You only need to give me 5 divine materials regardless of their attributes, said Ling Xiao. 5 divine materials, which meant 5 stalks of divine grass or some source divine items. Ordinary God Kings would naturally have a lot of stock in their hands, and they would definitely be able to take them out. Except, compared to the Divine King pill, it was naturally a far cry. Clearly, it was Ling Xiao who was at a disadvantage. Alright, then I'll ask Divine Teacher Ling for guidance, Zheng Yimou said with a hint of joy. Moreover, he was confident that he could defeat Ling Xiao. After all, as Ling Xiao had said, he was only a divine alchemist. Even if he had the strength of a God King, he had probably forcefully increased it with pills. His battle prowess was at most that of an ordinary God King. Come, I, Ling Xiao, have never lost a battle against someone of the same level since my debut. I hope Elder Zheng can let me have a taste of defeat, Ling Xiao said with a melancholy expression. He seemed to have the feeling of Dugu Qiubai. If others were arrogant, he would be even more arrogant. Didn't you, Nie Dao, refuse to give me Ling Xiao face? Then I'll beat you up until you come up on stage again. We'll see who's stronger then. Ling Xiao was right. Ever since his debut, he had never lost to someone of the same level. Let's see if someone could break his record. For the sake of that God King pill, Zheng Yimou chose to take the initiative from the start, and he used his full strength right from the start. The divine saber in his hand slashed out, and several different black ferocious beasts roared at Ling Xiao. Their power was not to be underestimated. The ferocious and sinister pressure coming from the front could scare an ordinary person out of their wits. In the face of this attack, Ling Xiao still had an annoying smile on his face. He actually didn't move at all, as if he didn't care about Zheng Mo's attack at all. Rumble. Zheng Mo's attack landed squarely on Ling Xiao's body. Zheng Yimou knew that Kim people had an abnormal defense, so he didn't dare to be careless. He thought that this attack could defeat Ling Xiao. He continued to rush toward Ling Xiao, planning to attack Ling Xiao at close range. Zheng Yimou had already seen Ling Xiao's figure. The large saber in his hand slashed down at Ling Xiao's head without hesitation. I thought you had some ability, but it seems like you're only SOSO. Zheng Yimou sneered in his heart when he saw that he was about to slash Ling Xiao. Just as his divine saber was about to reach Ling Xiao finally moved. He did something that shocked Zheng Yimou greatly. He actually threw a punch to meet his divine saber. Clang. Zheng Yimou only felt an extremely powerful force hit his divine saber, making a crisp, ear-piercing sound. He realized that his divine saber had been forcefully broken, and the force coming from the saber's hilt instantly sent him flying. He felt like his body was overturned, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His body slammed heavily onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Everyone gasped when they saw this scene. A single punch actually destroyed a divine weapon, and even caused severe injuries to a person. What kind of strength did one need to do that? However, everyone knew that the Kim people's ancient emperor's divine technique was abnormal, but they had never seen any abnormal person reach such a level. At the same time that they were shocked by Ling Xiao's strength, they also thought that Ling Xiao was a godly alchemist, so he should have spent most of his time on alchemy. How could his strength be so abnormal? After Ling Xiao defeated Zheng Yimou with a single punch, the people of Kim people all cried out in surprise as if they had let out a sigh of relief. Granduncle Ling Xiao is mighty. Let them experience the power of our ancient emperor's divine technique. That's right. Other than Ye Dao, who else among them can be on the stage? I don't think it's possible for anyone to get a God King pill. Granduncle Ling Xiao is crazy, but he has the capital. If I were a woman, I would definitely fall in love with him. He's really too handsome. Who's beautiful? Did you see the girl who came with Granduncle Ling Xiao? Only someone with that kind of beauty would be worthy of Granduncle Ling Xiao. The people of Kim people were excited, while the people of the God system were unhappy and disdainful. They felt that Ling Xiao was just lucky. Do you still want to fight? Ling Xiao asked Zheng Yimou, who was barely able to sit up, with a warm smile on his face. Zheng Yimou let out a sigh of relief and shook his head. Then, 5 divine grasses flew out of his spatial ring and flew towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao naturally put them away, then cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for letting me win, Elder Zheng." Zheng Yimou looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression, then nodded to Ling Xiao and left the arena. Ling Xiao looked at the people on the sidelines and said, "Is there anyone else who wants to compete? The God King pill is a divine pill that can help everyone directly reach the mid-level God King stage. If everyone needs a pill, I'm afraid you'll have to contribute a lot to this sect to obtain it, right? There are ready-made pills right now." Ling Xiao's words were full of temptation, causing many people to be envious. Li Shui will fight with Divine Master Ling. A beautiful woman rushed onto the stage and shouted. Li Shui was not a member of the Divine Physique faction, but a member of the neutral faction, so she spoke more politely to Ling Xiao. Other than going on stage for the God King pill, she also wanted to get in touch with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was such a perfect man. Which woman wouldn't like him? Moreover, Li Shui felt that although she wasn't as perfect as the woman from before, she wasn't bad either. There were many people who pursued her in the same sect, but there weren't many that she liked. Now that Ling Xiao had appeared, she felt that he was very suitable for the ideal man in her heart. Ling Xiao also discovered that Li Shui was very good-looking and had a perfect figure. However, he felt that he was already a gentleman, so he would definitely not be easily captivated by any woman's beauty. Therefore he said with a calm smile, "Elder Li, please? I won't be lenient just because you're a woman." Of course, I don't need Divine Master Ling to be lenient." Li Shui let out a sweet-sounding laugh and suddenly attacked Ling Xiao. Li Shui used a rare cold weapon, which was a silver-white whip. As soon as she attacked, the white whip immediately coiled towards Ling Xiao like a spirit snake, accompanied by waves of cold intent. The speed of the white whip was very fast and it was also very powerful. It would not be easy for an ordinary God King to dodge. With Ling Xiao's speed it was easy to dodge. However, this time he still did not dodge. He raised one hand and grabbed the white whip in his hand. Immediately, waves of powerful cold divine power were transmitted from the white whip, and Ling Xiao's arm was instantly frozen. At this moment, Li Shui also flew over to the side, and a vigorous and beautiful leg with a sharp attack kicked towards Ling Xiao's chest. One entanglement, one kick, a continuous chain making it impossible to defend. The people in the middle couldn't help but exclaim for Li Shui. However, just when they thought that Li Shui's kick would definitely hit Ling Xiao's frozen arm suddenly moved. Bang! The ice in Ling Xiao's hand instantly shattered, and the ice shot towards Li Shui. Just as Li Shui was about to kick Ling Xiao, she felt her leg go numb, and the many ice pieces shook her to the point of pain. She knew that Ling Xiao had already counterattacked, so she could only endure the pain and use her powerful force to injure Ling Xiao first. However, she still did not manage to kick Ling Xiao. Both her legs were forcibly grabbed by Ling Xiao's hands. "Get back!" Ling Xiao forcefully flung Li Shui away. Li Shui was shocked. She wanted to forcibly stabilize her body, but she found that the force was too strong and she could not move at all. In the end, she was smashed firmly on the ground. However, she found that she did not seem to have suffered much damage from this smash. Just as she was about to counterattack, she found that a figure had already swept in front of her, and a hand was already clutching her throat. "Elderly, you lost, right?" Ling Xiao bent over and asked Li Shui with a faint smile. Li Shui knew that Ling Xiao had shown her mercy. If she did not know what was good for her, she was afraid that he would be ruthless. She immediately nodded her head and said, "I lost." Chapter 1231. Ling Xiao had won 2 matches in a row, yet he did not go too hard on them. It could be said that he was rather merciful. The people of the Kim people felt that Ling Xiao was really too kind. If those people who had been killed by Ling Xiao heard this, they would probably jump up from the ground and fight them to the death. If Ling Xiao was a kind person, then there would be no evil people in this world. With someone taking the lead to challenge Ling Xiao, there would definitely be more people who coveted the God King pill. They went up to challenge Ling Xiao one by one. In any case, they felt that even if they lost, they would only have to bear with the pain of losing 5 God materials. If they won, they would get a God King pill. It was very worth it. In one day, Ling Xiao defeated 7 low-level God Kings in a row, taking them down with one move. Moreover, these God Kings were not limited to the younger generation. Even elders who had reached the God King level for several hundred years also came up to challenge him. However, none of them could defeat Ling Xiao. The people of the Kim people were all wild with joy. Ling Xiao was their little granduncle. Every match that he won represented the strength of the Kim people. The people of the Divine Body faction became more and more depressed. They hoped that someone stronger could step forward and put Ling Xiao's prestige down. Just as the Divine Body faction planned to send a powerful God King to challenge Ling Xiao announced that the competition for today would end here. They could continue to challenge him tomorrow, but the wager had to be raised. They had to have 10 God materials. The God Kings who had not gone up to challenge him were all depressed. How could he raise the wager to 10 God materials? To a low-level godly monarch, this was definitely a very painful matter. They should really go up to challenge Ling Xiao today. Nie Dao had also witnessed Ling Xiao's performance today. At this moment, there were a total of 5 people by his side. One of them was the Sinjin of Goguryeo, He Gong's disciple He Jiang. He was a peak-level low-level God King. Another one was Yao Meihong with her Wind God physique, a low-level God King. There were also 2 other peak-level low-level God Kings called by Lizzie and Qiu Wuji. The last one seemed to have a higher status than the rest. He could stand shoulder to shoulder with Nie Dao, and his cultivation had already reached the peak-level mid-level God King realm. His name was Sun Jun and he wasn't even 500 years old yet. His cultivation speed was definitely monstrous. The only one who could speak to Nie Dao was Sun Jun. "Junior brother, that kid seems to have some ability." Sun Jun spoke faintly, and his handsome face that seemed like a woman carried a slightly lazy expression. "If senior brother likes him, of course he's not weak," Nie Dao answered with a faint smile. Then he added, "Let's see what level he can reach. When we subdue him, I believe that Kim people's group won't dare to be arrogant anymore. Yes, the older generation can't do anything to them, so they can only start by bullying the younger generation. Perhaps after 10,000 years, there will really be a big change." Go Jun replied softly, his eyes filled with a strong desire for power. He and Nie Dao both had a feeling that didn't match their age. It was because they were the ones who had come back to life by seizing their bodies. This secret wasn't known to many people. They were the disciples of the founding elders in the sect. Their original competence had reached peak King God realm, but they couldn't reach incipient God realm. Eventually they had chosen to cultivate by seizing their bodies. They had chosen newborn babies with better physiques. Seizing their souls meant that they had to cultivate from a young age again. Since they were peak King God realm existences, the difference in levels wasn't a big deal to them. That was why they could reach their current cultivation base so quickly. Their purpose of being reborn was to build a solid foundation to prepare for the breakthrough to incipient God realm. Warriors like them all had great perseverance. Sometimes, some sects would have people who chose to do that, but they were very few. After seizing a baby's body, it meant that they had to give up their original cultivation base. Once they got killed, they wouldn't have a chance to live anymore. However, once they got through it, it would be much easier for them to enter a higher realm when they reached their peak again. It could be said that benefits and risks existed side by side. The key was how they chose to do it. Similarly, since they had been reborn by seizing their bodies, they had the fighting experience of their previous lives and many trump cards to rely on. Of course, they were much stronger than the warriors at the same realm. It was reasonable. Ling Xiao had won 7 battles in a row. He had collected 30 divine grasses and 5 divine items of origin. He was in a good mood. He thought that it wasn't bad to bet on divine items in this kind of competition. Kim people and the other young warriors kept flattering Ling Xiao. Besides being happy for Ling Xiao's victory, they also hoped to leave an impression on their little granduncle so that they could get king god pellets in the future. Ling Xiao returned to his mountain peak. Besides Yun Mingqi, Chang Haoyou, Ling Muxin, Ling Murin, and Ling Yuelu followed him. Everyone tell me what happened in the sect while I was away. Ling Xiao sat on the main seat and glanced at the people around him. Ling Yuelu was the first to jump out and say, "It's all because those people are too arrogant. They actually wanted to replace the sect leader. Later on, they even forced fifth great uncle to give up his position as the commander of the Water Dragon battle team." Ling Xiao didn't expect things to be so serious. He immediately frowned and said, "Tell me in detail." Then Ling Muxin, Ling Murin, and Ling Yuelu told Ling Xiao everything that had happened in the past 2 to 3 years. "These people want to bully our Jin clan because we have no one. They want to take control of the Heavenly Dragon sect. We couldn't stand it, so we challenged them. At first we won more than we lost. Later on, that Nye Dao appeared and we lost." Ling Muxin said with an unresigned expression. "By the way, granduncle, Nye Dao might be a wind and fire cultivator. He was able to defeat us because of his speed and the origin fire seed in his body, which could suppress our metal elemental attacks. Otherwise we wouldn't have lost to him." Ling Murin added, "I've said it before. Victory and defeat are common. Don't let a momentary loss bother you for the rest of your life. Only when you become stronger can everything be solved." Ling Xiao comforted them, then said, "Don't worry, I'll definitely force Nye Dao out. When the time comes, I'll let him know how powerful I am. Not only that, but I'll also let them know that it's better for the Ling family to be in charge of the Sky Dragon sect." Ling Xiao already had a sense of belonging to the Kim people. Moreover, the Kim people treated him well. Moreover, the Dragon Gate was founded by the Kim people. The rest of the people were just hired by the Kim people to join them. Although there was a difference in status between the two, after countless years of development, the Kim people attached great importance to them. They provided them with countless resources and trained them. However, it was difficult to satisfy one's ambition. When one reached a certain level of strength, one would want more, including everything in the Dragon Gate. As the Kim people gradually declined, those people saw hope. They wanted to slowly push out everything from the Kim people and become the true master of the Dragon Gate. As a member of the Kim people, Ling Xiao naturally did not want to see such an outcome. Therefore he had to step forward. Although he could not change the attitude of those people, he could intimidate the younger generation and let them know that the Kim people were not without successors. After Ling Xiao sent Ling Muxin, Ling Murin, and Ling Yuelu away, he brought Yun Mingqi to the main hall to pay a visit to Ling Chen. After all, as an elder of the Dragon Gate, he had to be polite on the surface. Ling Chen's mood had always been unhappy. He had nowhere to vent his frustrations about the matters within the sect. Fortunately, he finally heard a piece of good news today. Ling Xiao had returned and even taught those people's disciples a lesson. It was indeed a great boost to his morale. When he saw Ling Xiao, Ling Chen's mood was already much better. "Greetings, sect master." Ling Xiao greeted Ling Chen. He then pulled Yun Mingqi and introduced her. "This is my wife, Yun Mingqi, an elder of the Lotus sect in the Profound Sky region." "Greetings, sect master of the Dragon Gate." Yun Mingqi greeted. Ling Chen glanced at Yun Mingqi and his eyes immediately lit up. He was surprised that Yun Mingqi's age and cultivation were actually as monstrous as Ling Xiao's. His heart was blooming with joy. Good, I heard from your sister-in-law that you went to find a friend. I didn't expect you to find such an outstanding wife. This is worthy of celebration." Ling Chen excitedly replied. He couldn't help but think that Ling Xiao and Yun Mingqi had both grown up at the same time. Presumably, they would be able to suppress those people to the point where they wouldn't dare to rashly provoke them. Ling Xiao and Ling Chen chatted for a while before Ling Chen gave Ling Xiao a meaningful glance. Ling Xiao understood and had Yun Mingqi go and chat with his sister-in-law, Xiao Jinsai, so that he could speak with the sect master. "I heard about what happened today. You came back just in time." Ling Chen sighed. "They were too arrogant. It's just that the clan doesn't want to reveal our strength." Ling Xiao replied. He had lived in the clan for quite a few days, and he understood that the Kim people weren't as simple as they seemed. They would definitely hide some monstrous geniuses like Nye Dao to turn the tide at a critical moment. "Yeah, I went to see the sect master a few days ago. He wasn't very happy." Ling Chen replied. After pausing for a moment, he added, "Your brother was captured, and he went to lock himself up in a fit of pique. Help me share some of the pressure in the sect. If possible, teach those bastards a good lesson. Of course, you'll have to act within your means. Ling Qin had also been suppressing a lot of his anger. As the sect master, he was truly sullen. I know what to do. It'll probably cause quite a bit of commotion in the future, and will teach them an unforgettable lesson. Sect master, you have to be prepared. When the time comes, don't let others take over, sneered Ling Xiao. He already had quite a few plans in mind. They would definitely be able to salvage the Qin people's reputation and give them some peace. Ling Qin knew that Ling Xiao wasn't an ordinary person. The sect master had already singled him out for special protection. Thinking of Ling Xiao's performance during the ceremony, he was looking forward to seeing how Ling Xiao would help him resolve this situation. Chapter 1232. On the second day, Ling Xiao fulfilled his promise and once again appeared in the arena. All low-level God Kings could challenge him, and if they won they would receive a God King pill. If they lost, they would have to hand over 10 divine objects. This matter spread like wildfire within the Dragon Gate, and almost everyone had heard of it. Those elders who had been stuck at the low-level God King stage for many years were all eager to make a move. Perhaps it was because of the Tenbin problem, or because they had contributed too little, or because of other reasons, they were unable to reach the mid-level God King stage and did not obtain a God King pill. However, Ling Xiao had set up an arena and used the God King pill as a bet, allowing them to see the hope of advancing. Have you heard? Divine Alchemist Ling Xiao is holding an individual challenge. Whoever can defeat him will be able to obtain a God King pill, and the loser will only have to hand over 10 divine materials regardless of rank. Of course I've heard of it. I heard that he even defeated 7 people in a row yesterday. He's truly worthy of being a member of that clan. Even though he's a divine alchemist, his battle prowess is quite extraordinary. I don't care about that. He's just a newly advanced God King. I'm going to challenge him. This old man has been stuck in this realm for more than 3,000 years. If I don't advance any further, then I'll be like this for the rest of my life. Right, I'll give it a try as well. With our low-level perfection realm, I believe that we can defeat him. Hurry up and go. Otherwise, if someone else wins first, then we might not have a share. As the news spread quickly, when Ling Xiao arrived at the arena, there was already a sea of people around him. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with the lively scene. He jumped onto the martial field and waved to the people around him in a very flashy manner, as if he was their idol and the people below were his admirers. Greetings, brothers and sisters. I believe everyone knows why Ling Xiao is standing here. Recently, free challenges are very popular in the sect. Ling Xiao is itching for a fight, so he specially set up an arena here. Whoever can defeat me, Ling Xiao, will get a God King elixir. Whoever loses will give me 10 divine objects. However, the time is limited. Only 10 people are allowed to challenge me every day. First come, first served. If you miss it, you won't have another chance. Ling Xiao bragged passionately like a little criminal. The people below all cried out. Clearly, the rallying power of the God King pill was very great. However, when they heard Ling Xiao say that 10 people were allowed to challenge a day, they all revealed looks of admiration. This was equivalent to a tag team battle. Moreover, was he so confident that he could end the battle quickly? One had to know that if he met someone of similar strength, he might not be able to determine the winner even if he fought for 7 days and 7 nights. When the referee elder announced the start of the challenge, someone jumped onto the martial field impatiently. I'm Wang Long, please enlighten me, Divine Master Ling. A low-level middle success stage God King jumped onto the martial field and shouted. Wang Long was a middle-aged man. He was proficient in the metal element and specialized in spears. Please? Ling Xiao said politely as he waved his body. When his voice just fell, Wang Long instantly reached the unity of heaven and man realm with his golden spear and stabbed straight at Ling Xiao. His speed was extremely fast and his strength was very strong. His strength was close to the peak of low-level God King. The shadow of a flood dragon suddenly appeared, roaring as it charged towards Ling Xiao, causing the surrounding space to tremble incessantly. Anyone who was able to join the Heavenly Dragon sect had great abilities. Even though Wang Long was an unremarkable elder, his battle prowess was not ordinary. But this kind of strength against Ling Xiao, there was no way he could win. Ling Xiao decided to establish his power in the Dragon Gate, so he didn't plan to fight a battle of attrition. Instead, he wanted to end the battle quickly. Just when Wang Long's spear was about to stab him, Ling Xiao shouted and his golden fist met Wang Long's golden spear. An even more powerful peerless true dragon suddenly appeared, making the flood dragon look incomparably humble. A simple and violent attack was always the best way to end a battle quickly. After the golden fist met the golden spear, it directly scattered the flood dragon image and finally broke the golden spear into pieces. Wang Long was shocked and hurriedly abandoned his spear and retreated, but the fist landed on his chest even faster. Wang Long only felt a pain in his chest and his whole body was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. When his body was about to hit the outside of the martial field, he was supported by a soft force and didn't fall heavily. Elder Wang, do you still want to continue fighting? Ling Xiao looked at Wang Long and said calmly. Wang Long was incomparably shocked. Not only did Ling Xiao blast him flying, but he could also immediately appear in front of him without him sensing anything. If the other party wanted to kill him, would he still be alive? This one admits defeat. Wang Long said wholeheartedly, handed over 10 divine materials that he prepared to Ling Xiao, and left the martial field. The people below were all incredibly shocked. They all knew that Ling Xiao was extraordinary, but they didn't think that he was powerful to this kind of degree. No wonder he dared to set up a stage like this to accept challenges. Some divine kings who wanted to try their luck immediately dispelled this idea and didn't dare to go up to challenge. They knew that without reaching peak low-level divine king and without a middle-grade divine artifact, going up would only be embarrassing. Sure enough, the next one to go up was a water attribute peak low-level divine king elder. But this person still wasn't Ling Xiao's match. Regardless of whether it was fist intent, palm intent, or movement technique, Ling Xiao had all reached a profound level. Moreover, he himself was peak low-level divine king. Without reaching the strength of a middle-grade divine king, it would be difficult for them to pose any threat to him. Since he dared to set up a stage, he naturally had the confidence to win. Firstly, he wanted to prove his existence and let everyone in Dragon Gate know about him. Secondly, he wanted to take the opportunity to deal a blow to the Divine Body Faction's people and earn some extra money at the same time. The day passed quickly, and Ling Xiao won every match with a single move. He had won all 10 matches. Such an impressive battle record practically made everyone seethe, especially those true inheritors and inner sect disciples who hadn't become divine kings yet. All of them viewed Ling Xiao as their idol and worshipped Ling Xiao very much. Ling Xiao's limelight instantly surpassed Nie Dao's, making people forget his existence. And among these 10 battles, there weren't any outstanding figures from the Divine Body faction participating, which made Ling Xiao feel a little unsatisfied. The younger generation of the Kim people were proud of Ling Xiao's consecutive victories. The sullenness in their hearts had already been cleanly alleviated. When Ling Xiao won the last battle of the day, he looked at everyone and said, I, Ling Xiao, have said before that I'm the unrivaled smiling gentleman among my peers. Perhaps everyone doesn't believe me, so I've decided to continue accepting everyone's challenges tomorrow. However, the stakes of these challenges will be raised. If I win, I'll have to accept 20 divine materials. I welcome everyone to sign up and defeat me as soon as possible. The low-level divine kings who didn't go up to challenge were all depressed. This guy actually raised the stakes. He was really despicable. He had clearly won, but as if he wasn't afraid that no one would come up to challenge him, he actually raised the stakes. Moreover, his words were simply arrogant to the extreme. He even came up with a flashy nickname, Unrivaled Smiling Gentleman. This was really an eye-opener. What a big tone. I'll definitely fight him tomorrow. At that time, I'll definitely let him have a taste of defeat. A peak-level divine king from the Divine Body faction said indignantly. The others also said indignantly that they would fight tomorrow, but in their hearts they really didn't want to go up. They had all seen Ling Xiao's moves with their own eyes. He could practically defeat any opponent in an instant. They felt that Ling Xiao didn't seem to have used his full strength. His battle prowess was really too freakish. Another day passed and there were still many people coming up to challenge him. Moreover, their strength was clearly much stronger than the previous day. All of them were peak-level divine kings, and there were even a few from the Divine Body faction. However, there were no exceptions. Ling Xiao fought another 10 battles in a row and won them all with one move. Ling Xiao's limelight instantly became the hottest in the Dragon Gate. No matter which faction's big shots, they all started to pay attention to all of Ling Xiao's movements. Nie Dao and the rest also started to pay attention to Ling Xiao. Originally, they had thrown away Ling Xiao's face a few days ago, making him unable to back down. But he really didn't want to back down, setting up a stage to challenge them. Furthermore, he even claimed to be the strongest existence in the same realm. It was really infuriating. Junior brother, if this continues, I'm afraid our plan will be ruined. Sun Jun had a lazy smile on his face, but there was an additional hint of fierceness in his eyes. His strength is indeed beyond my expectations. I'll go and fight him tomorrow. Nie Dao said very calmly. Don't, that will have the opposite effect. You'll fall for his provocation. Sun Jun hurriedly stopped him. After a pause, his gaze fell on the others and he said, the few of you can go up tomorrow. I don't care what method you use, but you must break his record of winning with one move. The others were He Jiang, Yao Meihong, Bailey Ji and Qiu Wuji. They were the strongest among the new generation of divine kings of the divine body faction, and their battle prowess was not something an ordinary peak-level divine king could compare to. Let me do it. Back then he was able to defeat my good-for-nothing junior brother, Wen Tai Lu, when he was at the peak of the Holy Emperor's strength. I will definitely take revenge for this. Not only will I end his record, I will also defeat him. Yi Jiang replied confidently. He knew that Ling Xiao was very strong, but he also had some abilities that others could not hope to match. Otherwise, he would not have caught Nie Dao's attention and followed him. You can't beat him. If you can delay him for 5 moves, we'll consider it your win. Sun Jun said somewhat disdainfully. He Jiang's expression turned ugly, but there was nothing he could do. Nie Dao was much stronger than him and he could only think to himself, just wait and see tomorrow. I'm not someone those people can compare to. He'll just embarrass himself if he goes up. Why don't I go up first and finish him off? I've already tolerated him for a long time. That guy really needs a beating. Bailey Ji said with a cold expression. I'm saying that all of you can go up. Whoever defeats him, I'll give you a reward. Sun Jun said. Let's do as senior brother says. If they all lose, I'll challenge him again in the future. Let's see if that brat really is invincible in the same realm. Nie Dao said indifferently. I think that he's caused such a big commotion, and it won't be limited to just this. Don't overreach yourself. Sun Jun said with some worry. Chapter 1233. In the middle faction, Chang Haoyou could be considered as one of the best among the younger generation. However, he chose to follow Ling Xiao, which proved that he, his master, and the others had already leaned towards the Kim people's faction. In the eyes of outsiders, the middle faction had already shown signs of leaning towards the Kim people's faction. In reality, the middle faction did not change its stance because of Chang Haoyou's defection. As the leader of the middle faction's younger generation, Wu Weiquan was a very cautious person. He followed his master's advice and did not intervene in the battle between the two factions. Only by doing so could he protect himself. After all, the middle faction was the weakest among the 3 factions, but it was also the target of the other 2 factions. As long as the middle faction was willing to join one side, the situation in Dragon Gate would change. Now that Ling Xiao had risen to power, the middle faction had also begun to argue. Senior Wu, that Ling Xiao's strength is really terrifying. He defeated his opponents with one move for 3 days in a row. He has already won 27 battles in a row. He's definitely stronger than Nie Dao. The young man in a blue shirt beside Wu Weiquan said. Wu Weiquan, old Qiu, said angrily, yes, I've seen it. He's indeed strong, but I'm afraid Nie Dao isn't simple either. It's hard to say who will emerge victorious in the end. That's true, but every time Ling Xiao wins, he's very kind to his opponents. He won't force his opponents too far. He sincerely treats them as fellow disciples. Many people feel that it's not a shame to lose to Ling Xiao. Another young man in a white shirt said. He's just trying to win the hearts of the people. However, before he defeats Nie Dao, everything is fleeting. Wu Weiquan said. What about after their battle? Someone else asked. After their battle, they can decide what will happen 10,000 years later. We should also follow the wind and change direction. Otherwise, sooner or later we will be reduced to the most marginal figures. Wu Weiquan said with a complicated look in his eyes. If he was not in the middle faction, he would really want to fight with the 2 top geniuses. It didn't matter if he won or lost, he just wanted to fight. What a pity. It was another cloudless morning and the martial arts arena was still packed to the brim. Those with average strength wouldn't even have the ability to squeeze in and watch. Many girls in the sect kept shouting Ling Xiao's name. Although they couldn't get Ling Xiao's love, it couldn't stop their crazy passion for Ling Xiao. He has already become the Prince Charming of the Heavenly Dragon sect's young women. They like and revere him very much. After all, Ling Xiao's face was even more charming than Nie Dao's. In fact, being good-looking was also a very powerful advantage. Ling Xiao was still waving and greeting everyone on the field, causing the women to scream. Ling Xiao, you're so handsome. I love you to death. Not only are you handsome, but you're also very powerful and strong. You're the type we like. Today you must trample all the challengers under your feet. You are the most powerful and invincible smiling gentleman. Yes, we all support Ling Xiao. It would be great if he could accept me as his maid. Look, he's waving at me and smiling at me. I'm so happy. He must have taken a fancy to me. Why don't you go and die? He's obviously looking at me. The women's craziness made the surrounding men jealous and envious. They really wanted to replace Ling Xiao. They all wanted to be the person who was the center of attention. Unfortunately, they didn't have the strength to do so. After 3 days of challenges, those with average strength didn't dare to rashly go on the stage to compete. Otherwise, they would only be bringing shame to themselves. Moreover, Ling Xiao had raised the wager of his opponent to 20 divine objects, which was not something that ordinary people would be willing to take out. I fought for 3 days and won for 3 days in a row. I'm really disappointed. May I ask if there's anyone at the same level as me who can defeat me? Ling Xiao said with a lonely expression. It was as if he was already standing at the top of the world and was enjoying the feeling of loneliness at the top. No one who heard his words felt that Ling Xiao was sighing with emotion. Instead, they felt that this guy was really good at acting tough. Wasn't he clearly saying that all the god kings at the same level as him had been defeated by him? This guy was really too despicable. Most of them wanted to take him down and teach him a good lesson, but they knew that they didn't have the strength to do so. After a pause, Ling Xiao said again, I know that it's not that you're too weak. Even in the heaven domain, you're all extremely powerful existences. The only reason is that I'm too strong. I'm so strong that even I feel that I'm too strong. So today, I plan to challenge people at the same level as me again. I've decided to take out an additional 500 million divine gems in addition to a God King elixir for whoever can defeat me. Moreover, the person who wins can also ask me to do one thing for him, including refining any divine elixir that I can refine. As soon as Ling Xiao said this, the surrounding people all went into an uproar. They all felt that Ling Xiao had gone crazy from his arrogance. How could he say such a thing? A God King elixir was also within their acceptable range. After all, Ling Xiao was a god pharmacist. Moreover, the 500 million divine gems was probably not something that any low-level god king could take out. Moreover, they had the last condition to ask him to do one thing. This was simply making everyone want to defeat Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao was a god pharmacist. Asking him to do one thing was a great reward. However, most people started to calm down. They knew that since Ling Xiao had said such a thing, the next step would be to increase the stakes. As expected, Ling Xiao began to speak again. Today is the last day to accept challenges, so those who come up are definitely the most outstanding existences of our Dragon Gate. Therefore, the number of people will be reduced to 5. I don't want to be exhausted to the point where I have no combat strength and lose. That would be a very embarrassing thing. In addition, the stakes for those who come up to challenge will also be increased. Apart from giving me 20 divine materials, you only need to give me an additional 100 million divine gems and call me boss when you see me in the future. I like it when people call me that. After a pause, he continued, if everyone thinks that you have the strength and courage, come up. If you win, you'll earn a lot, and if you lose, you won't suffer any losses, right? Ling Xiao's words undoubtedly poured a bucket of cold water on those who wanted to go up to challenge. Indeed, in terms of the stakes, Ling Xiao's offer was much more attractive, while his opponent's offer was much more favorable. However, the key point was that the meaning of calling him boss was not small. Once they called him that, although they wouldn't really treat Ling Xiao as their boss, they would forever be inferior to Ling Xiao. This was even more unbearable than asking them to avoid him. Alright, whoever loses will call the other boss. He Jiang will defeat you. As soon as Ling Xiao's voice fell, He Jiang had already stepped forward impatiently. He had tolerated Ling Xiao for a long time. If it wasn't for the fact that Nie Dao forbade him from going up, he would have gone up to defeat Ling Xiao on the first day. Elder He Jiang, you have guts. I admire you. A trace of recklessness flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes. He thought to himself, you're finally willing to come up? Next, I'll let you know who the real master of Dragon Gate is. If you admire me, then call me boss. I'll protect you from now on. He Jiang was quite good at taking advantage of the situation. Nobody knew where he got his confidence from. Alright, I hope you have the strength to make me call you boss, Ling Xiao replied with a smile. Then he turned to the referee elder and said, Elder, you may begin. The referee elder was also looking forward to the outcome of this battle. He ordered the protectors around him to release the formation and shouted, "The battle begins." Based on the previous 2 days, Ling Xiao would usually let his opponent make the first move before he retaliated. However, he wouldn't do that today. He didn't want to make any mistakes today. This was a huge matter that involved his lifetime of glory. Although he was very confident that he was invincible in the same realm, that didn't mean he would underestimate any opponent. Therefore, when the referee announced the start of the battle, Ling Xiao had already disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already in front of He Jiang. He Jiang sneered, "Do you think you can defeat me just because you have the wind attribute? How naive." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his divine sword at Ling Xiao 8 times. These 8 strikes seemed to be executed at the same time. His speed was indeed a level higher than a peak low-level God King's. The endless torrent of water seemed to be hanging upside down. It was ferocious and majestic. Unfortunately, these 8 powerful strikes all missed. Ling Xiao was no longer in front of him. Before He Jiang could even react, he felt a pain in his back. Then a storm of attacks rained down on him, causing him to scream and vomit blood. Bang bang. To others, this round of attacks happened in just a few blinks of an eye. But to He Jiang it was longer than a year. When he landed heavily on the ground, he felt as if all the bones in his body had been shattered. His organs had all been displaced and ruptured. The pain almost made him faint. It would have been better if he had fainted. Instead, he was in a state where he could not get up from his injuries. His mind was still clear. This was worse than killing him. Sun Jun's words flashed through his mind. "You can't beat him. If you can last 5 moves from him, we'll consider it your win." "Elder He Jiang, can you still fight?" Ling Xiao's voice rang in He Jiang's ears. When He Jiang heard this, he felt his blood boil. He glared at Ling Xiao and tried to struggle to his feet. Unfortunately, he still fainted in the end and lost his ability to fight. "Elder, come and take a look. He must have fainted. He hasn't given me the divine item yet. You have to record his account for me," Ling Xiao said to the referee elder. The elder nodded and went to check on He Jiang's injuries. He couldn't help but gasp. This was the first time he saw Ling Xiao being so ruthless. He Jiang's bones and organs were all shattered. If it wasn't for his divine body, he would have died a long time ago. However, with He Jiang's injuries, even with the help of the divine pill, it would take at least a year and a half to fully recover. "Elder Ling Xiao wins this battle," the referee elder announced. Chapter 1234. Before entering the arena, He Jiang had already made up his mind that he would do his best to teach Ling Xiao a lesson no matter what. This was because he was strong enough to put up a fight even if he were to encounter an ordinary mid-tier God King. He had watched Ling Xiao fight for 3 consecutive days and knew that Ling Xiao could not be judged by common sense. Therefore, he had concentrated and used all his strength from the very beginning. He was prepared to lose too badly even if he were to lose. However, when Ling Xiao's attack came, he did not even have a chance to react before he was blasted into unconsciousness. He was destined to never forget this day's humiliation for the rest of his life. It was also this battle that completely ruined his life. It was destined that he would never be able to ascend to a higher realm. After the result was announced, the way everyone looked at Ling Xiao changed. Previously, they had felt that Ling Xiao's arrogance was somewhat approachable. However, that feeling was no longer the case now. Instead, his arrogance was accompanied by ruthlessness. Anyone who was targeted by him would feel goosebumps all over their body. One of the last 5 battles of the day, Ling Xiao had instantly won the first battle. This battle had completely shocked everyone's understanding of Ling Xiao. None of them dared to challenge him recklessly. However, as the representative of the Divine Body faction, they could not allow themselves to be suppressed by Kim people's people. They had to give a strong response and defeat Ling Xiao. Then, no one in the younger generation would dare to oppose them. The future of the Dragon Gate would belong to them. At this moment, everyone's eyes looked in the direction where Nie Dao and the others were standing. Perhaps only he could cause some trouble for Ling Xiao. "I'll go." A short blade appeared in Bai Liji's hand, and he revealed a ferocious look like that of a wild beast. "You can go, but you must not be careless. I don't expect you to win, but you must exhaust his energy. You can't be as useless as He Jiang," Sun Jun instructed solemnly. Just as Bai Liji was about to step up, Nie Dao said, "Let me go. He came here today to fight me. If anyone else goes up, I'm afraid the result will be the same. No, if you want to beat him, you have to do it cleanly and directly. So let Aji and Wuji go up first." Sun Jun's eyes flashed with craftiness. He believed that Nie Dao might be able to defeat Ling Xiao, but it would definitely be a fierce battle. Even if Nie Dao won in the end, it would probably be a Pyrrhic victory. Therefore, to be on the safe side, it was better to exhaust Ling Xiao's divine energy first. Nie Dao still wanted to say something, but Bai Lizzie had already leaped onto the stage. Bai Lizzie didn't waste any time talking to Ling Xiao. He directly used his ability to refine the essence blood of some strange beast, causing his power to become terrifying. Bai Lizzie's transformation could be called beastification. It was a little similar to Xian Shuai's transformation, but it wasn't as high level as Xian Shuai's. That was because when Xian Shuai used his ability, his consciousness would be very clear. However, Bai Lizzie was like a ferocious beast. He didn't have any intelligence and he didn't have any thoughts. All he had was a thick bloodlust. When he saw this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. The heaven domain really had all kinds of abilities. Bai Lizzie seemed to have turned into a ferocious leopard. He roared at the sky and pounced at Ling Xiao. The dagger in his hand had already disappeared, and a pair of ghostly claws had appeared in his hands. They carried an incomparably sharp intent as they clawed at Ling Xiao's face. There was no need to doubt that if Bai Lizzie's claws grabbed him, his face would definitely be injured and his brain would be crushed. For the first time, Ling Xiao felt a trace of pressure. Bai Lizzie's speed and power had already reached the height of a mid-tier god king. He was much stronger than a low-tier god king. Moreover, his ghostly claws were mid-tier god artifacts. Ling Xiao wasn't confident that he could shatter them in one move. Just as the ghostly claws were about to grab him, Ling Xiao's body bent backwards. It was as if he had formed an arch bridge. He cleverly dodged Bai Lizzie's attack. At the same time, he kicked at Bai Lizzie's lower abdomen. Bang! Bai Lizzie was kicked into the sky. Ling Xiao's body also shot up like a bow. He caught up to Bai Lizzie and kicked him dozens of times. A series of muffled sounds rang out in the sky. Bai Lizzie had taken all of Ling Xiao's kicks. However, just when Ling Xiao thought that Bai Lizzie had no more strength to resist, that guy actually pounced at him again. Mad Leopard 8 pounces. Bai Lizzie's eyes were filled with a strong sense of bloodthirst. He split into 8 leopards, each of which pounced at Ling Xiao from 8 different directions. Every leopard carried a force that could split a mountain, causing the defensive runes on the stage to tremble incessantly. Although Ling Xiao's speed was unparalleled, it was difficult for him to dodge the 8 huge leopards surrounding him. However, with his strength, did he even need to dodge? Ling Xiao sneered. Even if you become a real leopard, you're still just a beast. How can you compare to me, a prince of heaven? As soon as Ling Xiao's voice fell, a dazzling golden light burst out of his body. A peerless dragon instantly surged out from behind him. The dragon roar that shook the heavens and earth instantly shattered the 8 fierce leopards. At that moment, the peerless dragon rushed at Bai Lizzie. Boom! Boom! A golden light instantly filled the martial arts arena. Everyone could only see a golden dragon wreaking havoc in the arena. After a long time, the golden dragon finally gradually dissipated. An elegant figure stood in the air, looking extraordinary. In a corner of the martial arts arena, there was a sorry figure that was twitching non-stop. He kept spitting out blood and the clothes on his body were completely tattered. His body had become a bloody mess, and one could even occasionally see many eerie white bones, causing people to feel extremely disgusted and frightening. I think he has lost. Ling Xiao said to the elder referee calmly. The judge's expression changed several times. He didn't understand why Ling Xiao had beaten his opponent in the previous 3 days. Even if he had won, he wouldn't have been so heavy-handed. But in these 2 battles, Ling Xiao had beaten his opponent to the point where he didn't even have the slightest strength to resist. Could it be that he had wanted people to be careless in the past 3 days, and now he was showing his true colors? The answer was correct. Ling Xiao had already sent people to investigate the people around Nie Dao. These people represented the Divine King's faction. They were the people that the Kim people needed to intimidate the most. Therefore, Ling Xiao would not care about their feelings. He would beat them to death so that they would know fear in the future. They would know that the people of the Kim people were not so easily bullied. When the referee announced Ling Xiao's victory again, Ling Xiao swept his gaze over the crowd and said, "Everyone, don't worry. I will definitely treat my friends sincerely and will not hurt them. However, when it comes to enemies who want to hurt me, I can only use my actions to prove that they can't hurt me. Only by beating them until they are afraid will they be afraid when they see me in the future. Of course, I'm not saying that the 2 elders are my enemies. I'm just making an analogy. I hope that all the brothers and sisters here can be friends with me and not enemies. If that is the case, I Ling Xiao will treat all of you with sincerity. The people who were swept by Ling Xiao's gaze felt a chill run down their spines. Ling Xiao's words had undoubtedly made his position very clear. That was, if the Kim people were friends, nothing would happen to them. If they were enemies of the Kim people, they would definitely not be soft-hearted. If someone else had said this, they might not have cared. However, after witnessing Ling Xiao's strength, they felt that Ling Xiao was absolutely qualified to say this. Many people were thinking whether they should interact more with the people of the Kim people in the future. The expressions of the people of the Divine Physique faction became extremely ugly. They knew that if they did not stop Ling Xiao's arrogance, it would be difficult for them to raise their heads in the sect in the future. His methods are too ruthless. He's killing his fellow disciples. Someone has to punish him. Yes, referee elder, quickly propose to the elders' council to expel this kind of person from the sect. There are rules in the sect that fellow disciples are not allowed to kill each other. He is openly violating the rules. How can we expel him from the sect? We also want to abolish his cultivation. It is too cruel. That is true, but this is a challenge. Damage is inevitable. He did not kill anyone, so he did not violate the rules. Some of the people of the Divine Physique faction were already angry. However, they could only shout from below the stage. No one paid them any attention. In an open challenge, as long as no one died, no one violated the rules of the sect. Therefore, what they were shouting was just nonsense. Who is next? Come on up, don't waste time. It's okay if you are afraid. It proves that my reputation as the invincible smiling gentleman is not just for show. Ling Xiao cast his gaze in the direction of Nie Dao and the others. His tone was full of provocation. He then added, there are still 3 spots left. If you think that one of you can't defeat me, you can come at me together. In an instant, everyone was in an uproar. They looked at Ling Xiao and did not know how to express their opinion of him. He was really arrogant, domineering, and powerful, but he had the capital to do so. Meihong Wuji, you two go together. Sun Jun seemed to be Nie Dao's military advisor as he gave the order to the 2 of them. Yao Meihong had the Divine Wind body, while Qiu Wuji had the Divine Wood body. Both had the ability to fight above their cultivation level. When the 2 of them attacked together, an ordinary mid-level Divine King would not be able to withstand it. However, both of them were defeated miserably. In just 3 moves they had no combat strength left. Ling Xiao was like a god of war. He stood there majestically and no one dared to look at him directly. It seems that no one can suppress him except for me, Nie Dao said faintly. Finally, without waiting for Sun Jun to speak, he flew up the stage. Because there was only 1 spot left, if he did not go up, no one else would. Ling Xiao had been arrogant for so long. It was time to end this game. Chapter 1235. Nie Dao finally stepped onto the stage. After Ling Xiao won 28 consecutive battles and defeated 29 people, he finally had no choice but to step onto the stage. It could be said that he had ignored Ling Xiao previously, but now he was forced to step onto the stage by Ling Xiao. It was a little contradictory. I admit that you are qualified to step onto the stage. Nie Dao calmly looked at Ling Xiao and said. He paused for a moment before continuing, I really can't bear to destroy such an outstanding young man like you. Follow me, I believe that this is the wisest choice for you. Ling Xiao's expression stiffened slightly. Then he revealed an extremely shocked expression and said to the judge, Elder, do you know him? Could it be that he is our gate master and wants me to follow him? Or is he crazy and spouting nonsense? Ling Xiao looked very innocent as if he really didn't know Nie Dao. He really didn't know Nie Dao because when he went up to get to know Nie Dao didn't even pay attention to him. Therefore he really didn't know Nie Dao. He only remembered him. Of course, Ling Xiao remembered him because Ling Xiao was a very vengeful person. Whoever offended him, he would definitely pay back tenfold. And this pitiful child, Nie Dao, was undoubtedly being humiliated by Ling Xiao's sharp words, and he didn't know how to refute. You want me to follow you? Are you the gate master? Indeed, in the entire Dragon Gate, the gate master was the one in charge here. Everyone was following him and listening to his arrangements. So, Nie Dao, by saying this, you are undoubtedly swearing that you are the gate master of Dragon Gate? Nie Dao naturally didn't dare to admit this, at least not now. Nie Dao's face turned green, and the faces of the Divine Body faction members below the stage also turned green. Ling Xiao's words were simply too much of a bully. Nie Dao took a deep breath and said, You're good with words, but you'll have to pay a higher price. Ling Xiao curled his lips and said, Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and tell me your name. This is the last spot. Don't waste everyone's time. If you want to talk nonsense, then please go down and say it. I don't have time for you. I still have to finish my job. This time, Nie Dao tactfully kept his mouth shut. He was afraid that if he continued to speak, he would go crazy before he even started fighting with Ling Xiao. If you want to fight, then tell me your name. If you don't, then get lost. Ling Xiao shouted again when he saw Nie Dao's silence. Remember, my name is Nie Dao, the one who defeated you today. Nie Dao replied with a slight frown. A lot of people have said the same thing, but I'm still standing here. Ling Xiao said contemptuously. Then he said to the referee elder, you can start. As soon as the referee's voice fell, the battle did not start as usual. The two of them stood facing each other. Neither of them made a move, as if they were locked in an endless staring contest. The two of them looked at each other. In their eyes there was only their opponent and nothing else. The surrounding people also quietened down, and no one made the slightest sound. 2 hours. 4 hours. When the 6th hour came, there was finally some movement. Bang bang. The space between the two of them exploded, producing a series of dull sounds. In the end, the two of them took 2 steps back at the same time. It seemed like they were evenly matched in their first exchange. Ordinary people would not be able to tell how the two of them had fought. However, those who were knowledgeable would know that the two of them had already started fighting with their minds. It was just that the winner had not been decided yet. Very strong, but he should be an old guy. Ling Xiao thought to himself. In the first test, he seemed to have sensed that Nie Dao was a cultivator who could steal his body. Nie Dao also understood that Ling Xiao was much stronger than he had imagined. He was an opponent worthy of him taking seriously. The warm-up is over. Let's begin. Nie Dao said faintly. He raised his hands and 2 flaming sabers instantly formed above his palms. The flaming sabers were abnormally agile and realistic. They were formed by a kind of heavenly flame. Ordinary divine bodies would find it difficult to expel them. The evil demon pearl in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness showed signs of agitation. However, he forcefully suppressed it and calmed it down. Nie Dao made his move. He used his palms as a saber and used his saber skills to stir up the arena. The entire arena was filled with saber lights. The entire place was bright red, and the temperature rose significantly. Swoosh swoosh. Countless rotating saber lights flew around, slicing the air into nothingness. The saber lights had not yet arrived, but they could already feel the chill in their bodies. The power of Nie Dao's move had already reached perfection. It was not something that an ordinary mid-level god king could withstand. Ling Xiao sneered and said, just now, I broke your move in your mind. As his voice fell, Ling Xiao's fists turned bright red. Fist after fist light blasted out. Every punch contained a torrential fist intent, and the saber lights were smashed into pieces. Boom boom boom. The saber lights shattered and the fists shattered. Blazing flames flew everywhere. At this time, Nie Dao took the opportunity to enter the flames. He charged toward Ling Xiao with his movement skills. He was a dual elemental cultivator of wind and fire. After 2 lifetimes, he had already comprehended concepts to a profound level. This was also the reason why he was victorious in every battle. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao also had the same elemental and concept as him. Moreover, Ling Xiao had 3 additional elemental attributes. Hence, Nie Dao's advantage was no longer an advantage. He could deal with others, but he could not deal with Ling Xiao. It was fire against fire, fists against saber. The collision of concepts made this battle extremely intense and exciting. The cheers of the people around them continued to stack on top of each other. The Kim people hoped to see Ling Xiao win, the Divine Body faction hoped for Nie Dao to win, and the neutral faction hoped for the final outcome. After a round of attacks, the two of them separated once again. No one could tell who won and who lost. Don't the Kim people only have metal elemental abilities? You're an anomaly. Nie Dao looked at Ling Xiao and said calmly. We Kim people don't have such a rule. However, if you want me to use metal elemental divine power to defeat you, it's possible. Don't think that fire can really subdue metal. Ling Xiao replied. Is that so? Then let's see if you have the ability to do so. Nie Dao said as a saber appeared in his hand. The saber had a very unique appearance and looked very cool. It had a dense fire elemental energy, giving off an invisible pressure. This was a high-tier divine weapon called the Felling Flame Saber. It was the weapon that Nie Dao had used in his 2 lives. The saber had already developed a weapon soul, and it had the possibility of becoming a top-tier divine weapon, or even an ancient celestial weapon. Nie Dao's temperament had changed as he held the Felling Flame Saber. He seemed to have turned into a peerless swordsman, and there was only the saber in his eyes. His movements, everything about him had become unfathomable. The moment before Nie Dao attacked, Ling Xiao had already realized that Nie Dao might have comprehended the realm of swordsmanship to perfection. Otherwise he would not have such a feeling. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, a huge flaming saber slashed through the air. Countless spaces were immediately shattered, and a long crack was torn open. The blazing fire was extremely frightening. Ling Xiao no longer hid any of his strength. He activated the ancient emperor's divine technique to the extreme, and his combat strength was tens of times higher. The golden dragon spear had already appeared in his hand. Brr! He roared, and his entire body met the huge saber head-on. The golden dragon spear swept horizontally, and the saber radiance collapsed. However, just as the saber radiance dissipated, a series of saber radiance continued to slash down. Every saber radiance contained a divine might that could split the heavens and split the earth. It was terrifying. This power had already reached perfection in the realm of saber intent, and it already gave Nie Dao the power to shake a peak mid-tier god king. However, Ling Xiao's battle prowess was also not inferior to that of a peak mid-tier god king. In fact, he might even be slightly stronger. Ling Xiao brandished the tyrant dragon spear art, causing numerous golden dragons to appear, and the many flaming saber radiance roared and dissipated. The two of them continued to exchange blows, and their power was constantly circulating to the extreme, causing the defensive light barrier on the stage to shake incessantly. The spectators were all dumbfounded. They had seen what it meant to be a monstrous genius within the same cultivation level, and these two people were the kings of monstrous geniuses. Their battle prowess was too abnormal. Apart from clashing in terms of power, the two of them were also competing in terms of movement techniques. Whoever could raise their speed to the maximum would be able to seize the initiative and defeat their opponent. At this crucial moment, Nie Dao seemed to show a trace of weakness, and his power dropped slightly. Ling Xiao's eyes twitched, and he immediately seized this opportunity to stab at Nie Dao with all his might. However, just as he was about to stab Nie Dao, Ling Xiao had a bad feeling. Lose for me. Suddenly, another voice rang out beside Ling Xiao, and a powerful saber radiance attacked him. Ling Xiao had no choice but to turn around to block it. However, Nie Dao, who was in front of him, laughed coldly and attacked Ling Xiao again. The two attacks from two different directions had already caused Ling Xiao to lose his focus. Just as Nie Dao was about to injure Ling Xiao, there was another change. Nie Dao's saber energy was blocked by another Ling Xiao, and Nie Dao was sent flying. How is this possible? Nie Dao spat out a mouthful of blood from the impact. At this moment, all the divine light had disappeared, but there were two more figures in the arena. There were two Nie Daos and two Ling Xiaos. This was inconceivable, because the two additional figures were also existences with flesh and blood, and did not seem like spiritual clones at all. Nothing is impossible. You have a spiritual soul and so do I. Furthermore, my spiritual soul is stronger than yours. You will definitely lose this battle. Ling Xiao looked down at Nie Dao and said coldly. He had long guessed that Nie Dao was a cultivator who could steal his body. With his spiritual soul, he could sense that Nie Dao's spiritual soul was different from ordinary people. Even though he had hidden it very well, he could not escape Ling Xiao's senses. Just now, Nie Dao had used his spiritual soul clone to lure Ling Xiao, and then used his real body to injure Ling Xiao and defeat Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, he had still underestimated Ling Xiao. Therefore, the outcome of this battle was already decided. Chapter 1236. Nie Dao had already overestimated Ling Xiao. He also felt that it would not be too difficult for him to deal with Ling Xiao given his various methods. This was because he had watched Ling Xiao's previous matches. His movement technique's intent realm was only at the rudimentary stage, and the reason why he could defeat his opponent in one move was because of his speed and Kim people's ancient sovereign divine technique. However, when he clashed with Ling Xiao, he realized that Ling Xiao's intent realm was not inferior to his. This made it impossible for him to completely suppress Ling Xiao. He began to look at Ling Xiao in a different light. However, this was not enough to make him lose his composure. He was still confident that he could deal with Ling Xiao. Therefore, he had purposely revealed an opening to Ling Xiao so that Ling Xiao would fall into his trap. Then he would use his divine soul avatar to launch an attack. However, the real killing blow would still be on his real body. Just when he thought that everything was perfect, he did not expect that Ling Xiao also had a physical body and a divine soul. Moreover, he had directly injured his real body. Waves of shock surged in his heart. The strength of Ling Xiao's divine soul was actually much stronger than his. His physical body and divine soul were only at the level of a mid-level god king, while Ling Xiao's divine soul was already at the level of a high-level god king. Was there any suspense left in this battle? Nie Dao was indignant. How could he lose this battle? If he lost, then the younger generation of the divine body faction would be completely suppressed by Ling Xiao. In the future they would have to wait even longer, or perhaps they would not have another chance. Nie Dao's real body and his divine soul avatar unleashed all their trump cards. They were going to fight Ling Xiao with all their might. However, it was all in vain. 1 move, 2 moves, 3 moves. Ling Xiao had allowed him no less than 100 moves, but he still could not touch Ling Xiao's divine soul avatar. On the other hand, Ling Xiao had only used a single move to heavily injure Nie Dao and his divine soul. How is this possible? How can Ling Xiao be so powerful? His flesh and soul have already reached the level of a high-level god king's divine force. Sun Jun, who had always been calm, had a face full of shock. He was currently at the peak of mid-tier god king realm, but he hadn't condensed his flesh, blood, and divine soul like Nie Dao. If Nie Dao were to fight him with his life on the line, he wouldn't be able to win easily. However, Ling Xiao had actually sent Nie Dao and his divine soul flying with a single move. Didn't this prove how terrifying Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger was? His face was extremely pale. He knew that everything had been decided. Nie Dao was going to lose for sure. Everyone from the younger generation of divine soul had been defeated. The expressions of those from the divine physique faction were extremely unsightly. They knew that as long as Nie Dao was defeated, who else in their generation could compete with Kim people in the future? As for those from the Kim people's faction, they were all ecstatic. They continuously cheered for Ling Xiao, feeling proud of Ling Xiao in their hearts. As for those from the middle-tier faction, they had already quietly moved towards the Kim people's side. Trash, is this all you've got? Back then, you were disdainful of me, so I thought you were very powerful. Ling Xiao's flesh, blood, and divine soul returned to his sea of consciousness as he roared. Nie Dao glared at Ling Xiao with bloodshot eyes and roared, "Impossible! The one who will lose will be you." He and his divine soul doppelganger erupted with all their strength at the same time. 2 divine sabers slashed towards Ling Xiao with the most perfect saber technique. The terrifying energy brought a long torrential rage as it filled the entire martial stage. That boundless energy was enough to annihilate any low-level peak stage god king or even a mid-level god king. Everyone could feel the cold, murderous intent. Nie Dao was so angry that he almost fainted. He actually wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sneered, "You want to kill me? Then you must pay a price that you will never forget." Ling Xiao erupted with all his strength. All the moves of the Tyrant Dragon Spear art squeezed towards Nie Dao and his divine soul doppelganger. At the same time, numerous soul-binding chains accompanied the energy and headed towards Nie Dao's divine soul doppelganger. Rumble. A series of terrifying attacks intersected with each other. Countless flames flew everywhere, and golden dragons roared as they surged. The shocking explosions drowned out the screams of agony, making it impossible for anyone to hear. No one knew who had the upper hand in the process of the battle. However, they had already guessed that the one standing at the end was undoubtedly Ling Xiao. Indeed, everything was as they had expected. The one standing at the end was undoubtedly Ling Xiao, and the one lying on the ground was Nie Dao. Surprisingly, although Nie Dao was in a sorry state, there were no fatal injuries. They couldn't help but suspect that Ling Xiao had shown mercy. Lost. Nie Dao still lost. That Ling Xiao is too strong. Yes, although I always thought that Ling Xiao was strong and that he should be stronger than Nie Dao, after witnessing it with my own eyes, it felt so real. I really don't know how strong he will be when he grows up. It's really too scary. Yes, the invincible smiling gentleman's nickname is not just for show. It seems that no one in the Sky Dragon territory is a match for him at the same level. In the entire Heaven territory, I'm afraid the number of people who can fight him can be counted on one hand. No, not just those at the same level, but even those who are a level higher than him can hardly be a match for him. Haven't you noticed how terrifying his body and soul are? Yes, it seems that he won't face any bottlenecks in the God King realm. I'm afraid that he will become a high-level God King within 1,000 years. How enviable. Nie Dao crawled up from the stage. His eyes flashed with a dazed look for a split second before returning to normal. You lost, didn't you? Ling Xiao asked Nie Dao. Nie Dao walked up to Ling Xiao in a few steps and did something that shocked everyone. "Yes, boss, I lost." Nie Dao knelt on one knee in front of Ling Xiao and replied sincerely. Everyone was stunned by this scene. They couldn't imagine that the arrogant Nie Dao would kneel without any dignity. This was unacceptable, even for those from Kim people's faction. However, the truth was right in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. "Junior brother Nie, what are you doing? Get up at once." Sun Jun couldn't stand it anymore and yelled at Nie Dao. Nie Dao looked back at Sun Jun and said, "I admit defeat. Since I, Nie Dao, dared to accept the challenge, I'm already prepared to lose. Divine Master Ling is stronger than me. I admit defeat." "You'll drive Master crazy. Even if you admit defeat, you don't have to kneel to him." Sun Jun was so angry that he almost couldn't speak. He couldn't believe that the person in front of him was his arrogant junior brother, the successor that his master thought most highly of. "This is my business, it has nothing to do with you," Nie Dao replied coldly. Following that, he took out the divine materials and divine crystals and handed them to Ling Xiao respectfully. Ling Xiao took them and said to the judge elder, who was in a daze, "Can you announce the result now?" The judge elder smiled bitterly and cursed in his heart. "You still want to announce the result when it's like this? This is too much." Out of helplessness, he announced that Ling Xiao had won and prepared to leave the arena. However, Ling Xiao stopped him and said, "Elder, you've worked hard these few days. This is your reward." With that said, a divine pill appeared in front of the judge elder. Divine King Pill. The judge elder looked at the pill and exclaimed, "Exactly. I hope elder doesn't mind." Ling Xiao said very sincerely, This isn't too good, right? It's too valuable." The judge elder swallowed his saliva and said, he was only at the peak of low-level divine king. With his talent, he was almost at the same level. If he didn't have any special encounters, he wouldn't be able to advance any further. Of course, he was extremely eager to get a divine king pill. However, the contribution points required for each divine king pill was too high. It wasn't something that he could get even if he wanted to. Yet, Ling Xiao actually gave him a divine king pill. This was simply unbelievable. At the same time, he was extremely excited and couldn't wait to receive it immediately. "Take it. As long as I have the materials, I don't lack this." Ling Xiao took the pill out of the elder's hand and didn't seem to care at all. The judge elder took it and looked at Ling Xiao gratefully. Then he bowed to Ling Xiao and said, "Thank you, Divine Master Ling. If you need anything in the future, please let me know." After saying that, he left the arena excitedly. As for the surrounding divine kings, they all swallowed their saliva. They never thought that the elder would actually obtain a divine king pill after being a judge for Ling Xiao for a few days. This kind of luck made them go crazy with jealousy. At the same time, their minds began to race. If they could curry favor with Ling Xiao, would Ling Xiao also bestow them with divine king pills? Thus, after the judge elder left, cheers rang out incessantly. All of them were praising Ling Xiao's strength and straightforwardness, as if they couldn't wait to kneel in front of Ling Xiao and be willing to be his servant. Ling Xiao had Nie Dao stand up, then he looked at everyone below the arena and said, "Everyone quiet down." After waiting for everyone to stop cheering, Ling Xiao continued, "We're all fellow disciples of the same sect, so we should love and help each other. We shouldn't kill each other. It's just that everyone has forgotten the rules of the sect and is constantly attacking our fellow disciples. This is really painful to watch. Everyone thinks that our Dragon Gate is the strongest sect, but in reality we spend most of our time fighting each other. This is the most foolish behavior." He paused for a moment before continuing, "I've been to the Profound Sky region for the past 3 years, and I've heard that our Dragon Gate is ranked above the Black Tortoise sect. However, I've exchanged blows with their divine kings of the same generation. Their strength is far above yours, and their young sect master's strength is even close to defeating me. You can imagine how strong they are. Moreover, they're all rather united, and they're willing to sacrifice their lives for their fellow sect members. This is something that I respect. I hope that all of our fellow disciples and sisters in Dragon Gate will be like them, and work hard to cultivate, be united, and love, and bring glory to our Dragon Gate." Ling Xiao's words were undoubtedly very emotional, causing everyone to ponder for a moment before they all cried out in surprise, "Bring glory to our Dragon Gate! Bring glory to our Dragon Gate!" Chapter 1237. Their ear-splitting voices reverberated throughout the Dragon Gate. Most of them were divine kings of the younger generation, and they all had a collective sense of glory. When they heard Ling Xiao say that the people of the Black Turtle sect were actually stronger than them, they couldn't accept it. After all, the Dragon Gate was ranked above the Black Turtle sect in the Heaven Domain, so they naturally thought that they were stronger than the people of the Black Turtle sect. However, when Ling Xiao said it so confidently, they couldn't help but think, could it be that we are really inferior to them? No. This is absolutely impossible. They didn't want to admit it, so they all cried out in surprise. They wanted to arouse the hidden competitive factor in their hearts. At this moment, they forgot which faction they belonged to, and only remembered that they were all members of the Dragon Gate. All of this was seen by those who were observant, and they all realized that the future of the Dragon Gate was going to change again. Ling Xiao was very satisfied and left the arena. However, it didn't mean that his actions were over. He still had another plan that needed to be completed. In the main hall of the Dragon Gate, Ling Chen looked at Ling Xiao and was already very happy. With Ling Xiao suppressing the younger generation of the Divine Body faction, he believed that they would be well behaved for a while. As for the older faction, it was up to Ling Chen to deal with it. Little brother Xiao, I really don't know how to praise you. What you did was too exciting. Ling Chen looked at Ling Xiao and praised him. This is just something that I can do. Ling Xiao didn't look too excited. To be honest, fighting with someone at the same level as him was like an adult fighting with a child. It didn't arouse him at all. No matter what, Big Brother owes you a favor. Later, if you need any divine materials, I will try my best to satisfy you, Ling Chen said. Ling Xiao laughed and declined to comment. Then he said, Sect Master, I have a method to resolve the internal strife in the Heavenly Dragon sect. I wonder if you want to hear it? What did you say? You really have a way? Ling Chen exclaimed. The infighting in Dragon Gate had been going on for a long time. Even he, the Gate Master, couldn't do anything about it. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could do it. However, from what Ling Xiao had done in the past few days, he felt that he might have a brilliant plan. I want to hold an alchemy competition, Ling Xiao said with certainty. An alchemy competition? Ling Chen was puzzled. Then Ling Xiao told Ling Chen his plan. Ling Xiao only did this in hopes of helping Ling Chen resolve his urgent situation. At the same time, he wanted to establish his prestige in the sect so that his people could stay in the Heavenly Dragon sect with peace of mind. At that time, he could think of a way to return to the Shenling continent and bring his people over to live and cultivate. After listening to Ling Xiao's plan, Ling Chen showed a very worried expression and said, This? Are you really sure that you can beat them all? If I wasn't sure, I wouldn't have brought it up. Believe me, this is the only way to make more people stand on our side. At that time, even if they want to fight among themselves, they will have more considerations, Ling Xiao said very seriously. Okay, I will definitely make this happen. Even if someone comes out to stop me, I will make them shut up. Ling Chen made up his mind. And then it's up to Sect Master. I will first bring Mingqi back to pay my respects to Patriarch. When the time is set, you can inform me. Ling Xiao replied. Looking at Ling Xiao's leaving figure, Ling Chen couldn't help but praise in his heart. With such a son in my clan, there is no need to worry about the future. After Ling Xiao left the main palace, he immediately returned to the mountain peak and brought Yun Mingqi back to the inner clan. Yun Mingqi was Ling Xiao's wife and the woman he valued the most. Naturally, it was necessary to let the people in the clan know about her. Ling Xiao brought Yun Mingqi to pay respects to Patriarch Ling Bo, Grand Elder Ling Qiu, and his great-grandfather Ling Wei, as well as some other elders in the clan. They were all very satisfied with Yun Mingqi because they could all see that her potential was very high. Her water god body had nowhere to hide in front of these old fellows. After Ling Xiao had visited these old people one by one, Ling Xiao asked the 13th prince to return to the Kim people so that he could reminisce with his brothers and sisters. Ling Xiao also summoned the Golden Wolf King, the Lion Tiger Beast, and the Dragon Horse back. When the prodigal met Little Gold again, he naturally gave it a lot of beast cores. The Lion Tiger Beast and the Dragon Horse also received some benefits. During this period, the Dragon Horse grew the fastest. This Dragon Mountain range was the territory of the Golden Dragon. It had absorbed the dragon blood that Ling Xiao had obtained for it, and could also cultivate in this mountain range filled with dragon qi. Its advancement speed was very fast, and it was already infinitely close to the 9th rank. Thinking back to the time when it was kept by Ling Xiao, it was only a 7th rank dragon horse. Seeing this situation, Ling Xiao was very satisfied. They might not be able to help him now, but one day when they all reached the 10th rank and above, they would be a new force that could not be underestimated. After visiting them and spending a day with Yun Mingqi, he received a summons from the Patriarch. Ling Xiao did not dare to hesitate and immediately rushed over. Patriarch, are you looking for me? Ling Xiao was already very familiar with the elders present, so he spoke more familiarly with them and didn't have anything to be reserved about. Ling Bo smiled and said, "It was not convenient for me to praise you yesterday, so I will make it up to you today. You have done very well in the Shen Sky region and the outer sect." As the patriarch of the Kim people, he had eyes and ears for all the small matters within and outside the clan. He had already received reports of Ling Xiao's performance these past few days, and he was very satisfied with everything Ling Xiao had done. That's right, those ingrates must be ruthlessly beaten, but they must have been deceived by those old fellows. You were able to let them know that you are a member of the Dragon Gate. This is the best. Great Elder Ling Qiu said with a smile. The other old men also opened their mouths to praise Ling Xiao. Without a doubt, Ling Xiao had become the most favored member of the younger generation of the Jin clan. Patriarch, Grand Elder, you're overpraising me. As a member of the clan, it's my duty to do what I can for the clan, said Ling Xiao modestly. And not bad, it is good that you have this kind of thinking. We were worried that you did not have any sense of belonging to the clan, but it seems like we were worried. Ling Bo said. Then Ling Wei said, this time, other than to praise you, there is one more thing I need your help with. Great-grandfather, as long as it is within Ling Xiao's ability, I will definitely not delay it. Ling Xiao replied. Since you returned to our clan, we knew that one of our ancestors may still be alive. After many of us speculated that he should be in our ancestral land, Shenling continent. Originally, we thought that after he absorbed your blood essence, he would automatically revive and then return to our clan. But after so many years, we have not seen him return, so I want to ask you to go back when you can. With your blood essence, you should be able to sense his existence. At that time, I hope that you can revive him and return to our clan. Of course, your clan members can also bring all of them to live in the clan, and we will arrange everything for them. Ling Wei said with a pleading tone. Ling Bo also said from the side, that's right. Because we old fellows can't easily leave this place, otherwise if those people from the Devil Tiger clan find out, they will definitely come to obstruct us. So, this matter can only be done in secret. Ling Xiao, I wonder if you are willing to accept this task? Of course Ling Xiao would not refuse. He originally wanted to return to the ancestral land to bring all of his people to Heaven region. He was worried about how to go back, but now he did not have to worry about it anymore. Of course, no problem. Even if you don't ask, I will also go back, but I still do not know how to go back, Ling Xiao replied. He could come all the way from Shenling continent to Heaven region, but he still did not know how the people of Heaven region could leave this place and go to those so-called places of exile. Ling Bo said, you do not need to worry about this. Originally, with the power of our Kim people, we can directly open a space gate and let you return directly, but this will cause too much of a commotion, so you can only use a special space formation to return to the place of exile, and then return to the ancestral land from there. Of course, when the time comes, we will send people to go with you, and when we return we will use the ancestral artifact to bring you back. Then there is no problem, but before going back there are some things that I need to take care of, Ling Xiao replied. Unexpectedly Ling Bo said, this cannot be rushed, you have to at least reach the strength of a mid-level God King before going back. It would be best if you are a high-level God King. What? Ling Xiao did not understand. Because at that time your power will be greater, and your divine power will be stronger. Only then will you be able to find the old ancestor and help him escape. Although your current strength is not weak, it is still far from enough. We cannot make any mistakes in case the people of the Devil Tiger race find out. They are the greatest enemy of our Kim people. Ling Bo said solemnly. That's right, I believe that the old ancestor has been fine for so many years, so his current situation should not be too bad. If your strength had not reached the sovereign stage, you could have directly crossed the realms and saved him. Ling Qiu sighed. Nothing can be forced. With Ling Zhao's cultivation speed, it will not be a problem for him to reach the mid-level God King in less than 10 years. If he was willing to borrow the help of medicinal pills, I am afraid that he would already be a mid-level God King by now, Ling Wei said. Ling Xiao also felt that what they said was more reasonable. He had only left the Shenling continent for about 20 years, and his relatives should not have changed too much. It should not be a problem for him to return a little later. Since that was the case, he might as well wait until he reached the mid-level God King before returning. He believed that it would not take long. Ling Xiao stayed in the clan for about half a month, and the outer sect sent him a message, asking him to go immediately. Ling Xiao knew that Ling Chen had already completed the task, and the rest would depend on whether he could amaze the world with a single brilliant feat and occupy all the leadership. With Ling Xiao's character, he would never fight a battle that he was not confident of winning. Since he dared to propose such a plan, he had full confidence that he could achieve his goal. Chapter 1238. Inside the Dragon Gate, Ling Xiao's miraculous performances had been spreading. His nickname, Invincible Smiling Gentleman, had spread to every corner of the sect. He had become the strongest representative of the King God realm, and they respected him from the bottom of their hearts. Among the true disciples and inner disciples, Ling Xiao was a legendary idol. In the Dragon Gate, they didn't need to know the name of the Gate Master, but they couldn't not know what Ling Xiao's name was. Because he had become a god. Not only was he a divine alchemist younger than 100 years old, but he was also a king god realm younger than 100 years old. Moreover, his fighting power was endless and he was handsome. He was the perfect idol in the young people's hearts. For half a month, Ling Xiao's name had spread to every mountain. Today, the craze hadn't subsided yet. Another piece of news was announced which made them even more excited. That was, the sect would hold a public alchemy festival in order to urge all the disciples to work hard. Moreover, during this alchemy festival, the 6 great masters would also have a competition to determine which of the 6 great masters had the highest level of alchemy. Then, the 6 great masters would decide the leader of the 6 great masters and would be rewarded according to their rankings. The purpose of this alchemy conference was to promote the alchemy skills of each mountain. No one knew why the sect suddenly announced this news, but to them, it was an eye-opening event to watch the alchemy conference. In the territory of divine alchemist Zheng Can, the head of the 6 peaks, several great saint masters had gathered. Several great saint masters had already gathered in the hall, and in the main seat was the mountain lord, divine alchemist Zheng Can. He was the oldest and most powerful alchemist in the Dragon Gate. This was recognized by the other peak lords. Of course, Ling Xiao, the new peak lord, was an exception. Zheng Can was an old monster that was almost 100,000 years old. He was a half-incipient god realm existence. He had been a divine alchemist for many years. With his competence, as long as he entered the incipient god realm, he would have the power to challenge the alchemy god. Unfortunately, his talent was limited. To be able to reach this step was already the peak. If he wanted to improve further, it would be impossible without a heaven-defying opportunity. Only if he dared to venture deep into those forbidden areas to search for opportunities would he have the opportunity to break through. Unfortunately, he never dared to take that step, so he had been stuck until now, unable to take a single step forward. However, it was undeniable that his alchemy skills had reached an unfathomable level. Peak Lord, the alchemy gathering that occurs once every 5 years should be held between the various peaks. Why is it suddenly being brought forward and why is it being opened up to all the disciples? A great Saint Master asked Zheng Can in confusion. Yeah, we weren't prepared. Could it be that the other peaks are trying to catch us off guard? Another person said. The others also expressed their dissatisfaction with the sudden alchemy meeting. Zheng Can's old eyes blinked and he said, as an alchemist, no matter when or where, I have to enter the state of alchemy. Look at you guys. It's just the alchemy meeting and you're all worried like this? Don't tell me you don't have confidence in your own disciples? As soon as he said this, the others didn't dare to say anything else. All of you go and prepare. Let your disciples perform well. Don't lose this old man's face. Zheng Can was too lazy to say anything else. He waved his hand and let them leave. After they left, Zheng Can walked away. His old eyes looked in the direction of the main peak and murmured, could it be that someone dares to challenge this old man's position? Zheng Can didn't think that this alchemy meeting was aimed at the juniors. Instead, he felt that it was aimed at him. After all, he had sat at the head of the alchemy peak for a long time, so long that he couldn't even remember how many years it had been. Now, they suddenly held this alchemy meeting and even asked the great alchemist to participate. Wasn't this clearly challenging his position? Looks like it's necessary to let them know that this old man isn't so old that he can't concoct pills. Zheng Can made up his mind. Actually, it wasn't just Zheng Can who didn't understand the purpose of the alchemy meeting. The alchemists of the other peaks also didn't understand what was going on. The alchemy meeting was held as scheduled. The 6 great alchemists and a few elders presided over it. First, the younger generation of the various peaks were allowed to compete and decide the best alchemist of the younger generation. After several days of competition, the most outstanding alchemist of the younger generation was actually not a disciple under Zheng Can, but a disciple under Gong Tanzhan, who was ranked behind Zheng Qin. Zheng Qin looked at Gong Tanzhan's complacent expression and already suspected that he was behind this alchemy meeting. Amongst the 6 great alchemists, other than Zheng Qin who didn't care much about the factional struggles, the others all belonged to different camps, and Gong Tanzhan was undoubtedly the person closest to the divine system, and his alchemy skills were second only to Zheng Qin. Looks like this guy wants to force me to abdicate. I wonder if he has the strength to do so. Zheng Qin thought in his heart. After the competition between the younger generation disciples was over, it was time for the competition for the ranking of the alchemists. However, although the competition for the position of alchemist was open to the public, only a limited number of elders were allowed to watch. Ordinary elders didn't have the qualifications to do so, because this represented the problem of those people's face and status. A series of the upper echelons of the Dragon Gate sat on the high platform, while the 6 alchemists sat on 6 raised platforms. There was a distance of 1 kilometer between each platform to prevent others from getting in each other's way. Ling Qin stood up and said in a clear voice, "This time, we are letting the 6 alchemists compete because we want us, outsiders, to witness the superb alchemy skills of the 6 alchemists, so that the other alchemists of the younger generation can admire and learn from them. There is no other meaning. The alchemists need not have any thoughts." He paused for a moment and said, "However, since the 6 alchemists are allowed to compete, the one who wins the championship will not only receive the alchemy resources provided by the sect, but will also enjoy twice the resources compared to the others every year. He will also receive the title of Chief Alchemist of the Dragon Gate. Does anyone have any objections?" "Sect Master, you have already set up the alchemy arena. What objections can we have?" Zheng Qin said with some dissatisfaction. He had always been the leader of the alchemists. Now that he had suddenly organized an alchemy competition, if it wasn't a warning, then what was it? "The sect master has good intentions. Old Zheng, your alchemy skills are the best. The title of Chief Divine Alchemist naturally belongs to you. We just want to see your level again and see if you already have the ability to aspire to become a supreme alchemist." Gong Tanzhan laughed from the side. He always had a smile on his face, giving people a sense of closeness, but in fact he was a smiling tiger. "That's right, it's rare for us to get together. Moreover, we can also let the new juniors see the strength of us old guys. Alchemy is a very deep profession. It's not something that a few youngsters can easily muddle through," Jianghu said in a strange tone. His eyes were actually looking at Ling Xiao. It seemed that he had a lot of opinions about Ling Xiao. It was obvious that he didn't believe that Ling Xiao was a true alchemist. Gong Tanzhan and Jianghu were both supporters of the divine system. As for the other 2, Wuxia and Fu Yan, they were supporters of Kim people. However, there was a certain gap between their level compared to the other 3, and Fu Yan was the weakest. However, now that Ling Xiao had joined them, they all felt that Ling Xiao was the weakest alchemist. "Alright, since none of you have any objections, then I'll prepare 10 portions of medicinal ingredients for each of you. 5 portions of healing divine pills, 3 portions of speed increasing divine pills, and 2 portions of God King pills. Finally, I'll let all the elders present judge them together. Then, after you Godhood tier consolidating equipment masters appraise them, we'll decide on the rankings." Ling Qin announced the start of the competition. On each of the platforms, the 6 great alchemists already had 10 sets of ingredients. The success rate and quality of the divine pills would determine who was the chief alchemist of the Dragon Gate. As soon as Ling Qin announced the start of the competition, the 6 of them started to work. Zheng Qin had occupied the chief position because he was at the half-incipient god realm. He was the strongest among the 6 of them. Thus, when he refined the pellets, he could get twice the result with twice the effort. He actually used only one hand to control the many divine and holy grasses. He clenched his fist gently, and the essence of the many spiritual grasses all condensed and fell toward his divine cauldron. Of course, his divine cauldron couldn't be compared to Ling Xiao's obsidian cauldron because it was one of the 9 ancient god cauldrons. Zheng Qian's cauldron was just a top-grade divine cauldron. The others didn't have such a high level. Zheng Qian didn't need a fire to extract the essence of all the herbs, which made the alchemists around exclaim in admiration. Even a normal divine alchemist would need around an hour to completely extract hundreds of spiritual herbs, but Zheng Qian only used less than a quarter of an hour to complete it. In terms of speed, he had surpassed the others. Gong Tanzhan glanced at him from a distance. Just like Zheng Qian, he used his god power to crush the herbs and squeeze the essence out. However, he wasn't as casual and fast as Zheng Qian. He was very careful to not damage the herbs. Jianghu, Wuxia, and Fu Yan didn't dare to be like the other 2. They used their soul consciousness and flames to extract the essence of the herbs. As the saying goes, when an expert takes action, you will know whether it's real or not. Just from the beginning they could see a person's competence. The only thing that made people feel strange was Ling Xiao. When he controlled the spirit herbs and threw them into the cauldron, the spirit herbs seemed to transform on their own and their essence fell into the cauldron. Everybody was bewildered as they didn't know how Ling Xiao could do that. It was too magical. Of course, the others couldn't understand it because Ling Xiao had used the power of his god soul to extract the essence of the herbs. Chapter 1239. Ordinary alchemists could use the refining medicine rain method to extract spiritual herbs, while higher-level alchemists could use the whirling cloud method to extract spiritual herbs. This realm was dozens of times faster than the previous realm. Only after reaching the strength of a saint could one use the power of space to achieve this. And ordinary alchemists could only use the whirling cloud realm to refine pills. This realm mainly used the speed of the friction of space to make all the spiritual herbs continuously hover above the medicinal cauldron, and then used precise control to refine the spiritual herbs one by one. For example, Jianghu, Wuxia, and Fu Yan extracted the spiritual herb essence in this way. Of course, using the same method, their speed was also dozens of times faster than any other saint alchemist. The spiritual herbs on top of their medicinal cauldron kept spinning non-stop. Wisps of flames attacked those spiritual herbs, continuously steaming the spiritual herb essence out. When the essence of the spirit grass fell, it was like a colorful cloud, which was very pleasing to the eye. As for Ling Xiao's method of extracting the essence of spiritual plants, it was unheard of. After all, the soul power of alchemists could be much denser than those of the same rank, but there was no one like Ling Xiao who was good at soul power. He threw dozens of spiritual herbs into the medicinal cauldron at once, and before those spiritual herbs reached the medicinal cauldron, they turned into specks of essence and fell into the medicinal cauldron, appearing especially strange and mystical. Ling Xiao's soul power had already reached the high-level Divine King realm. It was naturally much easier for him to do these small tricks. And according to his 3 years of experience, the purity of the spiritual herb essence extracted by using soul power was even more perfect than using flames. After discovering this, Ling Xiao kept using soul power to extract the spiritual herb essence. This could also be regarded as training to control soul power. To him it was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. When Zheng Can and Gong Tanzhan finished refining the spiritual herbs, Ling Xiao was actually the third to complete this task. The speed was so fast that it made people speechless. However, they all felt that Ling Xiao was trying to pull some kind of trick. What's that divine teacher Ling Xiao doing? His method of refining spirit grasses is really strange. It looks so easy. Could it be that he's messing around and isn't actually a divine alchemist? Look, the other 3 elders haven't even finished yet, but he's finished first. There's definitely something strange going on. Who knows? Back then, he refined a divine pill in front of so many people, so I believe that he has some ability. However, in the end, it still depends on the success rate and quality of the pill. When the time comes, we will know whether or not he is a divine alchemist. Divine Teacher Ling is a different kind of divine alchemist. His battle prowess is unparalleled among his peers, and he's brought glory to us alchemists. That's true. I really don't know how he did it. Extracting the essence of the spirit grass was the first step. The purer the essence of the spirit grass could be extracted and preserved better. This was related to the final quality of the spirit grass. The second process required more time to refine the beast core's power. It was undoubtedly a more difficult process to refine the explosive power bit by bit. After all, every beast core contained the power of a holy beast. A level 10 beast core like this already had a beast spirit. If even the beast spirit couldn't be restrained, then there was no way to refine the beast spirit. Fortunately, they all had decent origin flames, and other than Ling Xiao, they were all god kings above the middle stage. They were all powerful enough to completely ignore the beast spirit. After a period of burning and refining, the few of them also refined the beast core. Zheng Qin was still the fastest, and the second place was no longer the high-level god king Gong Tanzhan, but Ling Xiao. This was something that no one had expected. After all, Ling Xiao was the weakest among them. Even if his origin flames were at a higher level, he had to consume and control a lot of energy. How could he compete with the others? In fact, they didn't know that although Ling Xiao was just a peak low-level god king, his foundation wasn't weaker than Gong Tanzhan's. After all, Ling Xiao had relied on cultivating step by step and the accumulation of opportunities. When he was at the Mystic Emperor rank, he had only taken one elixir to increase his power. He wasn't like the others who had taken a lot of elixirs to increase their strength. His foundation and power weren't something they could compare with. Besides, Ling Xiao had also used his soul energy to seep into the cauldron to divide the beast core, which was more helpful for Ling Xiao to refine it. Thus, it was natural that his speed was the second best. In just half a day, Zheng Qin had finished refining the first divine elixir. His speed was within everyone's expectations. Otherwise, his half-incipient God Realm cultivation would have been wasted. Ling Xiao was the second to condense the divine elixir, followed by Gong Tanzhan, Lucha, Jianghu, and Fu Yan. How could this kid be that fast? The other godly alchemists couldn't help but glance at Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao condensed the first divine elixir, a strange phenomenon appeared, which proved his identity. The onlookers didn't doubt him anymore. However, they had the same thought as the other godly alchemists. They didn't understand why Ling Xiao's speed was only second to Zheng Qin's. It was too abnormal. How could I lose to that kid? Damn it. Gong Tanzhan cursed, a little irritated. His state of mind was a little chaotic. When he extracted the second batch of spirit herbs, he had destroyed 2 divine herbs. That was why he couldn't refine the second divine elixir. This made him hate Ling Xiao to the bone. Besides him, Fu Yan also started to expose his shortcomings. The second batch of divine herbs was ruined. He looked very mournful and depressed. Many colorful lights were overflowing, and bursts of medicinal fragrance filled the air, making people feel happy. After a few days, the godly alchemists had reached the most intense stage of competition. The surrounding godly alchemists were all amazed. They also learned a lot of alchemy experience, which increased their confidence to enter the ranks of godly alchemists in the future. In these few days, Ling Chen's eyes rarely left Ling Xiao. Although he was confident in Ling Xiao, he didn't think he could surpass Zheng Qin. The truth was right in front of him. For an old godly alchemist like Zheng Qin, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, he was obviously stronger than Ling Xiao in all aspects. He really didn't think Ling Xiao could seize the position of chief godly alchemist in the end. However, he also hoped that Ling Xiao could really do it. With Ling Xiao's prestige and appeal, he believed that he could suppress the arrogant divine physique faction. On the third day, Zheng Qin had finished refining all the divine pills. His speed was really amazing. Ling Xiao wasn't much slower than him either. He actually managed to refine the last batch of god pills within 3 hours of his completion. Zheng Qin couldn't help but look at Ling Xiao. There was a complicated look in his eyes. On the 4th day, Gong Tanzhan was the third to finish the task. On the 5th day, the other 3 also used up all the divine herbs. It seems that everyone has used up all 10 batches of materials. Then hand over your divine pills. I and the elders will evaluate them one by one. Ling Chen said loudly. The 6 of them flew from their respective alchemy tables to the elders' seats at the same time. The 6 of them placed the pills they had refined on the table in front of Ling Chen. Thank you for your hard work, divine masters. We will start with Elder Zheng Qin's pills. However, we are not alchemists after all. We can only use our eyes to distinguish the quality of the pills. The final result will be determined by your evaluation. Ling Chen said. Of course, the others didn't have any objections. They sat down in the prepared seats. Divine Master Ling, you are so fast. How many pills have you refined? Fu Yan asked Ling Xiao in a low voice. 20. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. What? You actually refined 20 divine pills? That's impossible. Fu Yan couldn't help but exclaim. This made the others look at Ling Xiao. That's right. If you don't believe me, you'll know soon. Ling Xiao replied honestly. Who knew that Jianghu, who was at the side, would say with a mocking smile, Young man, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big? It's already amazing for a newly advanced divine alchemist like you to be able to refine 1 or 2 pills. You really don't know what you're talking about. It's obviously only 10 sets of divine materials. Even if the success rate is 100%, you can only condense 10 pills at most. I'm afraid you took out these 20 pills yourself. It's really funny. Gong Tanzhan also sneered at the side. Young people always like to boast. On the other hand, a hint of doubt flashed across Zheng Qin's face, while Lucha had a wry smile on his face. It was obvious that he didn't believe it either. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and sneered, Then I wonder how many divine Master Qi has refined? I wonder if there are 5? That's right. You guessed right. I barely managed to condense 5 or 6. Jianghu said proudly. It was already not bad for an ordinary divine alchemist to have a success rate of 30% to 40%. This time he had performed very well and reached a success rate of 50%. He was very confident that he would surpass Wuxia. Divine Master Qi is indeed a veteran. I'm impressed. Ling Xiao said politely, but his expression didn't have the slightest hint of respect. Jianghu naturally saw that Ling Xiao didn't mean what he said. He immediately shouted, I really don't know how someone like you can become a divine alchemist. Could it be that the sect leader opened the back door to hang you up? At this time Wuxia said unhappily, this was witnessed by me, Elder Fu Yan, and the other elders. Do you still doubt it? He who knows what your eyes saw. Jianghu sneered. You guys should talk less. The result will be clear later, Zheng couldn't help but say. As expected, after he spoke, Jianghu had no choice but to shut his mouth. Although Zheng belonged to the neutral faction, he had some friendship with an elder of the godly physique faction. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that he was slightly biased towards the godly physique faction, and his prestige was enough to intimidate the others. At this time, Ling Qin and a few respected elders had already begun to evaluate the divine pills of these people. Chapter 1240. Divine Master Zheng has refined a total of 17 divine pills. 6 of them are semi-finished products, which are 10 healing pills, 6 speed pills, and 1 divine monarch pill. 10 of them are of superior quality, and the other 6 are semi-finished divine pills. However, we don't understand why Divine Master Zheng was able to refine 5 semi-finished divine pills when we provided 10 sets of materials. Ling Qin asked Zheng Can in confusion as he announced the number of divine pills. Before Zheng Can could speak, Gong Tanzhan's expression changed slightly, and he said, could it be that Elder Zheng is already able to refine multiple divine pills from one set of materials? Ordinary alchemists could only extract 1 pill at most when refining pills, but skilled alchemists could refine multiple pills from 1 cauldron. This was relative to lower-grade pills. After reaching the divine pill grade, it would be extremely difficult to refine multiple pills from 1 cauldron. However, it was not impossible for someone to do this. Now that Zheng Can could refine 17 divine pills from 10 sets of materials, he must have reached the level of refining multiple pills from 1 cauldron. Wuxia, Jianghu, and Fu Yan all looked at Zheng Can in surprise, waiting for his answer. Zheng Can's old face had a hint of pride as he said, that's right. Others only think that 1 set of materials can only refine 1 pill, but that's not the case. After years of hard work and constant exploration, I can indeed reach the level of the ancient people who refined multiple pills from 1 cauldron. It's a pity that the extra pill is only a semi-finished product. This old man's level is still not high enough. Although Zheng Can's words were modest, his expression was not the least bit humble. Instead, it was full of incomparable satisfaction. He had not been a divine alchemist for so many years in vain. Although he might not be able to become the supreme divine alchemist, it was still very good to reach the top of the divine alchemists. Before Ling Qin could say anything, Fang Bu couldn't wait to flatter him. Divine Master Zheng is indeed an old divine master. I'm afraid the position of chief divine master will belong to you. If Ling Qin was the master of the Dragon Gate, then Zheng Can was the master of all the alchemists in the Dragon Gate. He was in charge of supervising all the alchemists in the sect. Even the divine alchemists of the other peaks had to listen to him. This was the true purpose of being the chief apothecary. It was just that Zheng Can had ignored the affairs of the world for many years and had always let the godly apothecaries manage their own people. That was why there were signs of the godly apothecaries taking sides. If Zheng Can gathered all the great divine apothecaries together, this power would instantly surpass the strength of the other 2 sections. After all, this was where the true rallying power of an alchemist lay. Fang Buer's intention of flattering Zheng Can in front of everyone in the hall was self-evident. Naturally, he hoped to build a good relationship with Zheng Can. If Zheng Can could lean towards the divine body sect, then all of this would change. Zheng Can smiled and nodded. He didn't say anything, but he was naturally very happy in his heart. Divine Master Zheng is indeed amazing. He actually reached the level that only the supreme divine alchemist can achieve. It is really worth learning from all the alchemists. Ling Qin praised him and then began to evaluate Gong Tanzhan's Dan. After the elders had finished their evaluation, Ling Qin announced, Divine Master Gong has refined 12 divine Dan beads. 8 of them are top quality and 4 of them are semi-finished. They are 8 healing Dan, 3 accelerating Dan, and 1 king god Dan. Not bad, not bad. I think Divine Master Gong is like Divine Master Zheng. He can make many Dan beads in one cauldron. It's really a blessing for our Dragon Gate. After listening to Ling Chen's announcement, Gong Tanzhan couldn't hide his contented smile. He couldn't help but glance at Ling Xiao and think, "Kid, even if you refine faster than me, I can still suppress you. It's a pity that my cultivation base is lower than Zheng Can's. Otherwise, I would have surpassed him." Gong Tanzhan was just a high-level King God Realm. There was a big gap between him and Zheng Can, who was a half-incipient God Realm expert. However, it was really surprising that he could reach this level. At this moment, Ling Xiao smiled at Qi Yangtai and said, "Divine Master Qi, didn't you say that 10 divine materials can only refine 10 Dan beads at most? Then, how do you explain these 2 divine masters? Could it be that they added it on their own?" Qi Yangtai's face turned red. How can you compare to the 2 divine masters? They've been practicing alchemy for who knows how many years. It's not surprising that they've reached such an unfathomable level. Ah, is that so? Ling Xiao smiled and didn't deny it. Qi Yangtai glared at Ling Xiao and didn't say anything else. However, he hated Ling Xiao in his heart. "Kid, I'll see how you make a fool of yourself later." Right after that, Ling Chen continued to announce Lucha, Qi Yangtai, and Fu Yan's situation. Lucha had refined 7 Dan beads for healing Dan beads, 2 speed-increasing Dan beads, and 1 God King Dan. He had wasted 3 sets of materials, but his success rate had reached 70%. Compared to ordinary divine alchemists, this success rate wasn't low. The main thing was that the Dan beads required wouldn't be too difficult to refine. For a top-grade Dan like the God King Dan, it would be good if he could achieve a 50% success rate. Qi Yangtai had refined 6 Dan beads, 3 healing Dan beads, 2 speed-increasing Dan beads, and 1 semi-finished God King Dan. He had wasted 4 sets of materials, but his success rate had reached 55%. Fu Yan had refined 4 Dan beads, 3 healing Dan beads and 1 speed-increasing Dan. His success rate was only 40%, which was the ability of an ordinary divine alchemist. He was also the worst among these people. At the same time, he had only been a divine alchemist for a short time, around 1,000 years. The strength of the top few people was the same as usual. The only highlight was Ling Xiao, the new divine alchemist. Everyone couldn't help guessing that Ling Xiao would be lucky if he could refine 1 or 2 pills. But when they thought about how Ling Xiao had caused a huge commotion, they felt that he might be able to refine 1 or 2 more. Ling Chen's expression changed slightly when he saw the pills Ling Xiao had submitted. At the same time, he couldn't hide his joy. Then he passed Ling Xiao's medicinal pellets to the other elders. Then the elders on the judging panel had strange expressions on their faces. Impossible, he must have cheated. Fang Bu couldn't help but cry out when he received Ling Xiao's pills. "It's not up to you to decide whether I cheated or not." Ling Chen frowned slightly as he shouted. "No, headmaster, you must have cheated. Elders, don't you think so? How could an immature brat like him refine so many pills?" Fang Bu didn't believe him. He then turned to the others for their opinion. A few elders from the Divine Body faction nodded in agreement. The others didn't say anything, but from their expressions, it was clear they didn't believe it either. Commander Fang, please watch your words. We've been watching the Divine Alchemists refine pills for the past few days. Everyone has handed over their finished pills. Don't tell me you can't see who's cheating? Let's announce the results first. We'll let a few God-tier masters evaluate them later. They'll be able to tell when these pills were formed. When the time comes, everything will be clear. Ling Qin snorted in dissatisfaction. Fang Bu didn't dare say anything else after hearing Ling Chen's words. He was extremely anxious. If that brat really refined so many pills, then wouldn't the position of chief divine alchemist be his? Thinking of this, Fang Bu kept praying, that brat must have cheated. Divine Master Ling has refined a total of 20 pills. There are 10 healing pills, 6 speeding pills and 4 divine king pills. Each of them is of excellent quality, so they should all be excellent pills. Furthermore, he didn't waste any of the ingredients. It's really unbelievable. The elders sitting here don't believe this result either. Let's let the 6 divine alchemists take turns to evaluate them. Ling Qin announced loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, there was an uproar. All the divine alchemists revealed looks of disbelief. How is this possible? He must have cheated. That's right. Divine Master Zheng only had a 90% success rate. He wasted a portion of the ingredients, but he could make so many pills in one furnace. Although some of the pills were semi-finished, this is his real strength. Divine Master Ling is so young. How could he be better than Divine Master Zheng? He must be cheating. Yeah, I can barely believe that he could refine 2 or 3 pills. But he dared to refine 20 pills. It's too obvious that he cheated. Is there something wrong with his brain? Haha, it seems like some people think that they can show off in front of so many elders just because they have some ability. They don't know what they're talking about. With his character, how could he be a divine alchemist? I believe that he cheated to become a divine alchemist. His title should be revoked. These people were the disciples of the alchemy peaks. They didn't believe that Ling Xiao could achieve a grand slam and beat their peak lord. After all, even an old divine alchemist like Zheng Can, a half-incipient god realm existence, couldn't do that. How could a new divine alchemist like Ling Xiao do it? As the person involved, Ling Xiao still wore a faint smile. He didn't care what the others said. Divine Master Ling is really admirable. He cheated so well. I can't even catch up to him. Jianghu couldn't help but mock Ling Xiao again. Hehe, perhaps Divine Teacher Ling is really more skilled than us. Gong Tanzhan echoed and laughed. Everyone could see his sarcastic expression. Zheng Can also looked at Ling Xiao. His old eyes were full of disbelief, but he didn't say anything. Lucha and Fu Yan sighed. They didn't believe that Ling Xiao could do it. Whether it's true or not, we'll know after everyone evaluates, right? If you can't do it, don't think that others can't. You're so ignorant and ridiculous. Ling Xiao shrugged and sneered. Such a shameless kid. Jianghu couldn't help but scold. Divine Master Qi, don't bother with young people. They're impulsive. If they do something wrong, we'll advise them. If they don't listen, we can't do anything. Gong Tanzhan raised his old brows. Chapter 1241. Enough, stop chattering here. Look at the pills and you'll know. Zheng Can couldn't help but reprimand them. Jianghu and Gong Tanzhan didn't dare to say anything more, but they still looked angry. They were criticized by a junior. This was something that hadn't happened in many years. Ling Chen asked people to send the divine pills that the 6 people had refined back to the divine pharmacists one by one, so that they could evaluate the quality of these pills one by one. Zheng Can, Gong Tanzhan, Lucha, Jianghu, and Fu Yan's divine pills were the same as what Ling Chen had announced. However, they each evaluated the quality of their divine pills, and the rankings didn't change. Zheng Can refined the most divine pills and the quality was also the best. Then, it was the next few people. Finally, it was the divine pill that was the most controversial. To refine 10 divine materials into 20 divine pills, it meant that each divine material had to form 2 divine pills. Moreover, according to what Ling Chen had said, Ling Xiao didn't have half a semi-finished product. In other words, the quality of each divine pill was the same, and they were considered complete. It was just that they didn't know if he had cheated. Zheng Can was the first to receive Ling Xiao's divine pills and began to evaluate them. He looked at the pure and round divine pills, and his old eyes flashed with brilliance. The medicinal fragrance is rich, the pill shape is smooth, crystal clear, without any impurities, and the size is the same. This is indeed the best rare divine pill. Zheng Can gave his evaluation very directly. Then he passed the 20 divine pills to the other 4 people to see. Only the person involved didn't need to evaluate his divine pills. Although Gong Tanzhan didn't believe that these divine pills were refined by Ling Xiao, he still looked at them patiently. He was confused. Could it be that this kid really refined them? That's impossible. Lucha and Fu Yan's evaluation was the same as Zheng Can's. They even praised that the quality of these 20 pills was almost the same as Zheng Can's. In fact, they felt that the quality of these 20 pills seemed to be slightly better than Zheng Can's. It could even be said that there was no fatigue, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. However, Jianghu didn't even look at Ling Xiao's divine pill. He said sarcastically, "I don't know where this brat got this divine pill. It's fine if you don't look at it. I don't believe that he refined it." Hehe, which eye of yours saw that it wasn't refined by me? When I was refining pills, there was a heaven and earth phenomenon, right? Could it be that I can make it myself? What a joke. Ling Xiao sneered. This guy was provoking him, and Ling Xiao was already suppressing his anger. Kid, you cheated and you still think that it's reasonable? I'll report to all the elders and abolish your divine tier title. You can wait for the elders' punishment. Jianghu planned to bully the young, so he glared at Ling Xiao and shouted. Then he walked out of his seat and said to Ling Chen and the other elders, "Sect leader, I think that Ling Xiao is cheating. It's impossible for him to refine 10 divine materials into 20 pills. I ask sect leader and the elders to abolish his divine tier title and give this kind of person a severe punishment to correct the style of our dragon gate. As soon as Jianghu's words came out, it immediately caused an uproar. That's right, this kind of person doesn't deserve to be a divine alchemist. How could he do such a thing in front of so many elders? Are we blind? I agree with Divine Tier Chi's decision. Elder He Gong, one of the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo, said from the end. He had always held a grudge against Ling Xiao. 2 of his disciples had been defeated by Ling Xiao, so he had no way to regain his face. Now he naturally wanted to hit Ling Xiao when he was down. Fang Buer also said, I said that he must be cheating. Since Divine Tier Chi has said so, everyone should believe him. We should abolish his position as an elder and send him to work outside the sect. As the 2 of them spoke, several elders of the Divine Body faction also voiced their agreement. Only a few elders of the Kim people opposed it. However, most of the people present felt that Ling Xiao was cheating, so the Divine Body faction received the most support. Enough. What are you shouting for? Ling Qin slammed the table and stood up. An invisible pressure instantly pressed down on everyone, making it hard for them to breathe. Everyone immediately stopped and didn't dare to say a word. However, Fang Bu-er continued to provoke. Faction leader, you must give everyone an explanation for this. Jianghu added, that's right, he is a disgrace to the reputation of our alchemists. Lucha and Fu Yen both had ugly expressions on their faces. They were on the Kim people's side and didn't want things to get out of hand. Moreover, they were the ones who verified Ling Zhao's identity as a divine alchemist. If Ling Zhao's position was abolished, wouldn't it mean that they didn't do their job well? They all thought to themselves, Divine Tier Ling has really crossed the line this time. Ling Qin couldn't take it anymore. Just as he was about to refute, Zheng Qin spoke. I believe in Divine Tier Ling. This should be the elixir that he refined. Zheng Qin said in a low voice. As soon as he said this, everyone present was stunned. Fang Buer, He Gong and Jianghu seemed to have been directly slapped in the face by Zheng Qin's words. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Elder Zhengyu. How could he? Jianghu asked cautiously. Zheng Qin glanced at him, then his eyes fell on the people around him. I believe that you have all watched the alchemy competition these days. You should have all seen Divine Tier Ling's alchemy methods. Every time he condensed a cauldron of elixir, did you see a phenomenon appear on Divine Tier Ling's side? After Zheng Qin threw out this question, it immediately caused a lot of commotion. Yes, after hearing what Divine Tier Ling said, I remember that after Divine Tier Ling condensed the elixir, it seemed to be even more terrifying than Divine Tier Ling's. If it wasn't for the other elders who blocked the phenomenon, I'm afraid this place would have been destroyed. That seems to be the case. He can always be the second to condense the elixir after Divine Tier Ling, and there is a very strong medicinal fragrance. He should have condensed it himself. Otherwise, how could he cause such a scene? Did we really wrongly accuse Divine Tier Ling? Maybe he really is a genius alchemist? At that time I was busy watching others, so I didn't notice. If he can refine the elixir again, it should be able to prove that he didn't cheat. Okay, it seems that everyone saw the phenomenon when Divine Tier Ling condensed the elixir. Then I believe that these 20 elixirs should be refined by Divine Tier Ling. These elixir must have just come out of the furnace and there is still a bit of an aura. Judging from the heat coming from them, the elixir should have been formed within these few days. If someone refined another elixir for Divine Tier Ling in these few days and gave it to him to cheat, it would be impossible. Because all of you are watching here, no one has the guts to do so. Zheng Qin stated his judgment, and then he said to the other divine alchemists, I think you should be able to deduce the time when the elixir was formed, right? Hearing Zheng Qin's words, Lucha immediately replied, Yes, Elder Zheng seems to be right. When I took the elixir just now, I felt the warmth coming from the elixir. It was definitely not made in the past, and the medicinal fragrance was especially strong. This is definitely not something that an elixir that has been stored for a long time can have. I think it should be an elixir that has just come out of the furnace in the past few days. Fu Yen thought about it and nodded in agreement. His position was the lowest, so there were some things that he didn't have the right to say. Gong Tanzhan didn't reply. In fact, he also understood that Zheng Qin was right, but with Ling Zhao's age and methods, it was really hard to believe that he could reach a 100% success rate and reach the perfect realm of 2 elixirs in one furnace. Jianghu said unwillingly, That's true, but how long has it been since he became a divine alchemist? Moreover, his strength is only at the low level. How can he achieve 2 elixirs in one furnace? I won't believe it. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean that others can't. Zheng Qin glanced at him and said. Jianghu didn't dare to refute, so he could only turn his head away in anger. Good, divine alchemist Zheng's breadth of mind is indeed admirable. He can make a fair judgment and give justice to divine alchemist Ling. This is really the blessing of our Dragon Gate. Ling Qin praised heartily. He was sweating profusely. Even though he believed in Ling Zhao's strength, the situation just now really scared him. Fortunately, Zheng Qin made a statement at the crucial moment, or else he would have to think of another way to solve this problem. At this time Zheng Qin looked at Ling Zhao's overly young face and said, "Divine Alchemist Ling, are you not going to say a few words?" Ling Xiao had been sitting there the whole time, allowing them to yell and shout until Zheng Qin spoke up for him. Only then did he feel that this old man had some good eyesight. Ling Xiao stood up with a smile and bowed slightly to Zheng Qin. "Elder Zheng, thank you for speaking up for Ling Xiao. Otherwise, I would have been drowned in the saliva of those snobs." As soon as Ling Xiao said this, Jianghu, Gong Tanzhan, Fangbuer, Hishan, and the others' expressions turned as ugly as pig liver. Then Ling Xiao changed the topic and said, "I remember when the Gate Master organized the bestowment hall for me, Commander Fang also didn't believe that I was a divine alchemist. In the end, I used the materials he gave me to refine a divine elixir. I wonder if Commander Fang still remembers this? Perhaps you don't care about this small matter anymore." When Fang Bu'er heard Ling Xiao mention this matter, he was extremely angry at Ling Xiao. This bastard didn't mention it at all. He hadn't even gotten back the face he lost in the past, and now, it was covered up by someone else. He really wanted to slap Ling Xiao to death. "I just want to say that if you're not blind, then you should have seen the commotion I caused when I was refining the elixir. If it wasn't for the completion of the elixir, how could there be such a phenomenon? Do you think I used some secret technique to cause this?" Ling Xiao looked around and shouted. After a pause he said, "But then again, do you think that even if I refined a divine elixir, I wouldn't be able to refine so many? Then I'll prove it again. Now that all the divine alchemists are here, as well as the Gate Master and the elders, I'll refine the elixir for all of you to see if I'm cheating. If I can't refine 2 divine elixirs, then I'll apologize to everyone and kick myself out of the sect." Chapter 1242. Expelled from the sect. These words were spoken with such force that everyone's eardrums began to hurt. Hearing Ling Zhao's confident words, everyone believed his words. Otherwise, why would he say it so firmly? Zheng Qin looked at Ling Xiao with admiration. Ling Xiao continued, "If I can refine 2 divine elixirs, Divine Master Qi Commander Fang, won't you take responsibility for what you said?" Ling Xiao was aggressive. He had no intention of compromising with Jianghu and Fang Bu. He wanted to make an example out of them. Jianghu didn't dare to look at Ling Xiao's eyes. However, he had ridiculed Ling Xiao in front of so many people. If he gave in now, wouldn't he be slapping himself in the face? "Then what do you want?" Jianghu was a little weak. "I don't want to do anything as long as Divine Master Qi apologizes to me in front of everyone." Ling Xiao knew when to stop. He didn't want to mess up his plan and ruin it with good intentions. As long as Jianghu was intimidated, he believed that many people would be obedient. It was a pity that Gong Tanzhan only ridiculed him from time to time. If he and Jianghu went too far, it would be best to use him as an example. Jianghu was a little hesitant. If he apologized, wouldn't he lose all his face? "It's decided. Divine Master Ling will work hard again. What's the big deal if you apologize?" Zheng Qin said, then said to Gong Tanzhan, "Divine Master Gong, you will provide the materials for Divine Master Ling's alchemy later." Gong Tanzhan didn't dare to refute, so he immediately smiled and said, "No problem." How could Gong Tanzhan not know that Zheng Qin was warning him? Just when Fang Bu'er thought that he was fine, Ling Xiao spoke again, "Commander Fang, why don't you say anything? Didn't you say that you want to abolish me? Now you're scared?" Fang Bu'er was infuriated by Ling Xiao in front of everyone. T. Don't think that you're so great just because you're an alchemist. I'm still the commander of the dragon team. Fang Bu'er's words instantly caused the expressions of all the alchemists present to become incomparably ugly. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. "That's right, there's nothing amazing about us alchemists. Commander Fang sure is arrogant," Zheng Qin said with dissatisfaction. Lucha also said, "I hope that one day you won't have to beg us alchemists. We can't afford to wait on you." The other alchemists also opened their mouths to protest in displeasure. Fang Bu'er was dumbfounded. Only then did he realize that his words had angered the crowd. "I didn't mean that. I was talking about alchemy. No, I was just talking about Ling Xiao, Fang Bu'er hurriedly explained. I know you're saying that I'm not worthy of your attention as an alchemist. If I can refine 2 godly elixirs in one furnace, then how about you give up your position as commander? Ling Xiao shouted angrily as if he was provoked by Fang Bu'er. I agree. Fang Bu'er immediately replied. However, before he could finish his sentence, He Gong interrupted him. Divine Master Ling, Commander Fang is just expressing his doubts. You've gone too far. Fang Bu'er then came back to his senses. His body was covered in a lot of cold sweat. He thought to himself, I almost fell for this kid's trick. Too far. It seems like someone has been clamoring to abolish my position. Ling Xiao sneered and said, I don't want him to give up his position as commander. As long as he gives me 180 godly herbs, I'll let this matter go. Otherwise, as an alchemist, I won't let you go so easily. It's settled then. If Divine Master Ling can refine 2 godly elixirs in one furnace, then do as he says. If he can't do it, then abolish his title as Divine Master Ling. Ling Qin did not allow Fang Bu'er to refuse and immediately said. At this time, if he didn't beat Ling Xiao when he was down, then when? What else could Fang Bu'er say? He just hoped that Ling Xiao really didn't have the ability. Unfortunately, his dream would never become a reality. Ling Xiao smiled and took the godly herbs from Gong Tanzhan's hands. Thank you, Divine Master Gong. Ling Xiao won't let you down. He looked grateful, but in Gong Tanzhan's eyes, it was full of sarcasm, which made him feel particularly uncomfortable. Ling Xiao once again refined elixirs in front of everyone. Without any accident, Ling Xiao successfully refined the godly elixirs. Moreover, it was 2 godly elixirs in one furnace. Looking at the 2 godly elixirs that were still warm and exuding a strong fragrance, no one dared to say the word, no. Zheng Qin looked at the 2 godly elixirs of Ling Xiao and was a little absent-minded. He had painstakingly studied alchemy for tens of thousands of years, but now he couldn't beat a young man who was less than 100 years old. He even suspected that Ling Xiao was the reincarnation of a supreme medicine god. In any case, he watched Ling Xiao's alchemy technique from beginning to end and found that Ling Xiao's technique was actually very similar to a long-lost alchemy technique. He also saw Ling Xiao's divine obsidian cauldron and the high-level heavenly flame. He was sure that Ling Xiao could surpass his alchemy level. The others had no choice but to face this reality, but Qi Yangtai's expression became incomparably pale. Truly, there are talented people in every generation. Divine Master Ling, your alchemy skills have truly broadened this old man's horizons. Zheng Qin revealed an admiring look as he praised. He had already treated Ling Xiao as a peer. In his eyes, he was already certain that Ling Xiao was one of those cultivators who could steal his body, or that he had obtained some kind of heaven-defying inheritance. No matter what, he didn't have the slightest intention of underestimating Ling Xiao. When he first heard that a divine alchemist who hadn't even reached 100 years old was born in the Dragon Gate, he didn't really believe it. Now he had no choice but to believe it. Ling Xiao said modestly, Divine Master Zheng, you flatter me. This kid still has a lot to learn from you. When Zheng Qin saw that Ling Xiao was humble and polite, he also felt that this kid was quite pleasing to the eye. Then when I have time, I'll come to your peak and exchange some pointers with you, Zheng Qin said. When the surrounding alchemists heard Zheng Qin's words, they all looked at Ling Xiao with admiration. If there was anyone in the current Dragon Gate who could make Zheng Qin move his esteemed self to exchange pointers, it was probably only Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao wouldn't dare. It's better for Ling Xiao to come to Divine Master Zheng's peak and study with you another day, Ling Xiao said. If people respect me, I'll respect them 10 times. This was Ling Xiao's principle of life. Then Ling Xiao looked at Qi Yangtai and said, Divine Master Qi, isn't it time to fulfill your promise? Qi Yangtai felt a suffocation in his chest. He clenched his fists and shouted, Divine Master Ling, I'm sorry. After saying that, he actually ignored the crowd and turned around to fly away. Ling Xiao didn't care about this kind of clown at all. It didn't matter how much he hated him. When Ling Xiao's gaze fell on Fang Bu'er very tactfully snorted. The thing you want is here. After saying that, he threw a spatial ring at Ling Xiao and left the place. He didn't want to listen to Ling Xiao's mocking words. He thought to himself, if I don't get rid of this kid, he'll become a big problem sooner or later. Fang Bu'er already regarded Ling Xiao as a thorn in his flesh. It was precisely because of this that he wanted to get rid of Ling Xiao, but in the end he ended up getting into trouble. Ling Qin, who was sitting in the upper seat, was overjoyed. Ling Xiao spent so much effort. First, he picked all the young divine kings, and now he suppressed all the divine alchemists of the peaks. It was all for him, the sect master. He was extremely grateful to Ling Xiao. He believed that his words in the hall would be more powerful in the future. He planned to promote Ling Xiao to an elder of the conference hall. The conference hall elder was the most powerful existence in the sect. They represented the highest authority in the sect. Only those divine kings above the level of the Sinjin of Goguryeo were qualified to be selected. Among the 6 divine alchemists, only Zheng Can and Gong Tanzhan were selected. Now, with Ling Xiao's strength, there shouldn't be any obstacles for him to enter. As long as Ling Xiao entered the conference hall, he would be able to intimidate many people in the future. Alright, I now announce that Divine Master Ling is the chief divine alchemist. Ling Qin said in a clear voice. Who knew that Ling Xiao would say at this time, Sect Master, the chief divine alchemist should be Divine Master Zheng. Although I was lucky enough to refine many divine pills, Divine Master Zheng is the stabilizing force of our Dragon Gate. With him, the alchemists of the peaks will unite and work hard to learn alchemy. Ling Xiao is still young and he still has many things to learn from Elder Zheng Can. Sect Master, please give the title of Chief Divine Alchemist to Divine Master Zheng. No way. Zheng Can hurriedly refused. Ling Xiao didn't allow him to say anything else. He continued, Divine Master Zheng, don't refuse. In terms of prestige and qualifications, you are a level higher than Ling Xiao. Don't refuse. I believe that the other divine alchemists have the same idea, right? Gong Tanzhan, Lucia, and Fu Yan didn't dare to say a word. After all, they had always been afraid of Zheng Can and had always regarded him as the chief divine alchemist. In their hearts, they didn't want a young man like Ling Xiao to surpass them. Divine Master Ling is right. Elder Zheng, you are our stabilizing force. The title of Chief Divine Alchemist belongs to you, Lucia said. The surrounding junior alchemists also nodded their heads in praise. Ling Qin looked at Ling Xiao with satisfaction and immediately said, Yes, Divine Master Zheng is the chief divine alchemist of our Dragon Gate. We all believe that he will become the supreme alchemist god one day. Zheng Can was moved by everyone's words. He was used to being respected by all the alchemists. Although he admitted that Ling Xiao's alchemy skills were very exquisite and surpassed his, he didn't want such a young boy to stand on top of him and order him around. In the end, under Ling Xiao's fanning, Zheng Can was awarded the title of Chief Divine Alchemist. He continued to support all the alchemists. Zheng Can couldn't help but have a good impression of Ling Xiao. Because of this, Zheng Can's mind gradually leaned towards the Kim people's faction. With Zheng Can's change of direction, the middle faction also made a decision. They also shamefully showed their support for the Kim people. The arrogant flames of the Divine Body faction were finally extinguished under Ling Xiao's continuous planning. They didn't dare to do anything out of line in a short period of time. Chapter 1243. The Alchemy Conference was finally over. Everything went according to Ling Xiao's plan. When Ling Qin announced that Ling Xiao would join the council hall, no one dared to object. How could they dare to offend such a monstrous divine alchemist? If he became a supreme divine alchemist in the future, they would be willing to kneel down and beg him to accept them as his servants. However, Ling Xiao's position as a council elder was only nominal. He didn't have the time to participate in meetings often. He would only participate when there was a major decision and Ling Qin needed his support. Ling Xiao temporarily suppressed the Divine Body faction for Ling Qin, and his limelight also set off a frenzy of worship in the Dragon Gate. Many of the younger generation regarded Ling Xiao as their idol and role model. They all hoped to work for Ling Xiao's peak as an honor. This was also because many inner sect disciples wanted to become Ling Xiao's personal disciple. Whether it was in terms of cultivation or alchemy, Ling Xiao had become the person they most wanted to be apprenticed to. Ling Qin also asked Ling Xiao if he wanted to accept some disciples, but Ling Xiao temporarily refused with the reason of cultivation. In the following days, Ling Xiao personally went to Zheng Can's peak to discuss alchemy with him. Ling Xiao had the inheritance of the divine alchemist and could be said to be equivalent to half a divine alchemist, so he naturally had a well-thought-out plan when discussing alchemy with Zheng Can. Zheng Can had been practicing alchemy for tens of thousands of years. He was also under the tutelage of a famous teacher, so he had his own unique understanding of many alchemy paths. The two of them talked with great relish, especially Zheng Can's suggestions to Ling Xiao. He felt enlightened and suddenly understood that alchemy could improve the purity of alchemy in this way. Zheng Qin admired Ling Xiao very much and he became much more polite and familiar with him. In the end, the two of them called each other brothers and became good friends. Ling Xiao did not mind. He felt that Zheng Qin looked rather arrogant, but that was a character cultivated by an alchemist. He could not be blamed. In reality, he was a rather straightforward and upright person. Brother Ling, tell me honestly, did you have some kind of amazing opportunity? These alchemy techniques are really unheard of and unseen. Zheng Qin asked curiously. This was originally a taboo question, but Zheng Qin and Ling Xiao were familiar with each other, so he naturally asked. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "It's fine if Brother Zheng knows, but don't let others know. My strength is still limited." Ling Xiao answered tactfully. He did not want to announce it everywhere and let others know about it. It was very easy for others to be wary of him. "Brother, don't worry. I feel like old friends with you at first sight. I'm definitely not that kind of gossipy woman." Zheng Qin said solemnly. He then said, "It's a pity that you are still a little weak. Otherwise, I'm afraid you would have the strength to aspire to the sovereign alchemy god. This can't be rushed. Brother, you have the greatest chance right now." Ling Xiao smiled modestly. "I can't do it anymore. I can't do it anymore. I've been stuck in this realm for tens of thousands of years. If I could ascend, I wouldn't have waited until now." Zheng Qin revealed a desolate expression. Then he said, "Brother, with your level, you should go to the Tianyuan region to gain experience. There are many divine alchemists there and there are even supreme alchemists. Being able to communicate with them is absolutely beneficial for you." Tianyuan region, the holy land of alchemists, Ling Xiao had heard of it more than once or twice. This made Ling Xiao somewhat yearn for it, but right now he did not have the leisure to do so. Days passed by, and Ling Xiao returned to his own mountain peak to cultivate with Yun Mingqi. He hoped that his strength would reach a new level, and then he would return to the mystic spirit continent to bring his family up. In his spare time, Ling Xiao had to concoct pills for some elders who came to ask for pills. Of course, these elders all had some weight in the sect. Otherwise they would not dare to ask Ling Xiao for help. Ling Xiao also made friends with many people and strengthened the people of Kim people's faction. At the same time, he had already placed a soul-locking curse on Ye Dao, controlling his every move. Ye Dao had also learned a lot about the movements of the Divine Body faction from his master. Ling Xiao told this information to Ling Qin in advance so that he could be on guard. With Ling Zhao's guidance, Ling Qin was able to deal with the Divine Body faction easily. He overruled the Divine Body faction many times, showing his authority as the leader of a sect. Ling Xiao was not interested in the internal strife of the Dragon Gate. He knew from Ye Dao that those old fellows did not dare to take it seriously. After all, Kim people had supported Ling Chen after the Dragon Gate incident. Unless they had the guts to face the wrath of those old fellows, they would only let the younger generation fight for it, and those old fellows would not show up easily. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao and Yun Mingqi had stayed in the Dragon Gate for a year. In this year, Ling Xiao and Yun Mingqi were very happy, and their strength had also increased. Meanwhile, Yuro Fei and Sha Tian finally relied on the resources provided by Ling Xiao to successfully advance from the demigod king realm to the low-level godly king realm. However, at this time, the blazing flame merchants Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing suddenly came to visit. Ling Xiao did not know how to deal with this. He knew how these two women felt about him. Now that Yun Mingqi was by his side, he did not know what would happen. When he saw Lai Ruyu again, her face, which was not inferior to Yun Mingqi's, was still as bright and beautiful as before. Her bright silk dress accentuated her figure to perfection. Zhou Zhijing was also beautiful. She always gave people the impression that she was a lady from a noble family. She was the type of virtuous wife and loving mother. Ling Xiao, you really made us wait. You didn't even come to see us. You were only satisfied when we came to see you. Lai Ruyu shouted as if she was going to interrogate him. Her beautiful eyes rippled with dense resentment, and she seemed like a little wife that had been abandoned. Ever since Ling Xiao visited them a few years ago, Ling Xiao had never been to Blazing Flame City again. No wonder Lai Ruyu was so popular. At this time, Yun Mingqi quietly appeared behind Ling Xiao and asked, "Husband, who are they?" Yun Mingqi looked at Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing with vigilance in her eyes. She didn't call them Xiao like Chang Wang did, but instead called them husband. She also held onto Ling Zhao's hand as if she was showing off to the two women. As expected, when Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing saw Yun Mingqi, they were stunned. They did not expect Ling Xiao to have such a fairy-like wife by his side. Lai Ruyu felt wronged in her heart. She knew that she was not inferior to Yun Mingqi at all. Why did Ling Xiao not choose her? What could Ling Xiao do in this situation? He could only give a simple introduction. When Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing found out that the woman in front of them was Ling Xiao's wife from a long time ago, they felt a little better in their hearts. After all, Ling Xiao had once told them that he had many wives and concubines. On the other hand, Yun Mingqi was a little jealous. She had heard Ling Xiao mention that he had stayed at the Blazing Flame Merchants for some time, but she had never heard Ling Xiao mention these two stunning women. She secretly said in her heart, "When we go back tonight, I'll teach him a lesson." "Oh right, why did you come to find me?" Ling Xiao asked. "Can't I come to find you for no reason?" Lai Ruyu blurted out. This made Ling Xiao quite embarrassed. He cried out in his heart, "Don't talk nonsense. If you overturn the vinegar jar you will suffer." Zhou Zhijing was understanding and said, "Actually we came here mainly to tell you one thing. Mad Monk has been captured by the Snake Loyalty sect." "What? When did this happen?" Ling Xiao cried out in surprise. All these years they had been waiting for news of Yuro Fei's adoptive father, hoping that he would rush over to join them. However, they did not expect that he had already been captured. "When we received the news we immediately rushed over. It has been more than a month now," Zhou Zhijing said. "Damn it, if anything happens to father-in-law, I will definitely wash the Snake Loyalty sect with blood." Ling Xiao cursed in his heart and sent someone to find Yuro Fei. Yuro Fei had just come out of seclusion and almost fainted when she heard the news. Mad Beast was one of the two most important people in her life. If anything happened to him, she would live in pain for the rest of her life. "Xiao, let's go and rescue adoptive father immediately. We can't let anything happen to him," Yuro Fei said with a sobbing tone. "Well, don't worry, I will definitely do my best to save him," Ling Xiao said in a low voice. Immediately afterward, Ling Xiao did not care about Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing. He immediately sent Chang Haoyou to gather the people. Now the people on his peak were already strong, unlike the Yi clan which had withered. Among them the strongest was of course Ling Gang. He had already been arranged by the clan to be Ling Zhao's guardian elder. In addition, there were several divine kings under the direct command of the Kim people, as well as the two brothers Kong Wen and Kong Wu who had already broken through to high-level divine king. In addition, there were also dozens of divine king elders. As for those below the divine king level, there was no need to mention them. Some of them were arranged to protect Ling Xiao, while the others came to follow Ling Xiao voluntarily. When Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing came to find Ling Xiao, they vaguely felt that Ling Xiao's status was already different from before. However, when they saw that all the people on the peak were serving Ling Xiao, and faintly heard others refer to him as the Peak Lord, only then did they realize that Ling Xiao had already become a Peak Lord within the Dragon Gate. This was an existence with great power and authority. They were extremely shocked. "Ling Gang, I want you to accompany me to exterminate the Righteous Snake School. Is that okay with you?" Ling Xiao asked Ling Gang directly. The Righteous Snake School is not a small sect. There are many divine kings within the school. Exterminating them won't be easy. With just our few people, I'm afraid it won't be enough. If we can borrow another group of people, it shouldn't be a problem, Ling Gang replied cautiously. Although the Righteous Snake School was not a superpower, they still had a bit of a reputation. Ling Xiao was going on a personal matter. How could he have the nerve to ask Ling Chen for people? If they were to lose too many people this time, it would be hard for him to explain himself. Don't worry about it for now. Let's hurry over and use our Dragon Gate's name to force them to hand over the people. If anything happens to father-in-law, I will definitely take care of the Righteous Snake School first, Ling Xiao said fiercely. Ling Xiao hurried over to inform Ling Chen that he would be leaving the sect for a period of time. Then he brought his own people and hurried over to the Righteous Snake School's territory. Chapter 1244. Dragon Gate on the mountain peak where Fang Bu'er was located. In his secret room, Fang Bu'er, He Gong, and several people from the Divine Body faction were gathered. They seemed to be having a secret discussion about something. That little bastard finally made a move. I heard that this time, they seem to be looking for trouble with the Snake Loyalty sect, He Gong said with a sullen face. Fang Bu'er narrowed his eyes. A thick killing intent flashed in his eyes as he said, "Can you confirm this information?" "Absolutely not. All the elders on his mountain peak have set out together. It seems like they are going to rescue someone," He Gong replied. "That's good. I thought that he would hide in his shell for the rest of his life. Since he dares to come out, then let him disappear forever," Fang Bu'er said faintly. Ever since Ling Xiao became famous, the people from the Divine Body faction didn't dare to easily cause trouble. They especially didn't dare to look for trouble with Ling Xiao. However, it didn't mean that they had let go of their hatred for Ling Xiao. On the contrary, the more they suppressed their hatred, the more they hated him. Ling Gang also went out with him. There are also several people from Kim people. Their strength isn't low. If we want to get rid of him, I'm afraid. He Gong revealed a difficult expression as he said. Although He Gong was also one of the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo, he was definitely not a match for Ling Gang. He couldn't help but be worried. Why do we need to make a move? Fang Buer sneered and said, I heard that recently a group called Shadow Assassin Group appeared. They dare to kill anyone as long as they can pay enough compensation. The leader of Shadow Assassin Group doesn't seem to be much weaker than Ling Gang. I believe that they have the strength to get rid of that brat. The God Slaughtering list was a ranking based on the number of God Kings killed by an individual. Of course, this was just a list made up by those who paid attention to it. Generally, the people on the wanted list were ranked according to their strength. Mad Monk's strength was at the peak of mid-level God King. He was ranked 78th. This kind of combat strength was already quite powerful. Moreover, he had found the divine item he needed in the Chaotic Ridge. After several years of concentration, he had the strength of a high-level God King. With such strength, it wouldn't be easy for the Snake Loyalty sect to take him down. The Mad Monk had been staying in the Chaotic Ridge all this time, and the members of the Snake Loyalty sect who had been searching for him had long since retreated from the Chaotic Ridge. Logically speaking, nothing would happen. But if there was anything to blame, it was the Furious Monk's fault for being too easy to recognize and for being too confident. So, just as he was about to head to Raging Flame City to look for Yu Rou Fei, Ling Xiao, and the others, he was recognized. Tianlong was famous for being on the God Slaughtering list. He was already a high-level God King. He was stronger than Mad Monk, who had just entered the high-level God King realm. Tianlong had single-handedly massacred a medium-sized force. Tianlong was a famous person on the God Slaughtering list, and his strength had long since reached the high-level God King stage. He was even stronger than the Violent Monk, who had just entered the high-level God King stage. In the past, he had single-handedly slaughtered a medium-sized force. Tianlong was well informed. His subordinates had long heard that they had to pay attention to Mad Monk's news. Therefore, they quickly sent the news back to the headquarters. The Blazing Flame Business Alliance was well informed. The people below had long heard that they had to pay attention to the Mad Monk's news, so they quickly sent the news back to the headquarters. Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing received the news and rushed to the Heavenly Dragon sect. 3 months had already passed since then. The Snake Ridge was the territory of the Snake Loyalty sect. It was a place where snakes coiled around each other. It was rumored that the first-generation sect master of the Snake Loyalty sect was from the Beastman race. It was rumored that the first-generation sect master of the Snake Loyalty sect was from the Beastman race. Beastmen and humans intermarried, causing the Beastman race to gradually disappear from everyone's sight. However, there were still many people who had the Beastman bloodline. Normally, they could only activate the Beastman bloodline in battle and transform into a Beastman to increase their combat power. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to discover the existence of the Beastmen. Because of this, the territory occupied by the Snake Loyalty sect attracted all the snake beasts within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Thus, it became the Snake Ridge. It was also a territory that many people didn't dare to step into. Without the guidance of the Snake Loyalty sect, they would definitely be attacked by the snakes once they stepped into the Snake Loyalty sect's territory. There was once a high-level God King who wanted to barge into the Snake Loyalty sect's territory. In the end, he was bitten to death by thousands of snakes. That incident spread throughout the Sky Dragon domain. Since then, no one dared to barge into the Snake Ridge. However, there was a group of guests outside the Snake Ridge. These people were Ling Xiao and the others who had rushed here from the Dragon Gate. Ling Xiao didn't bring many people with him this time. He only brought 50 people, but they were already the peak strength of his peak. Of course, people like the 13th Prince and the Prodigal Son had to be brought along. With them, Ling Xiao felt that he could fight against dozens of God Kings. Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing also followed. On the way here, they didn't talk to Ling Xiao. Instead, they stayed by Yu Rou Fei's side to comfort her. At the same time, they hoped to build a good relationship with Yun Mingqi. They knew that if they wanted to stay by his side, they wouldn't have any hope if they didn't build a good relationship with the women around him. They never thought that Ling Xiao would give up on Yun Mingqi and Yu Rou Fei and choose them. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would have already accepted them. Ling Zhao's unwavering love for his woman was what they liked. Uncle Xiao, in front of us is the Snake Mountain Range. It is best for us to use peaceful means before resorting to force. If they are tactful and release the people, then everything will be fine. If they don't listen, then we will let them know the consequences of offending our heavenly dragon sect. Yeah. Let them come out first, said Ling Xiao calmly. Although the Snake Righteous sect couldn't be compared to the super forces, it was still a big force. It had many King God Realm experts. Rumors said that all of the 18 Silver Snakes had the King God Realm. The leader of the Silver Snakes was a high-level King God Realm expert. Above them there were the 8 Great Gold Snakes and the 4 Great Snake Kings. They were all the top existences. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of them. He was just worried that they might have an incipient God Realm expert. If they had an incipient God Realm expert, they weren't strong enough. So, he had to ask the Snake Righteous sect to let them go first. If they didn't want to, he would use force. Ling Zhao's team stopped in front of the Snake Ridge. They looked at the Snake Ridge mountain from a far distance. They could feel the evil aura coming from that place, which made them feel a little depressed. Ling Gang went to call the mountain. He believed that the Snake Righteous sect would come out soon. Euro Fei looked at Ling Xiao worriedly. Xiao Yu, do you think my adoptive father will be alright? She had asked Ling Xiao the same question more than 100 times on the way. Ling Xiao was still patient. If they want to capture my father-in-law, I'm sure they won't kill him easily. In fact, everybody knew that Ling Xiao was just deceiving himself. He was a wanted man and he was captured. How could he still be alive? No one would think that the Snake Righteous sect was a merciful man. Not far from them, Ling Gang was direct and overbearing. He flew to the sky above the Snake Ridge and punched. A golden fist that looked like a lion pounded on many mountains. Boom boom boom. More than a dozen mountains were instantly blasted into smithereens, and countless stone chips and dust splashed everywhere. As soon as the noise arose, more than 10 people dashed over from different directions. They were all riding on flying spirit beasts. Surprisingly, each of them had a cultivation base no lower than a saint. Apparently they were just some guards who guarded the Snake Ridge. The leader, the Holy Emperor, shouted in fright, "Who dares to act presumptuously in our Snake Righteous sect's territory? You must be tired of living." As soon as he finished speaking, a golden palm wrapped around his face. The Holy Emperor was smashed down like a cannonball. His body landed on the ground, creating a deep pit. He couldn't get out of that pit anymore. "Who do you think you are? You dare to shout in front of this god?" Ling Gang said disdainfully. He was one of the Sinjin of Goguryeo. His position in the Sky Dragon domain was revered. He wasn't someone that an ordinary person would dare to offend. When the members of Snake Loyalty sect saw that their leader was killed with a single slap, each and every one of them became frightened. Another Saint King carefully took a step forward and asked, Sir, www, what business do you have? Quickly inform your sect master. Tell him that the people of Dragon Gate have arrived. Ling Gang said in a heroic manner. When the dozen people heard the words Dragon Gate, they immediately became even more afraid. The Holy Emperor nodded his head and said yes. Then he brought everyone back to the Snake Righteous sect to report. The people of the Snake Righteous sect left quickly and arrived quickly. Dozens of divine kings were seen flying over from afar. Among them was a middle-aged man who laughed from afar. "I didn't know that the elders of Dragon Gate would come. Snakey didn't go out to welcome you. It's a sin." This man was wearing a yellow robe. His robe was embroidered with flying golden pythons. He looked extremely noble. He was the sect master of the Snake Righteous sect, Snakey. His golden robe represented his position. He was the head of the 4 Snake Kings, the Golden Snake King. He possessed the strength of a peak divine king. He was an existence that could barely squeeze into the ranks of the Sinjin of Goguryeo. He was ranked in the 800s. Beside him were 3 other people who were dressed in eye-catching attire. They were all peak divine kings like him. These 3 people were the 4 Snake Kings, Bamboo Leaf Ching, 7 Steps, and Blue Ring. They were known as the 4 Great Snake Kings along with the Golden Python. The 4 Snake Kings of the Snake Righteous sect possessed the strength of the Sinjin of Goguryeo. They were also the strongest existences in the Snake Righteous sect. For a faction to possess 4 Sinjin of Goguryeo, it was enough to make them famous in the Sky Dragon domain. This was also the reason why the Snake Righteous sect had been so famous in the Sky Dragon domain for so many years. However, it was rumored that there was a king of Snake Kings above them. No one knew whether it was true or not. In short, no one had seen them. Even if they had seen them, they were already dead. You are really bold, you actually dare to capture people from our heavenly dragon sect. You must be tired of living. Ling Gang glared at the golden snake and roared. The golden snake and the people behind him recognized the person in front of them. He was one of the Sinjin of Goguryeo of the Dragon Gate, Ling Gang. He was ranked in the 300s. Hearing Ling Gang's question, the golden snake shivered. He hurriedly replied, "This? Elder Ling, is there a misunderstanding? How could we dare to capture a member of your Dragon Gate? Is there some kind of misunderstanding?" Chapter 1245. In the Sky Dragon region, the righteous snake sect was a force that was inferior to the strong but superior to the weak. Apart from those super forces, ordinary forces didn't dare to provoke them. After all, they had the force and gene of Goguryeo, which was not a force that could be provoked. As the sect master, Jinshi was quite sensible. Although the righteous snake sect was arrogant, they would never offend those super forces. If they wanted to continue growing stronger, they couldn't afford to offend the superpowers they couldn't afford to offend. Therefore, when Jinshi heard Ling Gang's words, his heart sank. He really didn't know when he had offended the Dragon Gate. "Whether it is a misunderstanding or not, you explain it to my Uncle Xiao. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, there is no need for the righteous snake sect to exist." Ling Gang coldly shouted. He was not only a member of the Dragon Gate, he was also a member of the Kim people, the #1 force in the Sky Dragon region. Naturally, he wouldn't be kind to a weak force like them. This had always been their way of doing things. However, this only scared the righteous snake sect members even more, making them sweat. Although they were not weak, compared to the Dragon Gate they were nothing. If the Dragon Gate wanted to kill them, it would be an easy thing to do. Ling Gang led the righteous snake sect members to the front of Ling Zhao's group. When the righteous snake sect members saw that the other party had brought so many people, they became even more nervous. "Uncle Xiao, he is the sect master of the righteous snake sect." Ling Gang pointed at Jinshi and said. Jinshi very politely stepped forward and said, This young master, I don't know how our righteous snake sect has offended you. We will immediately cripple him." He muttered in his heart, could it be that a younger generation has offended him? Damn it. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and shouted, "Did you guys capture the mad monk? How is he now? Don't tell me he is dead." When Ling Xiao said this, the righteous snake sect members' expressions instantly changed. They didn't understand how Mad Monk, who was clearly a rogue cultivator, could be related to Dragon Gate. They had issued the wanted list for many years, but they had never seen anyone from Dragon Gate give them any warnings. The golden snake's gaze shifted as he smiled and said, "Young master, we have a warrant for the capture of Mad Monk, but we haven't caught him yet." He then turned to the members of the righteous snake sect and asked, "Have any of you caught Mad Monk?" "No, sect master. We haven't received any news from him." "Yes, we haven't paid attention to him for a long time. If this young master were to mention him, we wouldn't even remember him. Maybe he has already left the Heavenly Dragon region." How could the people of the Snake Loyalty sect dare to speak the truth? They immediately denied it. "You're lying. You've already captured my adoptive father. Quickly release him. Otherwise, I won't let you off." Euro Fei couldn't help but shout. When she saw that the people of the Snake Loyalty sect were denying it, she was afraid that something had happened to her adoptive father. The Golden Snake calmly said to Euro Fei, "Young lady, we really didn't capture Mad Monk. Please believe us. I'll get someone to withdraw the wanted list later. We really didn't know that he was a member of Dragon Gate. I apologize to you on behalf of the entire Righteous Snake sect." The Golden Snake's words sounded very sincere. Normally, people who didn't have many ulterior motives would believe his words. Lai Ryu stood up and shouted, "Humph, you really have guts. You even dare to lie to us. We've already received news that killing god Tianlong has already captured Mad Monk and sent him to you. You still want to quibble? Do you really think that your righteous snake sect can challenge us? Since you don't give us any face, don't blame us for being impolite." Ling Xiao said in a deep voice. He was sure that something must have happened to Mad Monk. Otherwise, why would the people of the righteous snake sect deny it? If it was just a prison, they wouldn't risk offending Dragon Gate and not release him. The bamboo green snake spoke from the side. "Everyone, it's not that we don't want to give you face. It's just that Mad Monk isn't here. Why don't you go to our sect and look for him? If you find him, we are willing to accept any punishment." "Uncle Xiao, actually, I have a very good way to know if they are lying or not," Ling Gang said coldly. "Oh, then tell me about it," Ling Xiao replied. We'll just capture one of them and search their soul memories. I believe we'll get the results we want, Ling Gang said. He then looked at the people from the Snake Loyalty sect and said, Snake Will, what do you think of my plan? Not only can we reduce the misunderstanding, we don't need to make a big fuss. Elder Ling, this matter? The golden snake revealed an extremely embarrassed expression. He knew that this matter was definitely difficult. Ling Xiao stared at him and coldly said, Tell me honestly, did you kill Mad Monk? The seven-step snake finally couldn't help but stand up and shouted, That's right, Mad Monk killed many of our people. It is only right and proper for us to kill him. Now that things had come to this, it was hard not to admit it. After all, if the enemy really captured any one of them, they would get the result. So why not just make it clear? Bastards! I will kill you all. Euro Fei's tears instantly fell like rain. She shouted and actually wanted to attack the people of the righteous snake sect. Ruofei, don't be impulsive. Yun Mingqi instantly pulled Euro Fei back. Third brother, don't speak nonsense. In fact, Mad Monk still hasn't died. The golden snake rebuked. Then he looked at Ling Xiao and said, I didn't know that Mad Monk has any relationship with your Dragon Gate. Otherwise, we wouldn't have dared to touch him even if we had 10 guts. However, he did indeed kill many of our elders, so we must seek justice for them. Right now, Mad Monk is also in our hands, but his situation might not be good. Hehe, it seems like you really don't put our Dragon Gate in your eyes. Ling Gang sneered. Ling Zhao's expression was extremely ugly to the extreme. He didn't immediately attack the people of the righteous snake sect. Instead, he said, Hand over the person. If we hand over the person, I hope this young master won't blame us. This is also a crime of ignorance. We can make any compensation. The golden snake said. You don't have the qualifications to talk about conditions with me. Ling Xiao coldly shouted. Why don't you come to our place and rest for a while? We will immediately send someone to bring the person out. The golden snake said. He seemed to be afraid that Ling Xiao and the others wouldn't dare to go in, so he added, I believe that you don't think that we have the guts to harm you. It had to be said that the golden snake's words were very effective. Ling Xiao immediately replied, Then let's go to your place first. Ling Gang warned from the side, You better not play any tricks. How could we? Our righteous snake sect is small. We don't dare to joke about this. The golden snake replied. Just like that, Ling Xiao and the others followed the people of the righteous snake sect into the Snake Ridge and headed towards their territory. However, before going in, Ling Xiao didn't forget to give Ling Gang and the others a meaningful look. He was afraid that the people of the righteous snake sect would act in desperation. The golden snake and the others led the way in front. The leaders of the 4 great snake kings were also secretly giving them meaningful looks. It seemed that they definitely didn't have good intentions. The Snake Ridge was a majestic mountain range that stretched for God knows how many tens of thousands of miles. There were very few other spirit beasts living here. Snakes and pythons could be seen everywhere in the mountain range. There were also many small snakes hanging on the ancient trees, constantly flicking their tongues. They revealed their sinister appearance and looked very sinister. Normally, a timid girl would have fainted from fear when she saw the mountain range filled with all kinds of snakes of various sizes. Even though Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing's strength had already reached the God King realm, they still felt goosebumps all over their bodies when they saw these snakes. Our sect's land is not far from here. Everyone should take this pill first to avoid being attacked by the mountain guardian snake beasts. That would be our sin. The bamboo green snake said to Ling Xiao and the others as he took out some pills in his hand. Many snakes avoided certain smells. Some pills could make snakes produce a disgusting smell, so they would stay far away. Therefore, Ling Xiao and the others didn't question the bamboo green snake's words. He distributed the pills to everyone one by one, and one of them fell into Ling Xiao's hand. Ling Xiao didn't swallow it immediately. Instead, he sniffed the medicinal pill. Suddenly, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He quickly crushed the medicinal pill, and a black mist instantly spread out. The smell of the black mist was unbearable and pungent. Bastard, you're playing dirty? Everyone, don't take that poison pill. Ling Xiao shouted in alarm. However, it was too late for him to say this. Some people had already swallowed the pill. The people of the righteous snake sect also distanced themselves from Ling Xiao and the others. The golden snake revealed a ferocious look and said, You've gone too far. If you had obediently listened to us and left, we wouldn't have been forced to do this. It seems that you don't know the difference between life and death. Quickly hand over the antidote. Otherwise, your righteous snake sect will be razed to the ground. Ling Gang was a cautious person, so he didn't take the poison pill. A golden spear appeared in his hand, and a 10th-step golden lion appeared in a flash. The other divine kings of Dragon Gate also summoned their divine beasts. However, nearly half of them had already taken the poison pill. They could only focus on expelling the poison. They didn't have any battle power left. Those poison pills were refined from the snake origins poison. Even a divine king wouldn't be able to endure it. In just a short moment, those people were already in incomparable pain. Their skin had turned black and ugly. Those who are fine, kill them and force them to hand over the antidote, Ling Xiao ordered. Then he took out many antidote pills and gave them to Lai Ruyu and the others who were poisoned. Ling Gang and the others received the order and immediately attacked the people of the righteous snake sect. Hey, you didn't bring more people to attack our righteous snake sect. Today all of you will stay here. Presumably the people of Dragon Gate won't be able to blame us. 7-step snake sneered. Then he let out a strange cry. As his voice fell, the sound of a snake's tongue suddenly resounded. Hiss. Densely packed and colorful snakes and pythons of all sizes charged over from all directions. There were no less than 10,000 of them. Moreover, the number was still increasing. Chapter 1246. The reason why the Snake Loyalty sect took the risk was because they had no other choice. They attacked Mad Monk because they didn't know that he was related to Dragon Gate. Now that Mad Monk was almost dead, they didn't believe that Ling Xiao and the others wouldn't deal with them if they wanted them to hand over Mad Monk. Since that was the case, they could only make the first move and get rid of them first. Even if Dragon Gate came again in the future, as long as they couldn't find any evidence, they believed that they would be able to survive. If they really couldn't, they could only find another place to rebuild their forces. In the end, they wouldn't be able to fight, so they might as well attack first. After all, they had the absolute advantage in their territory. The countless snakes and pythons here were enough to fend off an army of 1,000. Ling Gang was the first to rush out and kill the Golden Snake sect leader. The Golden Snake, Bamboo Viper, 7-step Snake, and Blue-Ringed Snake were the 4 snake kings of the Sinjin Kingdom of Goguryeo. Although they were ranked at the bottom, their combat power couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, they each had a rank 10 Snake King. 2 of them faced Ling Gang, while the other 2 took the opportunity to attack the others. The Snake Loyalty sect's Golden Snake sect leader led the others into battle mode. However, they didn't rush forward immediately, because the surrounding snakes could be the vanguard for them. Facing such a situation, Ling Xiao didn't panic. The only thing that made him nervous was that Lai Ruyu was poisoned. That was the source of snake venom. His antidote could only suppress it for a while and couldn't get rid of it completely. He had to get the antidote immediately or else there would be big problems. Prodigal, 13th Prince, when are you guys going to act? Ling Xiao shouted at the Prodigal and the 13th Prince beside him. The Prodigal and the 13th Prince immediately roared at the sky when they heard the order. The roars of 2 different mythological beasts frightened the serpent beasts that were rushing over one after another, and they fell to the ground. However, it was impossible to scare off these snake beasts with just their hissing. There was a rank 10 snake king among these snakes. They had lived here for many years. Although their source was suppressed by the mythological beasts, they wouldn't stop attacking. The snake beasts pounced on the others one by one. These serpent beasts were not very high in rank, but there were quite a few of them that had reached the 8th or 9th rank. There were tens of thousands of them, and even a god king would feel his scalp tingle, not to mention that there were over 100 of them that had reached the 10th rank. These must be the Snake Gate Grand Feasts that the righteous snake sect had nurtured over the years. Ling Xiao cursed under his breath, "Damn it." Then he had Zhou Zhijing protect Lai Ruyu as he launched his attack. If he wanted to obtain the antidote, then he had to take down that bamboo leaf Qing. It was just that it was not easy for him to get close to the bamboo leaf green now. There were many snake pythons already attacking him, waves of snake venom attack. It was simply impossible to guard against. The energy that blotted out the sky and covered the earth almost enveloped this place. Ling Xiao didn't dare to hold back any of his strength. He instantly raised all of his combat strength to the peak. The 9 suns heaven burning fist blasted towards the front. The torrential fist intent instantly blasted out a few different colored suns in that direction, completely dispersing the snake venom. Hundreds of the snakes and pythons were immediately killed. Ling Xiao couldn't care less and he shouted to the people around him, "You guys guard the poisoned ones. You must hold on. I will definitely get the antidote for you." Ling Xiao fully unleashed the power of his heavenly fire, and his speed was raised to the extreme. Every punch he threw killed a large number of snake pythons. On the other side, the prodigal and the 13th prince were also extremely powerful. They knew that the situation was urgent, and they all changed back to their original forms, frightening many of the snake pythons and causing them to fall from the sky. The prodigal continued to pass through the snake pythons, and his entire body was covered in dense flames, burning the snake pythons until not even ashes were left. The 13th prince, on the other hand, had no interest in these small snakes, and he directly attacked the snake pythons that had reached the 10th stage and above. Only a few of these snake pythons had reached the 10th stage, and most of them were at the 10th stage. For a 10th stage true dragon mythological beast like the 13th prince, it was simply not enough. The 13th prince's huge mouth bit off the neck of one of the 10th stage snake pythons, and a large amount of snake blood continuously flowed out. The snake python immediately died, and another snake python that wanted to help was swept away by the 13th prince's dragon tail. It was sent flying far away, and many other snake pythons were also killed in the process. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. Those from the snake loyalty sect who hadn't participated in the battle were all dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen two legendary mighty mythological beasts attack at the same time, and all of their eyes were filled with fanaticism and shock. Are those the Qilin and true dragon mythological beasts? I'm not seeing things, am I? If you're seeing things, then I might be the same as you. How can two mythological beasts appear at the same time? I'd believe it even if Dragon Gate had a true dragon mythological beast, but how can they have a Qilin as well? Do they still want to live? Isn't that right? Look at how fierce they are. Many snake pythons can't hold on anymore. If this goes on, I'm afraid that no matter how many of them come, they will all die. We'd better retreat to the sect, or else we'll really be killed by them. We're doomed this time. We've offended Dragon Gate. Can our snake loyalty sect still have a foothold here? Damn that mad monk. If he really was from Dragon Gate, why didn't he say so earlier? What a scam. The people from the snake loyalty sect looked at the two mighty mythological beasts, and fear grew in their hearts. If it weren't for the fact that their sect master was still here, they would have fled immediately. Ling Xiao finally opened up a bloody path in the midst of the snake pythons. The heavenly fire in front of him forced the snake pythons to stay away. He found that Ling Gang was being besieged by the golden snake and the green bamboo snake, but Ling Gang was still able to deal with them. He could even see that he had the upper hand. He couldn't help but praise inwardly, Ling Gang is indeed one of the Sinjin of Goguryeo. This combat strength isn't something an ordinary divine king can possess. On the other side, the two divine kings of Kim people and the peak divine king Imoinyo that he subdued were respectively dealing with the seven-step snake, the blue-ringed snake, and the head of the 8 great golden snakes. Kim people's ancient emperor divine ability had increased their combat strength, so they weren't afraid of them. However, they had to be careful when dealing with their snake venom. If they were the slightest bit careless, they wouldn't be able to get rid of it. Meanwhile, Kong Wen, Kong Wu, and the others were separately dealing with the snake pythons, as well as several golden snake divine kings. For the time being, there was no clear victor. Yun Mingqi, Yuro Fei, Xinyu Yi, Chang Haoyou, and the others were left behind to take care of the poison people. Just as Ling Xiao was slightly stunned, a silver snake ranked 10th charged towards Ling Xiao. This silver snake 10 was in existence at the peak of mid-level God King realm. He had been secretly paying attention to Ling Xiao for a long time. He knew that this person was the leader of Dragon Gate. As long as he could capture him, everything would be easy. Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Ling Xiao instantly dodged the Gamma Origi's attack and shouted. The silver snake didn't expect the low-level Ling Xiao to be so fast. While he was shocked, he once again turned around and slashed at Ling Xiao with a terrifying sword technique, each of which contained a strong snake venom. However, before his attack landed on Ling Xiao, his divine soul felt as if it was stabbed by a sword. The pain almost suffocated him. He screamed in pain, his whole body clutching his head in the air. Ling Xiao wasn't going to be polite with him. He directly punched the silver snake's head and blew it up. Bang! The brain splattered everywhere and blood splattered everywhere. It was very dazzling. Ling Xiao didn't have time to waste. He was afraid that if he delayed any longer, Lai Ruyu would perish. At that time, how would he explain to Lai Wudi? Moreover, he couldn't bear to let such a woman who loved him die in front of him. Ling Xiao took out the Bodhi divine bow he obtained from Moinox. A divine arrow appeared in his hand. His divine soul avatar appeared, and caught the divine bow and arrow in his hand. His aura locked onto the green bamboo leaf. "If I don't keep you here, I'll change my surname to yours," Ling Xiao coldly muttered to himself. Most of his power was poured into the divine bow. Swish! A dazzling radiance shot out like a meteor towards the direction of the bamboo leaf emerald. The speed was simply fast to the extreme. In less than a blink of an eye, it was already in front of the green bamboo leaf. The green bamboo leaf was busy dealing with Ling Gang with the golden snake. How could he be distracted? But in the face of danger, he still sensed it with his divine sense. "What's that?" The green bamboo leaf cried out in shock. He didn't even think and slashed with the green sword in his hand. Ding dang. When he slashed on the divine arrow, an ear-piercing sound rang out, and intense sparks appeared. Although the green bamboo leaf sensed the danger and deflected the divine arrow, he didn't have enough strength to gather. The web between his thumb and forefinger was a little numb. Although the divine arrow deviated a little, it still fiercely pierced into his buttocks. Unsurprisingly, his buttocks instantly burst into a flower of blood. He screamed in pain. "Second brother, how are you?" The golden snake heard the green bamboo leaf's miserable screams. He turned his head and asked, "How could Ling Gang let go of this opportunity?" He instantly increased the power of his attack. Countless spear lights rushed out like roaring golden lions towards the golden snake. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The golden snake barely managed to resist, but he was still injured. He had no choice but to turn around to face Ling Gang. The green bamboo leaf's buttocks bloomed. His lower body turned into blood. He almost fell from the sky. He hurriedly endured the pain and swallowed some medicinal pills to heal his injuries. It was just that all of a sudden he sensed something. His sea of consciousness and divine soul tightened. There was something rushing in with a terrible attack. His divine soul had no choice but to immediately go forward to block. But he was injured previously. He was already like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bow. Now that he suffered a divine soul attack, he appeared even more flustered. Ling Xiao had already seized his moment of panic and quietly arrived at his side. "Daring to trick us, I'll make you die a horrible death." Finished talking, his palm ruthlessly slapped on the green bamboo leaf's chest. A mass of baleful qi instantly rushed into the green bamboo leaf's body. Chapter 1247. After the innate Yin wind bead absorbed death qi, it produced evil qi. When Ling Xiao was in the Yin puppet sect's territory, he had absorbed a lot of death qi and strengthened the innate Yin wind bead. Now that Zhuaiking's buttocks had blossomed and his soul had been inexplicably attacked, he had no way to stop this sudden attack. Ling Xiao's palm print, which carried a strong evil qi, slammed into Zhuaiking's chest. Zhuaiking was not wearing any defensive divine armor, so when Ling Xiao's palm print landed, it directly opened a hole in his chest and a large amount of evil qi instantly surged out, directly penetrating into his divine body and wreaking havoc. How could Zhuaiking withstand such an attack? Suffering heavy injuries from three sides, he screamed constantly and attacked wildly, trying to force the enemy away, but the strong evil qi had already corroded his divine body to the point where it was difficult to stop. Ling Xiao took this opportunity to tear off the arm with the space ring on it. The bloody arm was abnormally terrifying, and Zhuaiking lost all ability to attack due to the pain. "Second brother, I'll kill you." Golden Snake did not expect that someone would be able to sneak attack Zhuaiking and immediately became furious. However, he could not escape Ling Gang's powerful attack and could only watch as Zhuaiking was slowly corroded into slag. Fortunately, he saw Zhuaiking's soul rush out in a panic. As long as his soul was not destroyed, there was a chance for him to be reborn. However, before he had time to rejoice, a series of chains, as if they came from the 9th level of hell, bound Zhuaiking's soul and pulled him in a certain direction. In the end, he disappeared in front of the young man who had suddenly attacked him. "Retreat, all of you return to the sect." Golden Snake was powerless to stop these people in front of him. He had really underestimated the strength of Dragon Gate. The Qilin Divine Beast and the True Dragon Divine Beast could already resist the snakes and pythons of Snake Ridge, but the other side also had the powerful Sinjin of Goguryeo and a top-grade divine weapon. Bamboo Leaf Qing was killed just like that, which made him extremely angry. Only by returning to the sect and asking for help from a more powerful existence would he be able to kill all of them. It was still possible for the Golden Snake to escape from Ling Gang's attack. He led the members of the Snake Loyalty sect and retreated. The people of Dragon Gate wanted to chase after them, but they couldn't because there were many snakes and pythons blocking their way, making it impossible for them to kill them all. If it wasn't for the two divine beasts holding the fort here, they would have probably been exhausted to death. Fortunately, after the members of the righteous snake sect retreated, the serpents and pythons disappeared into the mountain ridge, not daring to show themselves again. They came quickly and retreated quickly like the tide. It really made one sigh in admiration. Ling Gang wanted to continue chasing, but he was stopped by Ling Xiao's shout, "Don't chase, save him first." Ling Xiao found the antidote from Bamboo Leaf Qing's space ring and distributed it to the poison people. Fortunately, only 1 or 2 people couldn't resist the poison and died, while the others were able to keep their lives. "Ryu, are you okay?" Ling Xiao looked at Lai Ryu with concern. Even though his feelings for Lai Ryu weren't that deep, the fact that Lai Ryu had persisted in her feelings for him already made him very touched. If anything happened to her, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Lai Ryu looked at Ling Xiao's sincere concern for her and felt a sweet feeling in her heart. She was extremely happy. She really wanted to suffer a few more injuries, so wouldn't he always care about her like this? If Ling Xiao heard her words, it was likely he would directly faint from anger. I'm much better," Lai Ryu said with a ruddy complexion. If there weren't so many people here, she really wanted to hug Ling Xiao and bite him a few times. Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and then turned his gaze to the dazed Euro Fei. He walked over and held her in his arms. "Don't worry, father-in-law can still be saved. Don't comfort me, they definitely killed foster father, otherwise why would they take the risk of offending us?" Euro Fei said in a heartbroken voice. Ling Xiao said again, "Ryu, believe me, father-in-law can still be saved, but we must quickly kill our way into the snake loyalty sect, otherwise he really will." Before Ling Xiao could finish speaking, the sky above them suddenly changed and a strange phenomenon appeared. Dazzling rays of light fell from the sky, frightening everyone and causing them to immediately circulate their strength and enter their strongest defensive state, afraid that this was the snake loyalty sect's doing. However, when these rays of light shone on everyone's body, they only felt warm and comfortable. Even the injured Divine King felt much better. Just as everyone was wondering what was going on, a beam of light shot straight at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't think and circulated his strength to attack the light beam. This was an instinctive precaution of Ling Xiao's. Although he felt that this light beam didn't have any killing intent, he still had to defend against it. Who knew what kind of power this attack was? At this time Ling Gang cried out in alarm, "Uncle Xiao, don't attack. This is the Sinjin of Goguryu's verification." Unfortunately, his words were still too late. Ling Xiao had already blasted out an attack that could destroy heaven and earth. That torrential fist intent and raging flames forcibly dispersed the light beam. Ling Gang was dumbfounded. He looked at Ling Xiao in a daze as if his entire body had been drained of strength and fell to the ground. All the lights in the sky disappeared and everything returned to normal. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Gang in confusion and said, "Ling Gang, what did you just say about the Sinjin of Goguryu's verification?" He felt like he had missed something, but he didn't feel anything strange. Ling Gang didn't respond to Ling Xiao. He just murmured as if he had lost his soul, "It's over? It's over. Uncle Xiao is finished. Ling Gang, wake up." Ling Xiao shouted at Ling Gang. Ling Gang came back to himself and said to Ling Xiao, "Uncle Xiao, you are finished. Are you crazy?" Ling Xiao stared at Ling Gang and shouted. The others didn't understand why Ling Gang, who usually respected Ling Xiao, would suddenly say something like this. Ling Gang took a deep breath and said, "Uncle Xiao, do you know that you just ruined a great honor? That is the Sinjin of Goguryu's verification. People can't get it even if they want it for their whole lives. You actually ruined it. What honor? What Sinjin of Goguryu's verification? You better explain it to me." Ling Xiao acted like an elder and said angrily. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that there was something strange about that beam of light? Ling Gang sighed heavily and explained, "That was the Sinjin of Goguryu's verification. It was a verification for you, Uncle Xiao. As long as you pass it, you can become the Sinjin of Goguryu." As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions became incomparably strange. They looked at Ling Xiao with reverence in their eyes, but more than that, there was pity in their eyes. "How come I have the Sinjin of Goguryu's verification? Is there a mistake?" Ling Xiao was still confused. Ling Gang continued, "You just killed Zweiking. He is the 927th person in the Sinjin of Goguryu's ranking. When he died, the Sinjin of Goguryu's name would disappear. At the same time, it would appear on the person who killed him, which is you, Uncle Xiao. As long as the verification light beam shone on you and verified your identity, you will be granted the Sinjin of Goguryu's token and all your information will be recorded in the investiture of the gods. Then the Peak Lord missed the chance to become the Sinjin of Goguryu. Kangwen couldn't help but exclaim. Ling Gang nodded and said, "That's right. Uncle Xiao has suffered a great loss this time." Sigh. The others all looked at Ling Xiao with sympathy. Their eyes were full of envy and jealousy. Others had gone through many years of hard work and risked their lives just to get a spot in the Sinjin of Goguryu. That was the proof of one's strength in the Sky Dragon region. It was one of the most honorable people. But right in front of them, such a tragedy had happened. Ling Xiao, who was supposed to get the Sinjin of Goguryu's title, had personally destroyed his once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity. Oh my god. What kind of sin had he committed? Some of them who were closer to Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel wronged for him in their hearts. Ling Xiao didn't expect that his careless counterattack would actually destroy his Sinjin of Goguryu's title. He asked Ling Gang, "Could it be that after missing this chance there won't be another chance in the future?" Ling Gang replied, "Of course there is. Unless you can kill another Sinjin of Goguryu next time, or challenge the investiture of the gods. Those who can pass will also be ranked according to their strength. But, with your current strength?" He didn't continue speaking. He knew that Ling Xiao's battle prowess wasn't ordinary. He didn't even fear a peak mid-level god king. However, he didn't think that Ling Xiao could kill another peak god king. Not to mention an existence that squeezed into the ranks of the Sinjin of Goguryu. And just now Ling Xiao was able to kill Bamboo Leaf Qing. He felt that Ling Xiao had seized the opportunity when the other party was fighting with him to launch a sneak attack. However, he didn't know that Ling Xiao had indeed launched a sneak attack. But that arrow alone wasn't enough to take Bamboo Leaf Qing's life. If Ling Xiao didn't have a Divine Soul attack, he absolutely wouldn't have been able to kill Bamboo Leaf Qing. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Ling Gang's answer. He said, "Scared me to death. I thought I didn't have a chance anymore." He paused for a moment and said, "Since it's like this, then we'll just kill the other few Snake Kings of the Righteous Snake sect later. It's no big deal." Ling Xiao thought that he had ruined the chance to become the Sinjin of Goguryu. But now, it looked like he still had a lot of opportunities. He felt that it didn't matter anymore. When everyone heard Ling Xiao's words, each and every one of them revealed a strange expression. They all secretly cried out in their hearts, "The Sinjin of Goguryu isn't cabbage that can be picked up from the ground." These god kings really wanted to cry. They yearned for the name of the Sinjin of Goguryu. They revered the existence of the Sinjin of Goguryu. But, in the eyes of these people, they weren't even worth mentioning. Just when Ling Xiao and the others wanted to attack the Righteous Snake sect, the people of the Righteous Snake sect actually appeared again. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.